Chapter 5. He was already entering the rooms. He entered with such an appearance as if using all his strength to keep from bursting out laughing somehow. After him, with a completely upset and fierce physiognomy, red as a peony, lanky and awkward, entered the embarrassed Razumikhin. His face and whole figure were indeed comical at this moment and justified Raskolnikov's laughter. Raskolnikov, not yet introduced, bowed to the host standing in the middle of the room and looking at them questioningly, extended and shook his hand still with a visible extraordinary effort to suppress his merriment and at least utter 2 or 3 words to introduce himself. But as soon as he managed to assume a serious appearance and mutter something, suddenly, as if involuntarily, he glanced again at Razumikhin and here could no longer hold out. The suppressed laughter burst through all the more irrepressibly the more strongly it had been restrained till now. The extraordinary ferocity with which Razumikhin received this heartfelt laughter gave the whole scene an appearance of most sincere merriment and, most importantly, naturalness. Razumikhin, as if on purpose, helped the cause even more. "Phew, devil!" he roared, waving his hand, and just struck it against a small round table on which stood a half-drunk glass of tea. Everything flew and rang. "But why break chairs, gentlemen? It's a loss to the treasury!" Porfiry Petrovitch cried out merrily. The scene presented itself thus. Raskolnikov was laughing away, having forgotten his hand in the host's hand, but, knowing the measure, was waiting for a moment to finish more quickly and naturally. Razumikhin, finally embarrassed by the fall of the table and the broken glass, gloomily looked at the fragments, spat and turned sharply to the window, where he stood with his back to the company, with a terribly frowning face, looking out the window and seeing nothing. Porfiry Petrovitch was laughing and wanted to laugh, but obviously he needed explanations. In the corner on a chair sat Zametov, who had half risen at the entrance of the guests and stood waiting, his mouth spread in a smile, but looking at the whole scene with perplexity and even as if with distrust, and at Raskolnikov even with some confusion. Zametov's unexpected presence struck Raskolnikov unpleasantly. This must be considered too, he thought. "Excuse me please," he began emphatically, becoming embarrassed. Raskolnikov. "Good gracious, very pleased sir, and you entered so pleasantly." "What, doesn't he even want to say hello?" Porfiry Petrovitch nodded toward Razumikhin. "By God, I don't know why he's enraged at me. I only told him on the way that he resembles Romeo, and proved it, and there was nothing more, it seems." "Pig!" Razumikhin responded without turning around. Meaning he had very serious reasons to get so angry at one little word, Porfiry laughed. "Well, you investigator. Well, devil take all of you." Razumikhin cut off and suddenly, laughing himself, with a brightened face, as if nothing had happened, approached Porfiry Petrovitch. "Enough! Everyone's a fool, to business. Here's a friend, Rodion Romanik Raskolnikov, firstly, has heard much and wishes to make your acquaintance, and secondly, has a small matter of business with you." "Bah! Zametov! How are you here? Do you know each other? Have you known each other long? What's this now?" Raskolnikov thought anxiously. Zametov seemed somewhat embarrassed, but not very much. "We met at your place yesterday," he said casually. "Meaning God save me the trouble. Last week he was begging me terribly to introduce you, Porfiry, somehow, and here you've sniffed each other out without me. Where's your tobacco?" Porfiry Petrovitch was at home, in a dressing gown, in very clean linen and in worn-down slippers. This was a man about 35 years old, shorter than average height, plump and even with a paunch, clean-shaven, without mustache and without side whiskers, with closely cropped hair on a large round head, somehow especially convexly rounded at the back of the head. His plump, round, and slightly snub-nosed face was the color of a sick, dark yellow, but rather cheerful and even mocking. It would have been even good-natured, if not for the expression of his eyes, with some kind of liquid watery gleam, covered by almost white, blinking, as if winking at someone, eyelashes. The gaze of these eyes somehow strangely didn't harmonize with the whole figure, which had in it even something womanish, and gave it something far more serious than one could expect from it at first glance. Porfiry Petrovitch, as soon as he heard that the guest had a matter of business with him, immediately asked him to sit on the sofa, sat down himself at the other end and fixed his eyes on the guest, in immediate expectation of an exposition of the matter, with that emphatic and already too serious attention which even weighs upon and embarrasses one from the first time, especially with an unfamiliar person, and especially if what you're expounding, in your own opinion, is far from proportional to such extraordinarily important attention being shown to you. But Raskolnikov in short and coherent words, clearly and precisely explained his business, and was satisfied enough with himself that he even managed to examine Porfiry rather well. Porfiry Petrovitch also didn't take his eyes off him the whole time. Razumikin, seated opposite, at the same table, ardently and impatiently followed the exposition of the matter, constantly transferring his eyes from one to the other and back, which was already going somewhat beyond measure. Fool! Raskolnikov cursed to himself. You should submit a declaration to the police, Porfiry answered with a most businesslike appearance, about the fact, sir, that having learned of such and such an incident, that is, about this murder, you request, in your turn, to inform the investigator to whom the case is entrusted, that such and such things belong to you, and that you wish to redeem them. Or well, however, they'll write it. The thing is, that I, at the present moment, Raskolnikov tried to become as embarrassed as possible, am not quite in funds, sir. And even such a trifle I can't. I, you see, would like now only to declare that these things are mine, but that when there's money. That's all the same, sir, Porfiry Petrovitch answered, coldly receiving the explanation about finances. However, you can also, if you wish, write directly to me, in the same sense, that having learned of such and such, and declaring about such and such things of mine, I request. Can this be on plain paper? Raskolnikov hastened to interrupt, again taking interest in the financial part of the matter. Oh, on the plainest, sir, and suddenly Porfiry Petrovitch somehow obviously mockingly looked at him, squinting and as if winking at him. However, this perhaps only seemed so to Raskolnikov, because it lasted only a moment. At least there was something like that. Raskolnikov would have sworn he winked at him, devil knows for what. He knows, flashed through him like lightning. Forgive me for troubling you with such trifles, he continued somewhat confused. My things are worth only 5 rubles in all, but they're especially dear to me, as mementos of those from whom I received them and, I confess, when I learned, I was very frightened. That's why you flared up so yesterday, when I blabbed to Zosimov that Porfiry was questioning pawners. Razumikin put in, with obvious intention. This was already unbearable. Raskolnikov couldn't stand it and flashed angrily at him with his black eyes blazing with anger. He immediately came to his senses. You, brother, seem to be mocking me. He turned to him with cleverly feigned irritation. I agree that perhaps I worry too much about such trash in your eyes, but one can't consider me for this either an egoist or greedy, and in my eyes these two insignificant little things may not be trash at all. I already told you just now that this silver watch, worth a kopeck, is the only thing that remained from father. Laugh at me, but my mother has arrived. He suddenly turned to Porfiry, and if she were to learn, he turned back quickly to Razumikin, trying especially to make his voice tremble, that these watch were lost, then, I swear, she'd be in despair. Women. Not at all. I didn't mean it in that sense at all. Quite the opposite, the distressed Razumikin cried. Was it good? Natural? Didn't I exaggerate? Raskolnikov trembled to himself. And your mother arrived? Porfiry Petrovitch inquired for some reason. Yes. When was this, sir? Yesterday evening. Porfiry was silent, as if considering. Your things could in no case have been lost, he continued calmly and coldly. After all, I've been expecting you here for a long time. And as if nothing had happened, he solicitously began moving an ashtray toward Razumikin, who was mercilessly scattering ashes from his cigarette on the carpet. Raskolnikov shuddered, but Porfiry as if wasn't even looking, still concerned with Razumikin's cigarette. What? You were expecting. But did you know that he too pawned there? Razumikin cried out. Porfiry Petrovitch addressed Raskolnikov directly. Your two things, the ring and the watch, were at her place wrapped under one paper, and on the paper your name was clearly marked in pencil, as well as the date and month when she received them from you. How are you so observant? Raskolnikov smiled awkwardly, trying especially to look him straight in the eyes, but couldn't restrain himself and suddenly added. I remarked this now because there were probably very many pawners, so that it would be difficult for you to remember them all. But you, on the contrary, remember all of them so distinctly, and stupid. Weak. Why did I add this? And almost all the pawners are now already known, so that you alone haven't deigned to appear, Porfiry answered with a barely noticeable tinge of mockery. I wasn't quite well. I heard about this too, sir. I even heard that you were very upset by something. You seem pale even now. Not at all pale. On the contrary, quite healthy. Raskolnikov cut off rudely and angrily, suddenly changing his tone. Anger was boiling up in him, and he couldn't suppress it. And in anger I'll let something slip, flashed through him again. And why are they tormenting me? Not quite well. Razumikin picked up. What rubbish! Until yesterday he was raving almost unconscious. Would you believe, Porfiry, he could barely stand on his feet, but as soon as we, Zosimov and I, turned away yesterday, he dressed and sneaked off quietly and was carousing somewhere until almost midnight, and this in most complete, I tell you, delirium. Can you imagine? A most remarkable case. And really in most complete delirium? Do tell. Porfiry shook his head with some womanish gesture. Nonsense. Don't believe it. However, you don't believe it anyway, escaped from Raskolnikov too much from anger. But Porfiry Petrovitch as if didn't hear these strange words. But how could you go out, if not in delirium? Razumikin suddenly got heated. Why did you go out? What for? And why precisely secretly? Well, was there any sound sense in you then? Now, when all danger has passed, I tell you straight. They annoyed me very much yesterday. Raskolnikov suddenly turned to Porfiry with an insolently challenging smile, so I ran away from them to rent an apartment, so they wouldn't find me, and took a heap of money with me. Mr. Zametov here saw the money. Well, Mr. Zametov, was I sensible yesterday, or in delirium? Settle the dispute. He would have, it seems, strangled Zametov at this moment. His gaze and silence displeased him too much. In my opinion, you spoke very sensibly, sir, and even cunningly, sir, only you were too irritable, Zametov declared drily. And today Nikodem Fomitch told me, Porfiry Petrovitch put in, that he met you yesterday very late, in the apartment of a certain clerk crushed by horses. Well, take this clerk for instance. Razumikin picked up. Well, weren't you mad at the clerks? You gave the last money for the funeral to the widow. Well, if you wanted to help, give 15, give 20, well, at least leave 3 whole rubles for yourself, but no, you just handed over all 25. And maybe I found a treasure somewhere, and you don't know? So yesterday I was generous. Mr. Zametov here knows that I found a treasure. You'll excuse me, please, he turned with trembling lips to Porfiry, that we trouble you for half an hour with such trifling squabbling. We're boring you, aren't we? Good gracious, sir, on the contrary, on the contrary. If you only knew how you interest me. It's curious both to watch and to listen. And I confess, I'm so glad that you have deigned, at last, to appear. Well, at least give us some tea. My throat's dried up. Razumikin cried out. Splendid idea. Perhaps everyone will join in. And wouldn't you like something more substantial before tea? Get lost. Porfiry Petrovitch went out to order tea. Thoughts whirled like a whirlwind in Raskolnikov's head. Most important, they don't even hide, and don't want to stand on ceremony. And on what occasion, if you don't know me at all, did you talk about me with Nikodem Fomitch? Meaning they don't even want to hide that they're following me like a pack of dogs. So openly they spit in my face, he trembled with fury. Well, strike directly, and don't play like a cat with a mouse. This is impolite, Porfiry Petrovitch, and I perhaps won't permit it, sir. I'll stand up and blurt out the whole truth in everyone's face, and you'll see how I despise you. He caught his breath with difficulty. But what if it only seems so to me? What if this is a mirage, and I'm mistaken in everything, getting angry from inexperience, not holding up my base role? Perhaps all this is without intention? All their words are ordinary, but there's something in them. All this can always be said, but there's something. Why did he say directly, at her place? Why did Zametov add that I spoke cunningly? Why do they speak in such a tone? Yes. The tone. Razumikin's sitting right here, why doesn't anything seem to him? Nothing ever seems to this innocent blockhead. Fever again. Did Porfiry wink at me earlier, or not? Probably nonsense. Why would he wink? Do they want to irritate my nerves, or are they teasing me? On the contrary. If you knew how you interest. So glad you've appeared at last. Why at last? Or is it all a mirage, or do they know? And if they know, then what do they know? Meaning they know a lot, if they're so bold. Even Zametov is impudent. Is Zametov impudent? Zametov changed his mind overnight. I had a premonition he'd change his mind. He's here as one of their own, yet it's his first time. Porphyry doesn't even consider him a guest, sits with his back to him. They've sniffed each other out. Definitely sniffed each other out because of me. Definitely talked about me before us. Do they know about the apartment, finally? If only I knew quickly. When I said I ran away to rent an apartment yesterday, he let it pass, didn't pick up on it. And that was clever of me to insert about the apartment, it'll come in handy later. In delirium, supposedly. Ha, ha, ha. He knows about the whole evening yesterday. Didn't know about Mother's arrival. And the witch even wrote the date in pencil. You're lying, I won't give in. After all, these aren't facts yet, just a mirage. No, give me facts. And the apartment isn't a fact, but delirium, I know what to tell them. Do they know about the apartment? I won't leave without finding out. Why did I come? And the fact that I'm angry now, this is perhaps even a fact. Phew, how irritable I am. But perhaps that's good too, the sick role. He's feeling me out. He'll try to confuse. Why did I come? All this flashed through his head like lightning. Porfiry Petrovich returned instantly. He suddenly became somehow more cheerful. Since your party yesterday, brother, my head. And I'm all somehow unscrewed, he began in quite a different tone, laughing, to Razumikin. Well, was it interesting? After all, I left you yesterday at the most interesting point. Who won? No one, of course. We drove off onto eternal questions, soared in the Empyrean. Imagine, Rhodia, what they drove onto yesterday. Is there or isn't there crime? They talked themselves into devils. What's surprising? An ordinary social question, Raskolnikov answered distractedly. The question wasn't formulated like that, Porfiry remarked. Not quite like that, that's true, Razumikin immediately agreed, hurrying and getting heated as usual. You see, Rodion, listen, and give your opinion. I want it. I was jumping out of my skin yesterday with them and was waiting for you. I told them about you too, that you'd come. It began with the socialists' view. The view is well known. Crime is a protest against the abnormality of the social structure, and only that, and nothing more, and no other causes are admitted, and nothing. There, you've lied. Porfiry Petrovich cried out. He was visibly becoming animated, and constantly laughed, looking at Razumikin, thereby inflaming him even more. And nothing is admitted. Razumikin interrupted with fervor, I'm not lying. I'll show you their books, everything with them is because the environment crushed them, and nothing more. A favorite phrase. From this directly, that if society is arranged normally, then at once all crimes will disappear, since there'll be nothing to protest against and everyone will become righteous in one instant. Nature isn't taken into account, nature is expelled, nature isn't supposed. With them it's not humanity, having developed by historical, living means to the end, that will itself finally turn into a normal society, but on the contrary a social system, having emerged from some mathematical head, will immediately arrange all humanity and in one instant make it righteous and sinless, before any living process, without any historical and living path. That's why they so instinctively don't love history, only ugliness and stupidity's in it, and everything's explained by stupidity alone. That's why they don't love the living process of life, don't need a living soul. The living soul will demand life, The living soul won't obey mechanics, the living soul is suspicious, the living soul is retrograde. But here, though it smells of carrion, it can be made from rubber, but it's not alive, but without will, but slavish, won't rebel. And it turns out in the result that everything's reduced to just laying bricks and arranging corridors and rooms in the phalanstery. The phalanstery's ready, but your nature isn't ready for the phalanstery yet, wants life, hasn't completed the life process yet, it's too early for the cemetery. With logic alone you can't jump over nature. Logic will predict 3 cases, but there are a million. Cut off the whole million and reduce everything to one question of comfort. The easiest solution to the problem. Temptingly clear, and no need to think. Most important, no need to think. The whole mystery of life fits on 2 printed sheets. There, he's burst out, he's drumming. Must hold his hands, Porfiry laughed. Imagine, he turned to Raskolnikov, it was just like this yesterday evening, in one room, with 6 voices, and even got them drunk on punch beforehand. Can you imagine? No, brother, you're lying. Environment means much in crime, I'll confirm this to you. I know myself it means much, but tell me this, a 40-year-old dishonors a 10-year-old girl, did the environment compel him to this? Well, strictly speaking, perhaps even the environment, Porfiry remarked with surprising gravity. A crime against a girl can very much even be explained by environment. Razumikin almost flew into a rage. Well, do you want me to deduce for you right now, he roared, that you have white eyelashes solely only because Ivan the Great is 35 sazons high, and I'll deduce it clearly, precisely, progressively, and even with a liberal tinge? I'll take you on. Well, do you want a bet? Accepted. Let's hear please, how he'll deduce it. But he's always pretending, the devil. Razumikin cried out, jumping up and waving his hand. Well, is it worth talking with you? After all, he does all this on purpose, you don't know him yet, Radayan. Yesterday too he took their side, only to fool everyone. And what he said yesterday, Lord! And they were so glad. After all, he can keep this up for 2 weeks. Last year he convinced us for some reason that he was going into the monastery, he stuck to it for 2 months. Recently he took it into his head to convince us he was getting married, that everything was ready for the wedding. He even had new clothes made. We already started congratulating him. No bride, nothing happened, all a mirage. There, you lied. I had the clothes made before. It was on account of the new clothes that it came into my head to fool you all. Are you really such a pretender? Raskolnikov asked carelessly. And you thought not? Wait, I'll fool you too, ha, ha, ha. No, you see sir, I'll tell you the whole truth. Regarding all these questions, crimes, environment, girls, I'm reminded now, though it always interested me, of one article of yours, about crime. Oh, what was it? I've forgotten the title, don't remember. 2 months ago I had the pleasure of reading it in the periodical speech. My article? In the periodical speech? Raskolnikov asked with surprise. I really did write, 6 months ago, when I left the university, on the occasion of a certain book, one article, but I took it then to the newspaper weekly speech, not to the periodical. But it ended up in the periodical. But the weekly speech ceased to exist, so they didn't print it then. That's true, sir, but ceasing to exist, the weekly speech merged with the periodical speech, and therefore your article, 2 months ago, appeared in the periodical speech. And you didn't know? Raskolnikov really knew nothing. Good gracious, you can demand money from them for the article. What a character you have, however, you live so in seclusion that you don't know of such things, directly concerning you. This is a fact, sir. Bravo, Radka. I didn't know either. Razumkin cried out. Today I'll run to the reading room and ask for the issue. 2 months ago? What date? Never mind, I'll find it. What a thing! And he doesn't say. And how did you learn that the article is mine? It's signed with a letter. By chance, and only the other day. Through the editor, I'm acquainted. Very interested. I examined, I recall, the psychological state of the criminal throughout the whole course of the crime. Yes, sir, and you insist that the act of executing the crime is always accompanied by illness. Very, very original, but it wasn't this part of your little article that interested me, but a certain idea dropped at the end of the article, but which you, unfortunately, conduct only by hint, unclearly. In a word, if you recall, a certain hint is conducted that there exist in the world, supposedly, certain such persons who can. That is, not that they can, but have complete right to commit all sorts of lawlessness and crimes, and that for them, supposedly, the law isn't even written. Raskolnikov smiled at the emphatic and deliberate distortion of his idea. What? What's this? The right to crime? But not because the environment crushed? Razumkin inquired with some kind of even fright. No, not quite because, Porfiry answered. The whole point is that in their article, all people are somehow divided into ordinary and extraordinary. The ordinary must live in obedience and have no right to transgress the law, because they are, you see, ordinary. And the extraordinary have the right to commit all sorts of crimes and transgress laws in all ways, precisely because they're extraordinary. So it is with you, it seems, if I'm not mistaken? How can this be? It cannot be like this. Razumkin muttered in perplexity. Raskolnikov smiled again. He understood at once what it was about and what they wanted to push him toward. He remembered his article. He decided to accept the challenge. It's not quite like this with me, he began simply, without getting irritated and modestly. However, I admit, you've expounded it almost correctly, even, if you like, completely correctly. It seemed actually pleasant to him to agree that it was completely correct. The only difference is that I don't at all insist that extraordinary people must and are obliged always to commit all sorts of lawlessness, as you say. I think even that such an article wouldn't have been passed to print. I simply hinted that the extraordinary man has the right. That is, not an official right, but himself has the right to permit his conscience to step over certain obstacles, and solely only in that case, if the execution of his idea, sometimes salutary, perhaps, for all humanity, requires it. You are pleased to say that my article isn't clear. I'm ready to clarify it for you, as far as possible. I perhaps won't be mistaken, supposing that this is what you seem to want, if you please, sir. In my opinion, if Kepler's and Newton's discoveries, owing to some combinations, could in no way have become known to people except with the sacrifice of the life of 1, 10, 100, and so on people, who would have hindered this discovery, or would have stood in the way as an obstacle, then Newton would have had the right, and even would have been obliged, to eliminate these 10 or 100 people, in order to make his discoveries known to all humanity. From this, however, it doesn't at all follow that Newton would have had the right to kill whoever he pleased, anyone he met, or to steal every day at the market. Further, I recall, I develop in my article that all, well, for example, even legislators and founders of humanity, beginning with the most ancient, continuing with Lycurguses, Solons, Mohammeds, Napoleons, and so on, all to a man were criminals, already by the one fact that, giving a new law, they thereby violated the ancient one, sacredly revered by society and passed down from the fathers, and of course didn't stop even before blood, if only blood, sometimes quite innocent and valiantly shed for the ancient law, could help them. It's even remarkable that the greater part of these benefactors and founders of humanity were especially terrible blood-spillers. In a word, I deduce that even all, not only the great, but also people stepping just a little out of the rut, that is, just a little even capable of saying something new, must, by their nature, necessarily be criminals, more or less, of course. Otherwise it's difficult for them to step out of the rut, and to remain in the rut they, of course, cannot agree, again by their nature, and in my opinion they're even obliged not to agree. In a word, you see that, till now there's nothing particularly new here. This has been printed and read 1,000 times. As for my division of people into ordinary and extraordinary, I agree that it's somewhat arbitrary, but I don't insist on exact figures. I only believe in my main idea. It consists precisely in this, that people, by a law of nature, are divided, in general, into two categories, into a lower, ordinary, that is, so to speak, into material, serving solely for the reproduction of their kind, and into people proper, that is, having the gift or talent to say a new word in their environment. The subdivisions here, of course, are endless, but the distinctive features of both categories are quite sharp. The first category, that is, the material, generally speaking, are people by nature conservative, decent, live in obedience and love to be obedient. In my opinion, they're even obliged to be obedient, because this is their purpose, and there's decidedly nothing humiliating for them in this. The second category, all transgress the law, are destroyers, or inclined to that, according to their abilities. The crimes of these people, of course, are relative and varied. For the most part they demand, in very diverse declarations, the destruction of the present in the name of the better. But if he needs, for his idea, to step over even a corpse, over blood, then he can, within himself, by conscience, give himself permission to step over blood, looking, however, at the idea and at its dimensions. Note this. Only in this sense do I speak in my article of their right to crime. You recall, we began with the legal question. However, there's not much to worry about. The mass will almost never recognize this right in them, executes them and hangs them, more or less, and thereby, quite justly, fulfills its conservative purpose, with the proviso however that in following generations this same mass places the executed on pedestals and worships them, more or less. The first category is always, master of the present, the second category, master of the future. The first preserve the world and multiply it numerically, the second move the world and lead it to its goal. Both have completely equal right to exist. In a word, with me all have equal right, and, vive la guerre éternelle, until the New Jerusalem, of course. So you still believe in the New Jerusalem? I believe, Raskolnikov answered firmly, saying this, and throughout his whole long tirade, he looked at the ground, having chosen a point on the carpet. And in God do you believe? Forgive me for being so curious. I believe, Raskolnikov repeated, raising his eyes to Porphyry. And in the resurrection of Lazarus do you believe? I believe. Why all this to you? Do you believe literally? Literally. Just so, sir. I was so curious. Forgive me, sir. But allow me, I return to the previous, they're not always executed, some on the contrary. Triumph in life? Oh yes, some achieve even in life, and then they themselves begin executing? If necessary and, you know, even for the most part. Your observation is witty in general. Thank you, sir. But tell me, how would one distinguish these extraordinary ones from the ordinary? Are there signs at birth? I'm in the sense that here more precision would be needed, so to speak more outward definition. Forgive the natural anxiety of a practical and well-meaning person, but couldn't one here introduce special clothing, for example, or something, brands there or something? Because, you'll agree, if confusion arises, and one from one category imagines that he belongs to the other category, and begins to eliminate all obstacles, as you so happily expressed it, then after all here. Oh, this happens very often. This observation of yours is even wittier than the previous one. Thank you, sir. Not at all, sir, but take into consideration that an error is possible after all only on the part of the first category, that is, ordinary people, as I, perhaps very unsuccessfully, called them. In spite of their innate inclination to obedience, by a certain playfulness of nature, which isn't denied even to a cow, very many of them like to imagine themselves advanced people, destroyers, and to climb into the new word, and this quite sincerely, sir. Meanwhile the really new ones they very often don't even notice at the same time and even despise, as backward and basely thinking people. But, in my opinion, there can be no significant danger here, and you really have nothing to worry about, because they never step far. They can sometimes be flogged for enthusiasm, of course, to remind them of their place, but no more. There's not even need of an executor here, they'll flog themselves, because they're very good-natured on this account. Some render this service to each other, and others to themselves with their own hands. Various public penances they impose on themselves at the same time, it comes out beautifully and edifyingly, in a word, you have nothing to worry about. Such a law exists. Well, at least you've reassured me on this side, but here's trouble again, sir. Tell me please, are there many such people who have the right to cut others, these extraordinary ones? I'm ready to bow down, of course, but you'll agree, it's frightening, sir, if there are too many of them, eh? Oh, don't worry about this either, Raskolnikov continued in the same tone that, in general, people with a new idea, even just a little capable of saying even anything at all new, are born extraordinarily few, even strangely few. Only one thing is clear, that the order of birth of people, all these categories and subdivisions, must probably be very precisely and exactly determined by some law of nature. This law, of course, isn't known now, but I believe that it exists and can subsequently become known. The huge mass of people, the material, exists in the world only so that finally, through some effort, by some process mysterious till now, by means of some crossing of races and breeds, to strain and finally produce in the world, well, at least out of 1,001, at least somewhat independent person. One with broader independence is born, perhaps, out of 10,000, I speak approximately, visually. One with still broader, out of 100,000. Geniuses out of millions, and great geniuses, completers of humanity, perhaps after the passing of many thousands of millions of people on earth. In a word, I haven't looked into the retort in which all this happens. But a definite law definitely exists and must exist, there cannot be chance here. What, are you both joking or what? Raskolnikov finally cried out. Are you fooling each other or not? They sit and jest at each other. Are you serious, Rodia? Raskolnikov silently raised his pale and almost sad face to him and didn't answer. And strange to Raskolnikov seemed, alongside this quiet and sad face, the undisguised, intrusive, irritable and impolite caustic mockery of Porfiry. Well, brother, if this is really serious, then you're right, of course, saying that this isn't new and resembles everything we've read and heard 1,000 times. But what's really original in all this, and really belongs to you alone, to my horror, is that you still permit blood by conscience, and, forgive me, with such fanaticism even. So this is where the main idea of your article lies. After all, this permission of blood by conscience, this in my opinion is more terrible than if there were official permission to spill blood, legal. Quite right, it's more terrible, sir, Porfiry responded. No, you're somehow carried away. There's an error here. I'll read. You're carried away. You can't think like this, Rodia. I'll read. There's none of this in the article, only hints there, Raskolnikov said. Yes, sir, Porfiry couldn't sit still. It's almost clear to me now how you are pleased to look at crime, sir, but, forgive me for my intrusiveness, I'm troubling you very much already, I'm ashamed myself. You see, sir, you reassured me very much earlier, sir, about the erroneous cases of confusion of both categories, but I'm still troubled by various practical cases again. What if some fellow or other, or youth, imagines that he's a Lycurgus, or Muhammad, a future one of course, and starts eliminating all obstacles toward that? There's a distant campaign ahead, supposedly, and money's needed for the campaign. Well, and he'll start obtaining it for himself for the campaign, you know? Zametov suddenly snorted from his corner. Raskolnikov didn't even raise his eyes to him. I must agree, he answered calmly, that such cases really must occur. The foolish and vain especially fall for this bait, youth especially. You see, sir. Well then, what then, sir? Well then what? Raskolnikov smiled, I'm not to blame for this. So it is and will always be. He nodded at Raskolnikov, was just saying that I permit blood. So what? Society is after all too well secured with exiles, prisons, judicial investigators, hard labor, what's there to worry about? And seek the thief. Well, and if we find him? That's where his road leads. You're so logical. Well, sir, and about his conscience? What business is it of yours? Well, from humanity, sir. Whoever has it, let him suffer, if he recognizes his error. This is his punishment too, besides hard labor. Well, But the really geniuses? Razumikhin asked, frowning. Well, those who are given the right to cut, shouldn't they suffer at all, even for blood spilled? Why the word, shouldn't? There's neither permission nor prohibition here. Let him suffer, if he pities the victim. Suffering and pain are always obligatory for broad consciousness and deep heart. Truly great people, it seems to me, must feel great sadness in the world, he added suddenly pensively, even not in the tone of the conversation. He raised his eyes, looked thoughtfully at everyone, smiled and took his cap. He was too calm compared to how he had entered earlier, and felt this. Everyone stood up. Well, sir, scold me or not, be angry or not, but I can't restrain myself, Porfiry Petrovitch concluded again. Allow one more little question. I'm troubling you very much, sir. One only little idea I wanted to slip in, solely only so as not to forget, sir. Very well, tell your idea. Raskolnikov stood before him serious and pale in expectation. Here it is, sir. I really don't know how to express it more successfully. The little idea is so playful. Psychological, sir. Here it is, sir. When you were composing your little article, it cannot be, that you yourself didn't consider yourself, well, at least a tiny bit, also an extraordinary person and speaking a new word, in your sense, that is, sir. Isn't it so, sir? Very possibly, Raskolnikov answered contemptuously. Razumikhin made a movement. And if so, sir, then could you yourself really have decided, well there, in view of some life failures and constraints, or for the furtherance somehow of all humanity, to step over the obstacle? Well, for example, to kill and rob? And he somehow suddenly winked at him again with his left eye and laughed inaudibly, exactly as before. If I had stepped over, then of course I wouldn't tell you, Raskolnikov answered with defiant, haughty contempt. He couldn't restrain himself. No, sir, I'm just so interested, properly for understanding your article, in a literary sense only, sir. Phew, how obvious and impudent this is! Raskolnikov thought with disgust. Allow me to remark to you, he answered drily, that I don't consider myself a Mohammed or Napoleon, nor any one of such persons, and consequently, not being them, cannot give you a satisfactory explanation of how I would have acted. Well, come now, who in Russia doesn't consider himself a Napoleon now? Porfiry suddenly pronounced with terrible familiarity. Even in the intonation of his voice there was this time something especially clear. Wasn't it some future Napoleon who finished off our Elena Ivanovna with an axe last week? Zametov suddenly blurted from the corner. Raskolnikov was silent and looked intently, firmly at Porfiry. Razumikhin frowned darkly. Something had already seemed to him before. He looked around angrily. A minute of gloomy silence passed. Raskolnikov turned to leave. You're leaving already? Porfiry said affectionately, extending his hand extremely amiably. Very, very glad of the acquaintance. And about your request have no doubt. Right, just as I told you. Or better still, come see me there yourself, sometime soon, even tomorrow. I'll be there around 11 o'clock, certainly. We'll arrange everything, and talk. You, as one of the last who were there, might perhaps be able to tell us something. He added with a most good-natured appearance. You want to question me officially, with all formalities? Raskolnikov asked sharply. Why so, sir? For now this isn't required at all. You see, I don't miss opportunities and... And I've already talked with all the pawners, from some I took testimonies. And you, as the last. Yes, by the way, he cried out suddenly glad of something, by the way I remembered, what is this? He turned to Razumikin, after all, you chewed my ear off about this Nikolashka. Well, I know myself, he turned to Raskolnikov, that the lad is clean, but what can be done, Mitka too had to be troubled, here's the point sir, the whole essence sir, passing then on the stairs, allow me, after all, you were there around 8 o'clock sir. Around 8, Raskolnikov answered, unpleasantly feeling at the same second that he might not have said this. So passing around 8 o'clock sir, on the stairs, didn't you see at least, on the second floor, in the open apartment, remember? 2 workmen, or at least one of them? They were painting there, didn't you notice? This is very, very important for them. Painters? No, I didn't see. Raskolnikov answered slowly and as if rummaging in recollections, at the same instant straining with all his being and dying from torment to guess as quickly as possible where exactly the trap is and not to overlook anything. No, I didn't see, and I didn't notice such an apartment, open either. But on the 4th floor, he had already fully mastered the trap and was triumphant. I remember that a certain clerk was moving out of an apartment, opposite Elena Ivanovna. I remember. This I remember clearly. Soldiers were carrying out some sofa and pressed me to the wall. But painters no, I don't remember that there were painters. And there wasn't an open apartment anywhere it seems. No, there wasn't. But what are you saying? Razumikin suddenly cried out, as if coming to his senses and realizing, after all, the painters said on the very day of the murder, but he was there 3 days before. What are you asking? Phew! I mixed it up. Porfiry slapped his forehead. Devil take it, this case makes my mind go beyond reason. He turned, as if even apologizing, to Raskolnikov. After all, it would be so important for us to learn if anyone saw them, around 8 o'clock, in the apartment, that I just now imagined that you too might be able to say, I completely mixed it up. So you should be more attentive, Razumikin remarked gloomily. The last words were said already in the hallway. Porfiry Petrovitch saw them to the very door extremely amiably. They both came out gloomy and sullen onto the street and walked several steps without saying a word. Raskolnikov drew a deep breath. Chapter 6. I don't believe. I can't believe, the puzzled Razumikin repeated, trying with all his might to refute Raskolnikov's arguments. They were already approaching Bakleyev's rooms, where Pulcheria Alexandrovna and Dunya had long been waiting for them. Razumikin kept stopping along the way in the heat of conversation, embarrassed and agitated by the very fact alone that they were speaking of this clearly for the first time. Don't believe. Raskolnikov answered with a cold and careless smile, you, according to your habit, noticed nothing, while I weighed every word. You're suspicious, that's why you weighed. Actually, I agree, Porfiry's tone was rather strange, and especially that scoundrel Zametov. You're right, there was something in him, but why? Why? He changed his mind overnight. But on the contrary, if they had this brainless idea, they would have tried with all their might to hide it and conceal their cards, in order to catch later. And now, it's impudent and incautious. If they had facts, that is, real facts, or at least somewhat substantial suspicions, then they really would have tried to hide the game, in hope of winning even more. However, they would have made a search long ago. But they have no facts, not one. Everything's a mirage, everything with two ends, one flying idea, so they try to throw me off by impudence. After all, he's seeing me for the first time, he was feeling me out, that's all. But perhaps he himself got angry that there are no facts, and from annoyance broke through. Or perhaps he has some intention. He seems an intelligent person, he wanted precisely to show me that he knows. Perhaps he wanted to frighten me by showing he knows. Here, brother, is their psychology, but anyway, it's disgusting to explain all this. Leave it. And it's insulting, insulting. I understand you. But, since we've spoken clearly now, and it's excellent that we've finally spoken clearly, I'm glad. I'll admit to you directly now that I've noticed this idea in them for a long time, this thought, all this time, of course, only in the tiniest form, creeping, but why even in creeping form? How dare they? Where are these roots hidden? If you knew how furious I was. What? Because a poor student, mutilated by poverty and hypochondria, on the eve of a cruel illness with delirium, perhaps already beginning in him, note this, suspicious, proud, knowing his worth, and having seen no one in his corner for 6 months, in rags and in boots without soles, stands before some policemen and endures their mockery, and here an unexpected debt under his nose. An overdue note with Court Councillor Shebarov, stinking paint, 30 degrees Realmore, stuffy air, a crowd of people, the story of the murder of a person at whose place he was the day before, and all this, on an empty stomach. How could a feint not happen? And on this to base everything. Devil take it. I understand it's annoying, but, in your place, Rodka, I would have laughed in everyone's faces, or better, I would have spat in everyone's faces, and thickly too, and I'd have scattered around a score or two of spits, cleverly, as one should always give them, and would have ended with that. Spit. Take heart. It's shameful. He expounded this well, however, Raskolnikov thought. Spit? And tomorrow there's another interrogation. He said bitterly, must I really enter into explanations with them? I'm annoyed even that yesterday I lowered myself to Zametov in the tavern. Devil take it. I'll go to Porphyry myself. And I'll squeeze it out of him, in a family way, let him lay everything out to me down to the roots. And as for Zametov, finally he's guessed. Raskolnikov thought. Stop! Razumikin suddenly cried out, grabbing him by the shoulder, stop! You lied! I've figured it out, you lied! What kind of trick is this? You say the question about the workman was a trick? Figure out, well, if you had done it, could you have let slip that you saw them painting the apartment, and the workman? On the contrary, you saw nothing, even if you had seen. Who admits against himself? If I had done that deed, then I most certainly would have said that I saw both the workman and the apartment, Raskolnikov continued answering reluctantly and with visible disgust. But why speak against yourself? Because only peasants, or completely inexperienced novices, deny everything directly and in a row at interrogations. If a person's even slightly developed and experienced, he'll certainly and as far as possible try to admit all external and unavoidable facts, only he'll find different causes for them. He'll insert his own special and unexpected feature, which will give them a completely different meaning and present them in a different light. Porphyry could precisely calculate that I'll certainly answer like this and certainly say that I saw, for verisimilitude, and will insert something in explanation. But he would have told you immediately that the workman couldn't have been there 2 days earlier, and consequently you were precisely on the day of the murder, at 8 o'clock. He'd have tripped you up on nothing. But that's what he was counting on, that I wouldn't have time to figure it out, and would hurry precisely to answer most plausibly, and would forget that the workman couldn't have been there 2 days earlier. But how could you forget this? Most easily. It's on such trifling things that clever people are tripped up most easily. The cleverer the person, the less he suspects that he'll be tripped up on something simple. The cleverest person must be tripped up precisely on the simplest thing. Note for yourself, that having been there 2 days earlier, as a pawner, I really might not have noticed the workmen, from distraction, if they were there, but to know for certain that they weren't there even 2 days earlier, I couldn't learn from anywhere, until your very exclamation to Porphyry about how they weren't there then. Consequently I could very well be confused, and Porphyry isn't at all as stupid as you think. He's a scoundrel after all this. Raskolnikov couldn't help laughing. But at the same moment his own animation and the eagerness with which he had spoken this last explanation seemed strange to him, when he had supported the whole previous conversation with gloomy disgust, obviously out of necessity, for a purpose. I'm getting a taste for certain points, he thought to himself. But almost at the same instant he somehow suddenly became anxious, as if an unexpected and alarming thought had struck him. His anxiety increased. They had already reached the entrance to Bakoyev's rooms. Go on alone, Raskolnikov said suddenly, I'll be right back. Where are you going? But we've already arrived. I must, business. I'll come in half an hour, tell them. As you wish, I'll go with you. Why, do you want to torture me too? He cried out with such bitter irritation, with such despair in his gaze, that Razumikin's hands dropped. He stood for some time on the porch and gloomily watched as the other walked quickly toward his lane. Finally, clenching his teeth and squeezing his fists, and swearing right there that today he'd squeeze Porphyry like a lemon, he went upstairs to reassure Pulcheria Alexandrovna, already alarmed by their long absence. When Raskolnikov came to his house, his temples were moistened with sweat and he was breathing heavily. He hurriedly climbed the stairs, entered his unlocked apartment and immediately locked himself on the hook. Then, frightened and insanely, he rushed to the corner, to that very hole in the wallpaper where the things had lain then, thrust his hand into it and for several minutes carefully searched the hole, going through all the nooks and all the folds of the wallpaper. Finding nothing, he stood up and drew a deep breath. Approaching already the porch of Bakoyev's, it had suddenly occurred to him that something, some chain, cufflink, or even the paper in which they had been wrapped, with a mark in the old woman's hand, could have somehow slipped then and gotten lost in some little crack, and then suddenly appear before him as unexpected and irrefutable evidence. He stood as if in thought, and a strange, humiliated, half-senseless smile wandered on his lips. He finally took his cap and quietly left the room. His thoughts were confused. Pensively he descended under the gate. There he is himself, a loud voice cried out. He raised his head. The yard keeper stood at the door of his closet and pointed directly at him to a short man, who looked like a townsman, dressed in something like a dressing gown, in a waistcoat and very much resembling a woman from a distance. His head, in a greasy cap, hung down, and indeed he was as if hunched over. His flabby, wrinkled face showed over 50, small, puffy eyes looked gloomily, severely, and with discontent. "What is it?" Raskolnikov asked, approaching the yard keeper. The townsman glanced at him sideways from under his brows and examined him closely and attentively, unhurriedly, then he slowly turned and, without saying a word, went out of the house gate onto the street. "But what is it?" Raskolnikov cried out. "Why, some fellow was asking if a student lives here, named you, where you lodge. You came down here, I showed him, and he left. See there." The yard keeper was also somewhat perplexed, but not very much, and thinking a bit more, turned and climbed back into his closet. Raskolnikov rushed after the townsman and immediately saw him walking on the other side of the street, with the same even and unhurried step, his eyes fixed on the ground and as if pondering something. He soon caught up with him, but walked behind him for some time. Finally he drew level with him and glanced sideways into his face. The man immediately noticed him, quickly looked him over, but again lowered his eyes, and so they walked for a minute, one beside the other and not saying a word. "You were asking about me?" "At the yard keeper?" Raskolnikov finally said, but somehow not loudly. The townsman gave no answer and didn't even look. They were silent again. "Why do you come asking and stay silent? What is this?" Raskolnikov's voice broke, and the words somehow didn't want to come out clearly. The townsman this time raised his eyes and looked at Raskolnikov with an ominous, gloomy gaze. "Murderer," he suddenly said in a quiet but clear and distinct voice. Raskolnikov walked beside him. His legs suddenly grew terribly weak, his back went cold, and his heart seemed to freeze for a moment, then suddenly began to pound, as if torn from its hook. So they walked about 100 steps, side by side and again completely silent. The townsman didn't look at him. "But what are you?" "What? Who is a murderer?" Raskolnikov muttered barely audibly. "You are a murderer," the man pronounced, even more distinctly and impressively and as if with a smile of some hateful triumph, and again looked directly into Raskolnikov's pale face and his deadened eyes. They had then come to a crossroads. The townsman turned into the street to the left and walked away without looking back. Raskolnikov remained standing and for a long time gazed after him. He saw how the man, having already walked about 50 steps, turned and looked at him, still standing motionless in the same place. One couldn't make it out, but it seemed to Raskolnikov that the man smiled this time too with his cold hateful and triumphant smile. With a quiet, weakened step, with trembling knees and as if terribly frozen, Raskolnikov returned back and went up to his closet. He took off and laid his cap on the table and stood beside it for about 10 minutes, motionless. Then in weakness he lay down on the sofa and painfully, with a weak moan, stretched out on it. His eyes were closed. So he lay for about half an hour. He thought of nothing. Just some thoughts or fragments of thoughts, some representations, without order or connection, faces of people seen in childhood, or met somewhere only once, and of whom he would never have remembered, the bell tower of V, why church, billiards in a certain tavern and some officer at the billiards, the smell of cigars in some basement tobacco shop, a drinking establishment, a back stairway, completely dark, all flooded with slops and strewn with eggshells, and from somewhere the Sunday ringing of bells. Objects changed and whirled like a whirlwind. Some even pleased him, and he clung to them, but they faded, and in general something pressed on him, inside, but not very much. Sometimes it was even good. A light chill didn't pass, and this too was almost good to feel. He heard Razumikin's hurried steps and voice, closed his eyes and pretended to be sleeping. Razumikin opened the door and stood for some time at the threshold, as if deliberating. Then he quietly stepped into the room and carefully approached the sofa. Nastasia's whisper was heard. "Don't disturb, let him sleep, he'll eat later." "Right," Razumikin answered. Both carefully went out and closed the door. Another half-hour passed. Raskolnikov opened his eyes and threw himself back again, folding his hands behind his head. Who is he? Who is this man who came up from under the earth? Where was he and what did he see? He saw everything, that's beyond doubt. Where then was he standing and from where was he watching? Why has he only now come up from under the floor? And how could he see, is this possible? Raskolnikov continued, growing cold and shuddering, and the case that Nikolai found behind the door, is this possible too? Evidence. You overlook 100,000th little feature, and there's evidence in an Egyptian pyramid. A fly was flying, it saw. Is it possible like this? It will retell. And he suddenly felt with disgust how he had weakened, physically weakened. I should have known this, he thought with a bitter smile, and how dared I, knowing myself, foreseeing myself, take the axe and bloody myself. I was obliged to know beforehand. But I did know beforehand. He whispered in despair. At times he stopped motionless before some thought. No, those people aren't made like this. The real master, to whom everything is permitted, storms Toulon, makes a massacre in Paris, forgets an army in Egypt, wastes 500,000 people in the Moscow campaign and gets off with a pun in Vilna, and after his death, they erect idols to him, and consequently everything is permitted. No, on such people, evidently, the body isn't flesh, but bronze. One sudden extraneous thought suddenly almost made him laugh. Napoleon, the pyramids, Waterloo, and a skinny nasty registrar's wife, an old hag, a moneylender, with a red trunk under the bed, well, how's that to digest even for Porfiry Petrovitch? How can they digest it? Aesthetics will interfere. Would Napoleon, supposedly, crawl under the bed to an old hag? Rubbish. At moments he felt as if he were delirious, he fell into a feverishly rapturous mood. The old hag is nonsense, he thought hotly and impetuously, the old woman was perhaps even a mistake, she's not the point. The old woman was only an illness. I wanted to step over quickly. I didn't kill a person, I killed a principle. I killed the principle, but I didn't step over, I remained on this side. I only managed to kill. And I didn't even manage that, it turns out. Principle? Why was that fool Razumikin abusing the socialists earlier? Industrious, commercial people, they occupy themselves with common happiness. No, life is given to me once and will never be again. I don't want to wait for universal happiness. I myself want to live, or else better not to live at all. What? I simply didn't want to pass by a hungry mother, clutching my ruble in my pocket, waiting for universal happiness. I'm carrying, supposedly, a brick for universal happiness and therefore feel peace of heart. It won't do, sir. Why did you let me pass? I live only once too, I also want. Yeah, I'm an aesthetic louse, and nothing more, he added, suddenly laughing like a madman. Yes, I really am a louse, he continued, clinging maliciously to the thought, rummaging in it, playing and amusing himself with it, if only because, firstly, I'm now reasoning about being a louse, because, secondly, for a whole month I troubled all benevolent Providence, calling it to witness that not for my own flesh and lust, supposedly, do I undertake this, but having in view a magnificent and pleasant goal, and so on, and so on. Because, thirdly, I resolved to observe every possible justice in the execution, weight and measure, and arithmetic. Out of all the lice I chose the most utterly useless one, and having killed her, resolved to take from her exactly as much as I need for the first step and neither more nor less, and the rest, consequently, would have gone to the monastery, according to her will, ha, ha. Because I'm definitively a louse, he added, grinding his teeth, because I myself, perhaps, am even more vile and filthy than the louse I killed and foresaw beforehand that I'd say this to myself after killing. Can anything compare with such horror? Oh, vulgarity! Oh, baseness! Oh, how I understand the prophet, with his saber, on horseback, Allah commands, and obey, trembling, creature. Right is the prophet, when he plants somewhere across the street a fine battery and fires into the right and the guilty, not even deigning to explain. Obey, trembling creature, and don't desire, because this isn't your business. Oh, never, never will I forgive the old hag. His hair was moistened with sweat, his trembling lips were parched, his motionless gaze was fixed on the ceiling. Mother, sister, how I loved them! Why do I hate them now? Yes, I hate them physically, I can't bear them near me. Earlier I approached and kissed Mother, I remember. To embrace her, to kiss someone ever again? To embrace and think that if she knew, then, would I tell her then? It would be like me. She must be the same as I, he added, thinking with effort, as if struggling with the delirium overtaking him. Oh, how I hate the old hag now. I think I'd kill her again if she came back to life. Poor Lizaveta. Why did she turn up there? Strange, however, why I almost don't think about her, as if I didn't even kill her. Lizaveta. Sonia. Poor, meek ones, with meek eyes. Dear ones. Why don't they weep? Why don't they moan? They give everything, they look meekly and quietly. Sonia, Sonia. Quiet Sonia. He forgot himself. It seemed strange to him that he couldn't remember how he could have found himself on the street. It was already late evening. Twilight was thickening, the full moon was shining brighter and brighter, but somehow the air was especially stuffy. People crowded along the streets, craftsmen and busy people were dispersing to their homes, others strolling. It smelled of lime, dust, stagnant water. Raskolnikov walked sad and preoccupied. He remembered very well that he had left home with some intention, that something had to be done and quickly, but what exactly, he had forgotten. Suddenly he stopped and saw that on the other side of the street, on the sidewalk, a man was standing and waving his hand to him. He walked toward him across the street, but suddenly this man turned and walked as if nothing had happened, lowering his head, not turning around and not showing that he had called him. "Come now," did he call? Raskolnikov thought, but still began to catch up. Not reaching 10 steps, he suddenly recognized him and was frightened. This was the earlier townsman, in the same dressing gown and also hunched over. Raskolnikov walked from a distance, his heart was pounding. They turned into a lane, the man still didn't turn around. "Does he know that I'm following him?" Raskolnikov thought. The townsman entered the gate of a large building. Raskolnikov quickly approached the gate and began watching. Wouldn't he look back and call him? Indeed, having passed through the whole gateway and already coming out into the courtyard, the man suddenly turned and again as if waved to him. Raskolnikov immediately passed through the gateway, but in the courtyard the townsman was no longer there. Meaning he had just entered the first stairway here. Raskolnikov rushed after him. Indeed, 2 flights up, someone's measured, unhurried steps could still be heard. Strange, the stairway seemed somehow familiar. There's the window on the first floor, sadly and mysteriously moonlight passed through the glass. Here's the second floor. Bah! This is that very apartment where the workmen were painting. How is it he didn't recognize it at once? The steps of the person going ahead fell silent, meaning he stopped, or hid somewhere. Here's the 3rd floor, should he go further? And what silence there, even frightening. But he went on. The noise of his own steps frightened and troubled him. God, how dark! The townsman must be hiding here somewhere in a corner. Ah! The apartment is wide open onto the stairway, he thought and entered. The front hall was very dark and empty, not a soul, as if everything had been carried out. Quietly, on tiptoe, he passed into the drawing room. The whole room was brightly flooded with moonlight. Everything here was as before, chairs, mirror, yellow sofa and pictures in frames. A huge, round, copper-red moon looked directly into the windows. It's from the moon such silence, Raskolnikov thought, it's probably posing a riddle now. He stood and waited long, and the quieter the moon was, the more strongly his heart pounded, even becoming painful. And still silence. Suddenly a momentary dry crack was heard, as if someone broke a splinter, and everything fell silent again. An awakened fly suddenly struck the glass in flight and began to buzz piteously. At this very moment, in the corner, between a small cabinet and the window, he made out what seemed a cloak hanging on the wall. Why is there a cloak here? He thought. It wasn't there before. He approached quietly and guessed that someone seemed to be hiding behind the cloak. Carefully he moved the cloak aside with his hand and saw that here stood a chair, and on the chair in the corner sat the old hag, all hunched up and bending her head, so that he couldn't make out her face at all, but it was she. He stood over her. She's afraid, he thought, quietly freed the axe from the loop and struck the old woman on the crown, once and again. But strange, she didn't even stir from the blows, just like wood. He was frightened, bent closer and began examining her, but she bent her head still lower. He bent then completely to the floor, and looking up into her face from below, looked and went dead. The old hag sat and laughed, just burst into quiet, inaudible, uneven laughter, straining with all her might so he wouldn't hear her. Suddenly it seemed to him that the door from the bedroom was slightly opened and that there too someone seemed to laugh and whisper. Fury overcame him. With all his strength he began beating the old woman on the head, but with each blow of the axe the laughter from the bedroom resounded louder and louder, and the old hag just rocked all over with laughter. He rushed to run, but the whole hallway was already full of people. The doors to the stairway were wide open, and on the landing, on the stairs and down below, all people, head to head, all looking, but all hiding and waiting, silent. His heart contracted, his legs wouldn't move, had taken root. He wanted to cry out and woke up. He drew a heavy breath, but strange, the dream seemed still continuing. His door was wide open, and on the threshold stood a man completely unknown to him and was examining him intently. Raskolnikov hadn't yet managed to open his eyes completely and instantly closed them again. He lay on his back and didn't stir. Is the dream continuing, or not, he thought, and barely, imperceptibly raised his eyelids again to look. The stranger stood in the same place and continued peering at him. Suddenly he stepped carefully across the threshold, carefully closed the door behind him, approached the table, waited a minute, all this time not taking his eyes off him, and quietly, without noise, sat on the chair beside the sofa. He placed his hat to the side, on the floor, and with both hands leaned on his cane, lowering his chin onto his hands. It was evident that he had prepared to wait long. As far as could be made out through the blinking eyelashes, this man was no longer young, stout, and with a thick, light, almost white beard. About 10 minutes passed. It was still light, but evening was falling. There was complete silence in the room. Not even a single sound came from the stairway. Only some large fly buzzed and beat itself, striking the glass in flight. Finally this became unbearable. Raskolnikov suddenly raised himself and sat up on the sofa. "Well, speak, what do you want?" "Why, I knew all along that you weren't sleeping, but only showing appearance," the stranger answered strangely, laughing calmly. "Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov, allow me to introduce myself." Part 4. Chapter 1. Can this really be a continuation of the dream? Occurred to Raskolnikov once more. Carefully and distrustfully he peered at the unexpected guest. Svidrigailov? What nonsense! It cannot be, he finally said aloud, in perplexity. The guest seemed not at all surprised by this exclamation. "I've come to see you for 2 reasons. Firstly, I wish to make your personal acquaintance, since I've long heard much from a very curious and advantageous point of view for you, and secondly, I dream that you perhaps won't refuse to help me in one undertaking directly concerning the interests of your dear sister, Avdotya Romanovna. Alone, without a recommendation, she might not even let me onto her doorstep now, owing to prejudice. Well, but with your help I, on the contrary, am counting." "You're counting poorly," Raskolnikov interrupted. "They only arrived yesterday, allow me to ask?" Raskolnikov didn't answer. "Yesterday, I know. After all, I myself arrived only 3 days ago." "Well, sir, here's what I'll say to you on this account, Rodion Romanik. I consider it superfluous to justify myself, but allow me to declare, what is there, in all this, really so especially criminal on my part, that is, judging without prejudices and sanely?" Raskolnikov continued silently examining him. "The fact that in my own house I pursued a defenseless girl and insulted her with my vile proposals, is that it, sir? I'm running ahead myself." But just suppose that I too am a human being, iti nihil humanum, in a word, that I too am capable of being captivated and falling in love, which of course doesn't happen at our command, then everything is explained in the most natural way. Here's the whole question: am I a monster, or am I myself a victim? Well, what if a victim? After all, proposing to my object to flee with me to America, or to Switzerland, I, perhaps, nourished the most respectful feelings at this, and even thought to arrange mutual happiness. Reason, after all, serves passion. I, perhaps, was ruining myself even more, good gracious. But that's not the point at all, Raskolnikov interrupted with disgust. Simply you're repulsive, whether you're right or wrong. Well, that's why people don't want to know you, and they drive you away, so go. Svidrigailov suddenly burst out laughing. However you can't be thrown off, he said, laughing in the most frank manner. I was thinking to be cunning, but no, you've immediately stood on the very real point. But you're continuing to be cunning even at this moment. So what? So what? Svidrigailov repeated, laughing openly. After all, this is bonne guerre, as it's called, and the most permissible cunning. But still you interrupted me, so or thus, I confirm again, there wouldn't have been any unpleasantness, if not for the incident in the garden. Marfa Petrovna too, they say, you dispatched. Raskolnikov rudely interrupted. Oh, you've heard about this too? How could you not hear? Well, regarding this question of yours I really don't know what to tell you, though my own conscience is in the highest degree calm on this account. That is, don't think that I fear something or other there. Everything was done in complete order and full precision. The medical investigation revealed apoplexy, resulting from bathing immediately after a hearty dinner, with almost a bottle of wine drunk, and it couldn't reveal anything else. No, sir, here's what I've been thinking to myself for some time, especially on the road, sitting in the railway carriage. Didn't I somehow contribute to all this misfortune, somehow by moral irritation or something of that sort? But I concluded that this too positively couldn't have been. Raskolnikov laughed. Why did you bother worrying about that? Why are you laughing? Consider, I struck only twice with the little whip, there weren't even marks. Don't consider me, please, a cynic. I know precisely how vile this is on my part, well, and so on, but I also know for certain that Marfa Petrovna was perhaps even glad of this, so to speak, infatuation of mine. The story about your dear sister had been exhausted to the last letter. Marfa Petrovna had already been forced to sit at home for 3 days. She had nothing to show in town with, and she'd bored everyone there with this letter of hers. You heard about the reading of the letter? And suddenly these 2 whips fall as if from heaven. The first thing she ordered the carriage harnessed. I'm not even talking about the fact that there are such occasions with women when it's very, very pleasant to be insulted, despite all visible indignation. Everyone has them, these occasions. Man in general very, very much even loves to be insulted. Have you noticed this? But with women this is especially so. One can even say they only get by on this. For a time Raskolnikov thought of getting up and leaving and thereby ending the meeting. But some curiosity and even as if calculation restrained him for a moment. You love to fight? He asked distractedly. No, not very much, Svidrigailov answered calmly. And with Marfa Petrovna we almost never fought. We lived very harmoniously, and she always remained satisfied with me. I used the whip, in all our 7 years, only twice in all, if you don't count one more third case, very ambiguous, however the first time, 2 months after our wedding, immediately upon arrival in the country, and now this last case. And you already thought I'm such a monster, retrograde, surf-owner? Heh. And by the way, don't you recall, Rodion Romanik, how several years ago, still in the times of beneficent publicity, one nobleman was disgraced among us publicly and in all literature? I've forgotten the name. Well, the one who whipped the German woman in the railway carriage, remember? Then in that very same year, I think, the disgraceful act of the age happened too, well, the Egyptian Nights, the public reading, remember? The black eyes. Oh, where are you, golden time of our youth? Well, sir, here's my opinion. I don't deeply sympathize with the gentleman who whipped the German woman, because indeed after all it is, why sympathize? But at this I cannot but declare that sometimes such provocative, German women occur, that, it seems to me, there's not a single progressive who could completely vouch for himself. No one looked at the subject from this point then, but meanwhile this very point is the real humane one, really, sir. Having said this, Svidrigailov suddenly laughed again. It was evident to Raskolnikov that this was a man who had firmly decided on something and was keeping it to himself. You must not have talked with anyone for several days in a row? He asked. Almost so. Why, are you surprised that I'm such an agreeable person? No, I'm surprised that you're too agreeable a person. Because I wasn't offended by the rudeness of your questions, is that it? But, why be offended? You asked as you did, so I answered, he added with a surprising expression of simple-heartedness. After all, I'm interested in almost nothing especially, by God, he continued somehow pensively. Especially now, I'm occupied with nothing at all. However, you're permitted to think I'm ingratiating myself out of designs, all the more since I declared myself that I have business with your dear sister. But I'll tell you frankly, it's very boring. Especially these 3 days, so that I'm even glad to see you. Don't be angry, Rodion Romanik, but you yourself seem to me for some reason terribly strange somehow. Say what you like, but there's something in you, and precisely now, that is, not precisely at this minute, but generally now. Well, I won't, don't frown. After all, I'm not such a bear as you think. Raskolnikov looked at him gloomily. You perhaps aren't a bear at all, he said. It even seems to me that you're of very good society, or at least know how to be a decent person on occasion. But I'm not especially interested in anyone's opinion, Svidrigailov answered drily and even as if with a tinge of haughtiness, and therefore why not be a vulgarian, when this dress is so comfortable to wear in our climate, and especially if one has a natural inclination for it, he added, laughing again. I heard, however, that you have many acquaintances here. After all, you're what's called, not without connections. Why then do you need me, in that case, if not for purposes? You're right that I have acquaintances, Svidrigailov picked up, not answering the main point. I've already met some, I've been wandering around for 3 days after all, and I recognize them myself, and they, it seems, recognize me. Of course, I'm dressed decently and am considered not a poor person. The peasant reform didn't affect us, forests and water meadows, the income doesn't diminish, but I won't go there, it was boring before too, I've been walking around for 3 days and don't acknowledge myself to anyone. And then there's this city. That is, how did it compose itself here, tell me please. A city of clerks and all sorts of seminarists. Really, I didn't notice much here before, 8 years ago, when I was hanging about here. I'm pinning my hopes now on anatomy alone, by God. On what anatomy? And regarding these clubs, ducats, these points of yours, or, if you like, well, your progress too, well, let this be without us, he continued, again not noticing the question. Besides, who wants to be a card sharp? So you were a card sharp too? How could I not be? A whole company of us, most respectable, 8 years ago, we passed the time, and all, you know, people with manners, there were poets, there were capitalists. And in general in our country, in Russian society, the best manners are found in those who've been beaten. Have you noticed this? After all, I've deteriorated now in the country. But all the same they put me in prison then for debts, one Greek from Nezhin. That's when Marfa Petrovna turned up, bargained and ransomed me for 30,000 pieces of silver. I owed 70,000 in all. We were united in lawful matrimony, and she immediately carried me off to her place in the country, like some treasure. After all, she was 5 years older than me. She loved me very much. I didn't leave the country for 7 years. And note, she held a document against me all her life, in someone else's name, for those 30,000, so that if I decided to rebel in something, I'd immediately be in a trap. And she would have done it. In women, after all, this all coexists together. And if there hadn't been the document, would you have run away? I don't know what to tell you. The document hardly constrained me. I didn't want to go anywhere, and Marfa Petrovna herself invited me abroad twice, seeing that I was bored. But what for? I traveled abroad before, and it always made me sick there. Not that, but, well, the dawn is rising, the Bay of Naples, the sea, you look, and somehow it's sad. Most disgusting is that you really are sad about something. No, it's better in the homeland. Here, at least, you blame others for everything and justify yourself. I might go now on an expedition to the North Pole, because je le vin mauvais, and I find drinking repulsive, but except for wine there's nothing else left. I tried. And what, do they say Berg is going to fly in Yusupov Garden on Sunday in a huge balloon, inviting fellow travelers for a certain fee, is it true? So, would you fly? Me? No. Just. Svidrigailov muttered, really as if becoming thoughtful. But what, is he serious, really? Raskolnikov thought. No, the document didn't constrain me, Svidrigailov continued pensively, it was I myself who didn't leave the country. And it's been almost a year since Marfa Petrovna returned this document to me on my name day, and even gave me a considerable sum in addition. After all, she had capital. You see how I trust you, Arkady Ivanovich, really, that's exactly what she said. You don't believe she said it like that? And you know, I actually became a decent landowner in the country, they know me in the district. I also ordered books. Marfa Petrovna approved at first, but then kept fearing that I'd become too learned. You seem to miss Marfa Petrovna very much? Me? Perhaps. Really, perhaps. And by the way, do you believe in ghosts? In what ghosts? In ordinary ghosts, in what kind? And do you believe? Well, perhaps yes and no, pour vous plaire. That is, not exactly no. Do they appear, or what? Svidrigailov looked at him somehow strangely. Marfa Petrovna is pleased to visit, he said, twisting his mouth into some strange smile. How do you mean, pleased to visit? Well, she's already come 3 times. I saw her the first time on the very day of the funeral, an hour after the cemetery. This was on the eve of my departure here. The second time was 3 days ago, on the road, at dawn, at the station of Malaya Vishra, and the third time, 2 hours ago, in the apartment where I'm staying, in my room. I was alone. When awake. Completely. All 3 times when awake. She'll come, talk for a minute and leave through the door, always through the door. You can even, as if, hear it. Why did I think that something of this sort must be happening with you? Raskolnikov suddenly said, and at the same moment was surprised that he'd said this. He was in strong agitation. What? You thought this? Svidrigailov asked with surprise, really? Well, didn't I say that there's some common point between us, eh? You never said this. Raskolnikov answered sharply and with heat. Didn't say? No. I thought I said it. Earlier, when I entered and saw you lying with closed eyes, but yourself pretending, right then I said to myself, this is the very one. What do you mean, the very one? What are you talking about? Raskolnikov cried out. About what? Well, I really don't know about what, quite sincerely, Svidrigailov muttered, somehow himself confused. They were silent for a minute. Both looked at each other with all their eyes. All this is nonsense. Raskolnikov cried out with annoyance. Continue. What does she say to you when she comes? She? Imagine, about the most insignificant trifles, and marvel at man. After all, this is what angers me. The first time she entered, I, was tired, funeral service, eternal rest, then Latia, refreshments, finally I'm alone in the study, lit a cigar, became thoughtful, she entered through the door. And you, she says, Arkady Ivanovitch, today in all the bustle you forgot to wind the clock in the dining room. And these clocks I really, for all 7 years, wound myself every week, and if I forget, she would always remind me. The next day I'm already going here. I entered, at dawn, at the station, dozed during the night, broken, eyes sleepy, took coffee, I look, Marfa Petrovna suddenly sits down beside me, a deck of cards in her hands. Shouldn't I tell your fortune, Arkady Ivanovitch, for the journey? And she was a master at fortune-telling. Well, I'll never forgive myself for not having it told. I ran away, frightened, and here, truly, the bell rang too. I'm sitting today after a wretched dinner from a cookshop, with a heavy stomach, sitting, smoking. Suddenly Marfa Petrovna again, comes in all dressed up, in a new green silk dress, with a very long train. Hello, Arkady Ivanovitch. How do you like my dress? Aniska can't sew like this. Aniska, this is our dressmaker in the country, from the former serfs, was in training in Moscow, pretty little girl. She stands, turns before me. I examined the dress, then looked attentively at her face. Really, I say, Marfa Petrovna, you feel like coming to me about such trifles, troubling yourself. Ah, my God, father, can't one even trouble you? I say to her, to tease her, I, Marfa Petrovna, want to get married. This would be like you, Arkady Ivanovitch, not much honor to you, that you, not having managed to bury your wife, immediately go off to marry. And if only you'd chosen well, but I know, neither her, nor yourself, you'll only make good people laugh." She took and left, and her train seemed to rustle. "What nonsense, eh? But you, however, are perhaps lying about everything?" Raskolnikov responded. "I rarely lie," Svidrigailov answered pensively, and as if not even noticing the rudeness of the question. "And before all this, you never saw ghosts?" No, I saw one, only once in my life, 6 years ago. Filka, a house serf, I had just buried him," I shouted, forgetting, Filka, the pipe. He entered, and went straight to the stand where my pipes are. I'm sitting, thinking, he's taking revenge on me, because right before his death we had a strong quarrel. How dare you, I say, come to me with a torn elbow, out, scoundrel! He turned, went out and never came again. I didn't tell Marfa Petrovna then. I wanted to have a funeral service said for him, but felt ashamed. Go see a doctor. I understand this even without you, that I'm unwell, though I really don't know what's wrong. In my opinion, I'm certainly 5 times healthier than you. I didn't ask you that. Do you believe or not that ghosts appear? I asked you, do you believe that there are ghosts? No, I won't believe it for anything. Raskolnikov cried out with some kind of even malice. After all, what do they usually say? Svidrigailov muttered, as if to himself, looking aside and tilting his head slightly. They say, you're sick, consequently what appears to you is only non-existent delirium. But there's no strict logic here. I agree that ghosts appear only to the sick, but this only proves that ghosts can appear to none other than the sick, not that they don't exist, in themselves. Of course not. Raskolnikov insisted irritably. No? You think so? Svidrigailov continued, slowly looking at him. Well, what if we reason like this? Come on, help me here. Ghosts are, so to speak, shreds and fragments of other worlds, their beginning. A healthy person, of course, has no reason to see them, because a healthy person is the most earthly person, and consequently must live by this earthly life alone, for fullness and order. But as soon as one falls ill, as soon as the normal earthly order in the organism is disturbed, immediately the possibility of another world begins to be felt, and the sicker one is, the more contacts with the other world, so that when a person dies completely, he'll go directly into the other world. I've been reasoning about this for a long time. If you believe in a future life, you can believe this reasoning too. I don't believe in a future life, said Raskolnikov. Svidrigailov sat in thought. And what if there are only spiders there, or something of that sort, he said suddenly. He's mad, Raskolnikov thought. We always imagine eternity as an idea that can't be grasped, something enormous, enormous. But why necessarily enormous? And suddenly, instead of all this, imagine, there'll be just one little room there, something like a country bathhouse, sooty, and in all the corners spiders, and that's all eternity. You know, sometimes this appears to me like this. And can it be that nothing more comforting and just than this appears to you? Raskolnikov cried out with a painful feeling. More just. And how do you know? Perhaps this is just, and you know, I would definitely do it on purpose like this. Svidrigailov answered, smiling indefinitely. Some kind of cold suddenly seized Raskolnikov at this hideous answer. Svidrigailov raised his head, looked at him intently and suddenly burst out laughing. No, But consider this, he cried out, half an hour ago, we hadn't even seen each other, we consider ourselves enemies, there's an unsettled matter between us, we've dropped the matter and look what literature we've driven into. Well, didn't I speak the truth, that we're birds of a feather? Do me the favor, Raskolnikov continued irritably, allow me to ask you to explain yourself quickly and inform me why you have honored me with your visit. And I'm in a hurry, I have no time, I want to go out. By all means, by all means. Your sister, Avdotya Romanovna, is marrying Mr. Luzin, Pyotr Petrovitch? Can't we somehow bypass every question about my sister and not mention her name? I don't even understand how you dare utter her name in my presence, if you're really Svidrigailov. But I came to talk about her, how can I not mention her? Very well, speak, but quickly. I'm convinced that you've already formed your opinion about this Mr. Luzin, my relative by marriage, if you've seen him for at least half an hour or have heard anything certain and precise about him. Avdotya Romanovna is not a match for him. In my opinion, Avdotya Romanovna in this matter is sacrificing herself very magnanimously and imprudently, for her family. It seemed to me, owing to everything I've heard about you, that you, on your part, would be very glad if this marriage could be broken off without violation of interests. Now, having met you personally, I'm even certain of this. All this is very naive on your part, forgive me, I meant to say, impudent, said Raskolnikov. That is, you express by this that I'm working for my own pocket. Don't worry, Rodion Romanik, if I were working for my own benefit, I wouldn't express myself so directly, I'm not completely a fool after all. On this account I'll reveal to you one psychological oddity. Earlier I, justifying my love for Avdotya Romanovna, said I was myself a victim. Well, know then that I feel no love now, and none, so that it's even strange to me, because I really did feel something. From idleness and debauchery, Raskolnikov interrupted. Indeed, I'm a debauched and idle person. However, your sister has so many advantages that even I couldn't help being somewhat impressed. But all this is nonsense, as I now see myself. When did you see this? I began to notice before, but was finally convinced 3 days ago, almost at the very moment of arrival in Petersburg. However, even in Moscow I imagined I was going to seek Avdotya Romanovna's hand and compete with Mr. Luzin. Excuse me for interrupting, please, couldn't you shorten this and get directly to the purpose of your visit? I'm in a hurry, I need to go out. With the greatest pleasure. Having arrived here and now having decided to undertake a certain voyage, I wish to make necessary preliminary arrangements. My children remained with their aunt, they're rich, and they don't need me personally. And what kind of father am I? I took for myself only what Marfa Petrovna gave me a year ago. That's enough for me. Excuse me, I'm getting to the matter itself right now. Before the voyage, which perhaps will come to pass, I want to finish with Mr. Luzin too. Not that I can't stand him very much, but it was through him that this quarrel with Marfa Petrovna came about, when I learned that she had cooked up this wedding. I now wish to see Avdotya Romanovna, through your mediation, and, if you like, in your very presence, to explain to her, firstly, that from Mr. Luzin not only will there be no slightest benefit for her, but even certainly there'll be obvious harm. Then, having begged her forgiveness for all these recent unpleasantries, I would ask permission to offer her 10,000 rubles and thus facilitate the break with Mr. Luzin, a break from which, I'm convinced, she herself wouldn't be averse, if only the possibility appeared. But you're really, really mad. Raskolnikov cried out, not so much even angry as amazed. How dare you speak like this? I knew you'd cry out, but, firstly, though I'm not rich, I have these 10,000 rubles free, that is, completely unnecessary to me. Avdotya Romanovna won't accept, so I, perhaps, will use them even more foolishly. That's one. Secondly, my conscience is completely calm, I offer without any calculations. Believe it or not, but in time both you and Avdotya Romanovna will learn. The whole point is that I really caused some troubles and unpleasantries to your much respected dear sister, consequently, feeling sincere repentance, I sincerely wish, not to buy my way out, not to pay for the unpleasantries, but simply to do something beneficial for her, on the basis that I didn't really take the privilege of doing only evil. If there were even a millionth part of calculation in my proposal, I wouldn't propose it so directly, and I wouldn't propose only 10,000 either, when only 5 weeks ago I proposed more to her. Besides, I, perhaps, will very soon marry a certain young lady, and consequently all suspicions of any designs against Avdotya Romanovna should thereby be destroyed. In conclusion, I'll say that marrying Mr. Luzin, Avdotya Romanovna is taking the same money, only from a different side. Don't be angry, Rodion Romanik, consider it calmly and coolly. Saying this, Svidrigailov himself was extremely cool and calm. I ask you to finish, said Raskolnikov. In any case, this is unforgivably impudent. Not in the least. After this, man can do to man in this world only evil, and on the contrary, has no right to do even a crumb of good, because of empty conventional formalities. This is absurd. After all, if I, for example, died and left this sum to your dear sister in a will, surely she wouldn't refuse to accept it even then? Very possibly. Well then no, sir. However, if not, then not, so let it be. But 10,000 is an excellent thing, on occasion. In any case, I'll ask you to convey what I've said to Avdotya Romanovna. No, I won't convey it. In that case, Rodion Romanik, I'll be forced myself to seek a personal meeting, and consequently to trouble her. And if I convey it, you won't seek a personal meeting? I don't know, really, what to tell you. I would very much like to see her once. Don't hope for it. A pity. However, you don't know me. Well, perhaps we'll become closer. You think that we'll become closer? And why not? Svidrigailov said smiling, stood up and took his hat. After all, I didn't so very much wish to trouble you, and coming here I didn't even very much count on it, though, however, your physiognomy struck me earlier this morning. Where did you see me earlier this morning? Raskolnikov asked with anxiety. By chance, sir. It keeps seeming to me that there's something in you that suits mine. But don't worry, I'm not bothersome. I got along even with card sharps, and I didn't bore Prince Sverby, my distant relative and dignitary, and I managed to write about Raphael's Madonna in Madame Prilakov's album, and I lived 7 years without leaving with Marfa Petrovna, and I used to spend nights in Vyazemsky's house on the Haymarket in old times, and with Berg in the balloon, perhaps, I'll fly. Well, very good, sir. Allow me to ask, will you depart soon on your journey? What journey? Well, yes, On this voyage, you said so yourself. On the voyage? Ah, yes. Indeed, I told you about the voyage. Well, this is an extensive question. But if you only knew, however, what you're asking about, he added and suddenly laughed loudly and briefly. Perhaps, instead of the voyage, I'll get married. They're arranging a bride for me. Here? Yes. When did you manage this? But I very much wish to see Avdotya Romanovna once. I seriously ask this. Well, goodbye. Ah, yes. Here's what I forgot. Convey, Rodion Romanik, to your dear sister, that in Marfa Petrovna's will she is mentioned for 3,000. This is positively true. Marfa Petrovna arranged it a week before her death, and the matter was done in my presence. In 2-3 weeks, Avdotya Romanovna can receive the money. Are you telling the truth? The truth. Convey it. Well, sir, your servant. After all, I'm not staying very far from you. Going out, Svidrigailov collided in the doorway with Razumikin. Chapter 2. It was already almost 8 o'clock. Both were hurrying to Bakaleyev's house to arrive before Luzin. Well, who was that? Asked Razumikin, as soon as they went out into the street. That was Svidrigailov, the very landowner in whose house my sister was insulted when she served as governess with them. Through his amorous persecutions she left them, driven out by his wife, Marfa Petrovna. This Marfa Petrovna later asked Dunya's forgiveness, and now has suddenly died. She's the one they were talking about just now. I don't know why, but I'm very afraid of this man. He arrived immediately after his wife's funeral. He's very strange and has resolved on something. He seems to know something. Dunya must be protected from him, that's what I wanted to tell you, you hear? Protect her. What can he do against Avdotya Romanovna? Well, thank you, Rodia, for telling me this. We will protect her. Where does he live? I don't know. Why didn't you ask? Ah, a pity. However, I'll find out. You saw him? Asked Raskolnikov, after some silence. Well, yes, I noticed firmly. You really saw him? Saw him clearly? Raskolnikov insisted. Well, yes, I remember clearly. I'd recognize him out of 1,000, I have a good memory for faces. Again they fell silent. That's it. Raskolnikov muttered. Otherwise you know? I thought, it keeps seeming to me, that it might be a fantasy. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand you, Rodia. Well, you all keep saying, Raskolnikov continued, twisting his mouth into a smile, that I'm mad. It just seemed to me now, suddenly, that maybe I really am mad and only saw a phantom. What are you saying? And who knows? Maybe I really am mad, and everything that's happened all these days, maybe it's all only in my imagination. Ah, Rodia. They've upset you again. But what did he say, what did he come for? Raskolnikov didn't answer. Razumikin thought for a minute. Well, listen to my report, he began. I stopped by to see you, you were sleeping. Then we had dinner, and then I went to Porphyry's. Zaintov was still there. I tried to begin, but nothing came of it. I just couldn't speak properly. They seem not to understand and can't understand, but they're not embarrassed at all. I led Porphyry to the window and started talking, but again somehow it didn't come out right. He looks aside, and I look aside. Finally, I put my fist up to his face and said I'd smash it, as a relative. He just looked at me. I spat and left, that's all. Very stupid. I didn't say a word to Zametov. But you see, I thought I'd messed up, but as I was going down the stairs, one thought came to me, just struck me, what are we bothering about? If there was danger for you, or something, well, of course. But what is it to you? You're not involved in anything, so spit on them, we'll laugh at them later, and if I were you I'd mystify them even more. How ashamed they'll be later. Spit on it, we can beat them up later, but for now let's laugh. Of course, so, answered Raskolnikov. But what will you say tomorrow, he thought to himself. Strange, until now it had never once occurred to him, what will Razumikin think when he finds out? Thinking this, Raskolnikov looked intently at him. He was very little interested now in Razumikin's present account of his visit to Porphyry, so much had disappeared since then and been added. In the corridor they ran into Luzin. He appeared exactly at 8 o'clock and was looking for the number, so that all three entered together, but without looking at each other or bowing. The young men went ahead, while Pyotr Petrovitch, for propriety's sake, lingered somewhat in the hallway, taking off his coat. Pulcheria Alexandrovna immediately came out to meet him at the threshold. Dunya was greeting her brother. Pyotr Petrovitch entered and bowed to the ladies rather amiably, though with doubled solidity. However, he looked as if somewhat confused and hadn't yet recovered himself. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, also as if embarrassed, immediately hastened to seat everyone around the round table, on which a samovar was boiling. Dunya and Luzin were placed opposite each other at both ends of the table. Razumikin and Raskolnikov found themselves opposite Pulcheria Alexandrovna, Razumikin closer to Luzin, and Raskolnikov next to his sister. A momentary silence fell. Pyotr Petrovitch unhurriedly took out a batiste handkerchief that gave off perfume, and blew his nose with the air of a virtuous man, though somewhat offended in his dignity, and moreover firmly resolved to demand explanations. In the hallway he had had the thought, not to take off his coat and leave, and thus strictly and impressively punish both ladies, so as to make them feel everything at once. But he hadn't decided to do it. Moreover, this man didn't like uncertainty, and here things had to be clarified. If his orders had been so openly violated, it meant there was something, and therefore it was better to find out beforehand. There would always be time to punish, and it was in his hands. I hope the journey passed safely, he addressed Pulcheria Alexandrovna officially. Thank God, Pyotr Petrovitch. Very pleasant, madam. And Avdotya Romanovna is not tired either? I'm young and strong, I don't get tired, but it was very hard for Mama, answered Dunechka. What can one do, madam, our national roads are very long. Great is the so-called Mother Russia. I, despite all my desire, could in no way hasten to meet you yesterday. I hope, however, that everything went without particular difficulties? Oh no, Pyotr Petrovitch, we were very discouraged, Pulcheria Alexandrovna hastened to declare with special intonation, and if God himself, it seems, hadn't sent us Dmitri Prokofitch yesterday, we simply would have been lost. Here he is, Dmitri Prokofitch Razumikin, she added, recommending him to Luzin. I had the pleasure, yesterday, Luzin muttered, glancing hostilely at Razumikin, then frowned and fell silent. Indeed, Pyotr Petrovich generally belonged to the category of people who are apparently extremely amiable in society and particularly pretend to amiability, but who, as soon as something doesn't go their way, immediately lose all their resources and become more like sacks of flour than gallant cavaliers enlivening society. Everyone fell silent again. Raskolnikov stubbornly kept silent. Avdotya Romanovna didn't want to interrupt the silence for the time being. Razumikin had nothing to say, so that Pulcheria Alexandrovna became alarmed again. Marfa Petrovna died. Have you heard? She began, resorting to her capital resource. Indeed, I heard, madam. I was informed at the first news and have even come now to inform you that Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov, immediately after his wife's funeral, set off hastily for Petersburg. So, at least, according to the most precise information I received. To Petersburg? Here? Dunechka asked anxiously and exchanged glances with her mother. Precisely so, madam, and certainly, of course, not without purposes, taking into consideration the haste of his departure and, in general, the preceding circumstances. Good Lord! Can he really not leave Dunechka in peace even here? Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. It seems to me there's nothing particularly to worry about, neither for you nor for Avdotya Romanovna, of course, unless you yourselves wish to enter into any relations with him whatsoever. As for me, I'm keeping watch, and am now searching for where he's staying. Ah, Pyotr Petrovich, you won't believe to what degree you've frightened me now. Pulcheria Alexandrovna continued. I only saw him twice and he seemed terrible to me, terrible. I'm convinced that he was the cause of the late Marfa Petrovna's death. As to that, one cannot conclude. I have precise information. I don't dispute that perhaps he contributed to the accelerated course of events, so to speak, by the moral influence of the insult, but as regards the conduct and, in general, the moral characteristics of the person, I agree with you. I don't know whether he's rich now, and what exactly Marfa Petrovna left him. I will be informed of this in the very shortest time, but certainly here in Petersburg, having at least some monetary means, he will immediately take up his old ways. He's the most depraved and lost in vice person of all people of such a kind. I have significant grounds for supposing that Marfa Petrovna, who had the misfortune to love him so much and redeem his debts 8 years ago, served him also in another respect. Solely through her efforts and sacrifices was hushed up, at the very beginning, a criminal case, with an admixture of brutal and, so to speak, fantastic murder, for which he very, very well might have taken a trip to Siberia. That's what kind of man he is, if you want to know. Oh, Lord, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Raskolnikov listened attentively. Are you telling the truth that you have precise information about this? Asked Dunya, sternly and impressively. I only say what I heard myself, in secret, from the late Marfa Petrovna. It must be noted that from a legal point of view, this case is very dark. There lived here, and now, it seems, still resides, a certain Reslich, a foreigner and moreover a petty moneylender, also engaged in other business. With this Reslich, Mr. Svidrigailov had for a long time certain very close and mysterious relations. She had living with her a distant relative, a niece it seems, a deaf-mute girl of about 15 or even 14, whom this Reslich boundlessly hated and reproached for every morsel. She even beat her inhumanly. Once she was found in the attic hanged. It was judged to be suicide. After the usual procedures the matter ended there, but subsequently a denunciation appeared, however, that the child had been cruelly violated by Svidrigailov. True, all this was dark. The denunciation was from another German woman, a notorious woman who had no credibility. Finally, in essence there was no denunciation. Thanks to Marfa Petrovna's efforts and money, everything was limited to rumor. But this rumor was nevertheless very significant. You, of course, Avdotya Romanovna, also heard there about the story with the man Philip, who died from torture about 6 years ago, still during serfdom. I heard, on the contrary, that this Philip hanged himself. Precisely so, madam, but what compelled, or better to say inclined him to violent death, was the continuous system of persecution and punishment by Mr. Svidrigailov. I don't know about that, Dunya answered dryly. I only heard some very strange story, that this Philip was some kind of hypochondriac, some kind of domestic philosopher. People said he read himself to death, and that he hanged himself more from mockery than from beatings by Mr. Svidrigailov. And he treated people well in my presence, and people even loved him, though they really did also blame him for Philip's death. I see that you, Avdotya Romanovna, have somehow suddenly become inclined to justify him, Luzin remarked, twisting his mouth into an ambiguous smile. Indeed, he's a cunning and seductive man with respect to ladies, of which Marfa Petrovna, who died so strangely, serves as a lamentable example. I only wanted to serve you and your mother with my advice, in view of his new and undoubtedly forthcoming attempts. As for me, I'm firmly convinced that this man will undoubtedly disappear again into debtor's prison. Marfa Petrovna never had any intention of settling anything on him, having the children in view, and if she left him something, it was at most something quite necessary, of little value, ephemeral, not enough for a year for a man with his habits. Pyotr Petrovitch, please, said Dunya, let's stop talking about Mr. Svidrigailov. It makes me melancholy. He just came to see me, Raskolnikov said suddenly, breaking his silence for the first time. Exclamations came from all sides, everyone turned to him. Even Pyotr Petrovitch was agitated. About an hour and a half ago, when I was sleeping, he came in, woke me up and introduced himself, Raskolnikov continued. He was quite familiar and cheerful and completely hopes that I'll get along with him. Among other things, he very much asks for and seeks a meeting with you, Dunya, and asked me to be an intermediary in this meeting. He has a proposal for you, what it consists of, he told me. Besides that, he positively informed me that Marfa Petrovna, a week before her death, managed to leave you, Dunya, 3,000 rubles by will, and you can receive this money now in the very shortest time. Thank God, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna and crossed herself. Pray for her, Dunya, pray. This is really true, escaped from Luzin. Well, what then? Dunechka hurried him. Then he said that he himself is not rich and the whole estate goes to his children, who are now with their aunt. Then, that he's staying somewhere not far from me, but where, I don't know, I didn't ask. But what does he want to propose to Dunechka? Asked the frightened Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Did he tell you? Yes, he told me. What? I'll tell you later. Raskolnikov fell silent and turned to his tea. Pyotr Petrovitch took out his watch and looked at it. I must be going on business, and thus I won't be in the way, he added with a somewhat piqued air and began to rise from his chair. Stay, Pyotr Petrovitch, said Dunya. You intended to spend the evening. Moreover, you yourself wrote that you wished to explain something to Mama. Precisely so, Avdotya Romanovna, Pyotr Petrovich pronounced impressively, sitting down again on the chair, but still keeping his hat in his hands. I really did wish to explain both to you and to your much-esteemed Mama, and even about very important matters. But as your brother cannot explain in my presence regarding certain proposals of Mistress Svidrigailov, so I do not wish and cannot explain, in the presence of others, regarding certain very, very important points. Moreover, my capital and most insistent request was not fulfilled. Luzin made a bitter face and solemnly fell silent. Your request that my brother not be present at our meeting was not fulfilled solely at my insistence, said Dunya. You wrote that you were offended by my brother. I think this must be cleared up immediately, and you must be reconciled. And if Rodia really offended you, then he must and will ask your forgiveness. Pyotr Petrovich immediately took heart. There are certain offenses, Avdotya Romanovna, which, despite all goodwill, cannot be forgotten, madam. In everything there is a line which it is dangerous to cross, for once you've stepped over it, it's impossible to turn back. That's not exactly what I was talking about, Pyotr Petrovich, Dunya interrupted with some impatience. Understand well that our whole future now depends on whether all this is cleared up and settled as quickly as possible, or not. I say directly, from the first word, that I cannot look at it otherwise, and if you value me even a little, then, though it's difficult, this whole story must end today. I repeat to you, if my brother is guilty, he will ask forgiveness. I'm surprised that you put the question this way, Avdotya Romanovna. Luzin became more and more irritated. Valuing and so to speak adoring you, I at the same time may very, very well not love someone from your household. Claiming the happiness of your hand, I cannot at the same time take upon myself obligations that are incompatible. Ah, stop all this touchiness, Pyotr Petrovich, Dunya interrupted with feeling, and be the intelligent and noble man that I've always considered you and want to consider you. I gave you a great promise, I'm your fiancé, trust me then in this matter, and believe that I'll be able to judge impartially. That I'm taking upon myself the role of judge is as much a surprise to my brother as to you. When I invited him today, after your letter, to certainly come to our meeting, I told him nothing of my intentions. Understand, if you don't reconcile, then I must choose between you, either you, or him. That's how the question stands both on your side and on his. I don't want to and mustn't make a mistake in my choice. For you I must break with my brother, for my brother I must break with you. I want and can find out for certain now, is he my brother? And about you, am I dear to you, do you value me, are you my husband? Avdotya Romanovna, Luzin pronounced, bristling, your words are too significant for me, I'll say more, even offensive, in view of the position which I have the honor to occupy in relation to you. Not to say a word about the offensive and strange comparison, on the same level, between me and an arrogant youth, by your words you admit the possibility of breaking the promise given to me. You say, either you or him, thereby showing me how little I mean to you. I cannot admit this given the relations and obligations existing between us. What? Dunya flared up. I place your interest alongside everything that has been precious to me in life until now, that has constituted my whole life until now, and suddenly you're offended that I give you little value. Raskolnikov smiled silently and sarcastically. Razumikin shuddered all over, but Pyotr Petrovitch didn't accept the objection. On the contrary, with each word he became more insistent and irritable, as if getting a taste for it. Love for one's future life companion, for one's husband, must exceed love for one's brother, he pronounced sententiously. And in any case, I cannot stand on the same level. Though I insisted just now that in your brother's presence I don't wish and cannot explain everything I came with, nevertheless I now intend to turn to your much-esteemed mamma for a necessary explanation on one very capital and offensive point for me. Your son, he turned to Pulcheria Alexandrovna, yesterday, in the presence of Mr. Raskolnikov, or, it seems so. Forgive me, I forgot your surname. He bowed politely to Razumikin, offended me by distorting an idea of mine, which I communicated to you then in private conversation, over coffee, namely, that marriage to a poor girl who has already experienced life's sorrow is, in my opinion, more advantageous in marital relations than to one who has experienced comfort, because it's more useful for morality. Your son deliberately exaggerated the meaning of my words to the point of absurdity, accusing me of malicious intentions and, in my view, basing this on your own transmission to him of these words of mine in writing. I shall consider myself happy if you, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, can convince me of the contrary and thereby significantly calm me. Tell me then, in exactly what terms did you transmit my words in your letter to Rodion Romanovich? I don't remember, Pulcheria Alexandrovna faltered. I transmitted them as I understood them myself. I don't know how Rodia transmitted them to you. Perhaps he exaggerated something. He couldn't have exaggerated without your prompting. Pyotr Petrovitch, Pulcheria Alexandrovna pronounced with dignity, the proof that Dunya and I didn't take your words in a very bad sense is that we're here. Well said, Mama. Dunya said approvingly. So I'm guilty in this too. Luzin took offense. Look here, Pyotr Petrovitch, you keep blaming Rodion, but you yourself wrote an untruth about him in your letter just now, added Pulcheria Alexandrovna, emboldened. I don't recall writing any untruth, madam. You wrote, Raskolnikov said sharply, without turning to Luzin, that I yesterday gave money not to the widow of the crushed man, as it really was, but to his daughter, whom I had never seen until yesterday. You wrote this to quarrel me with my family and for that added, in vile expressions, about the conduct of a girl you don't know. All this is gossip and baseness. Excuse me, Sir, Luzin answered, trembling with anger, in my letter I expanded on your qualities and actions solely in fulfillment of the very request of your sister and Mamma to describe to them how I found you and what impression you made on me. As for what was indicated in my letter, find even one line that's unjust, that is, that you didn't spend money and that in that family, however unfortunate, there weren't unworthy persons. In my opinion, you, with all your merits, are not worth the little finger of this unfortunate girl at whom you cast a stone. So you would decide to introduce her even into the society of your mother and sister? I've already done that, if you want to know. I seated her today next to Mama and Dunya. Rodia, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Dunechka blushed, Razumikin knit his brows. Luzin smiled sarcastically and haughtily. You see for yourself, Avdotya Romanovna, he said, is agreement possible here? I hope now that this matter is ended and clarified, once and for all. I will withdraw, so as not to interfere with the further pleasantness of the family meeting and the communication of secrets. He rose from his chair and took his hat. But departing, I venture to remark that henceforth I hope to be spared such meetings and, so to speak, compromises. I will particularly ask you, much esteemed Pulcheria Alexandrovna, on this same theme, especially since my letter was addressed to you, and to no one else. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was somewhat offended. You're taking us completely into your power, Pyotr Petrovitch. Dunya told you the reason why your wish wasn't fulfilled. She had good intentions. And you write to me as if you're giving orders. Must we really consider every wish of yours as an order? I'll tell you, on the contrary, that you should be particularly delicate and indulgent toward us now, because we gave up everything and came here trusting you, and therefore we're already almost in your power as it is. That's not entirely fair, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, and especially at the present moment, when the 3,000 bequeathed by Marfa Petrovna has been announced, which seems very timely, judging by the new tone with which you've begun to speak to me, he added sarcastically. Judging by this remark, one can indeed suppose that you were counting on our helplessness, Dunya observed irritably. But now, at least, I cannot count on it, and especially don't wish to interfere with the communication of the secret proposals of Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov, with which he has empowered your brother, and which, as I see, have capital and perhaps very pleasant significance for you. Oh my God, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Razumikin couldn't sit still in his chair. And aren't you ashamed now, sister? Asked Raskolnikov. I'm ashamed, Rodia, said Dunya. Pyotr Petrovitch, get out, she turned to him, pale with anger. Pyotr Petrovitch, it seemed, didn't expect such an ending at all. He had relied too much on himself, on his power and on the helplessness of his victims. He didn't believe it even now. He turned pale, and his lips trembled. Avdotya Romanovna, he said, if I go out this door now, with such a send-off, then, count on this, I'll never return. Think it over well. My word is firm. What insolence, cried Dunya, rising quickly from her place. I don't even want you to come back, Pyotr Petrovitch. What? So that's how it is, madam, cried Luzin, not believing until the last moment in such an outcome, and therefore now completely losing the thread. So that's how it is, madam. But do you know, Avdotya Romanovna, that I could protest, madam? What right do you have to speak to her like that? Pulcheria Alexandrovna interceded warmly. How can you protest? And what are these rights of yours? Would I really give you such a one, my Dunya? Go, leave us completely. We're to blame ourselves for embarking on an unjust business, and I most of all. Nevertheless, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, Luzin raged furiously, you bound me by your word, which you're now renouncing, and finally, I was drawn, so to speak, through this into expenses. This last claim was so much in Pyotr Petrovitch's character that Raskolnikov, pale with anger and from the effort to restrain it, suddenly couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. But Pulcheria Alexandrovna lost her temper. Expenses? What expenses? You're not talking about our trunk, are you? Why, the conductor transported it for you for free. Good Lord, we bound you. Come to your senses, Pyotr Petrovitch, you bound us hand and foot, not we you. Enough, Mama, please, enough. Avdotya Romanovna begged. Pyotr Petrovitch, do me the kindness of leaving. I'm leaving, madam, but just one last word, he said, almost completely unable to control himself now. Your mama, it seems, has completely forgotten that I decided to take you, so to speak, after the town gossip that spread throughout the district concerning your reputation. Disdaining public opinion for your sake and restoring your reputation, I could, of course, very, very well have hoped for recompense and even demanded your gratitude. And only now have my eyes been opened. I see myself that perhaps I acted very, very rashly in disdaining public voice. Does he have two heads or something? Cried Razumikin, jumping up from his chair and already prepared to settle scores. You're a base and wicked man, said Dunya. Not a word. Not a gesture, cried Raskolnikov, holding back Razumikin, then, approaching Luzin almost point blank. Please get out, he said quietly and distinctly. And not another word, otherwise. Pyotr Petrovitch looked at him for several seconds with a face pale and twisted with malice, then turned, went out, and certainly rarely has anyone carried away in his heart such malicious hatred toward anyone as this man toward Raskolnikov. He blamed him and him alone for everything. Remarkably, even while descending the stairs, he still imagined that the matter might not be lost at all and, as far as the ladies alone were concerned, even very, very reparable. Chapter 3. The main thing was that he, until the very last minute, had not expected such an outcome at all. He swaggered until the final moment, not even supposing the possibility that two destitute and defenseless women could escape from his power. His vanity greatly contributed to this conviction, along with that degree of self-confidence which is best called self-infatuation. Pyotr Petrovitch, having risen from nothing, had painfully grown accustomed to admiring himself, highly valued his mind and abilities, and even sometimes, when alone, admired his face in the mirror. But most of all in the world he loved and valued the money he had acquired through labor and every possible means. It made him equal to all those who were above him. Reminding Dunya now with bitterness that he had decided to take her despite the bad rumors about her, Pyotr Petrovitch spoke quite sincerely and even felt deep indignation at such black ingratitude. And yet, when proposing to Dunya then, he was already completely convinced of the absurdity of all these gossips, which had been publicly refuted by Marfa Petrovna herself and had long been abandoned by the entire town, which ardently defended Dunya. Indeed, he himself would not deny even now that he had known all this back then. And nevertheless, he still highly valued his decision to elevate Dunya to his level and considered it a feat. Reproaching Dunya about this now, he was expressing his secret, cherished thought, which he had admired many times, and could not understand how others could fail to admire his feat. When he had come to visit Raskolnikov then, he had entered with the feeling of a benefactor, preparing to reap the fruits and hear very sweet compliments. And certainly now, descending the stairs, he considered himself in the highest degree offended and unappreciated. Dunya was simply necessary to him, to give her up was unthinkable for him. For a long time already, for several years, he had been dreaming with relish about marriage, but kept accumulating money and waiting. With rapture he contemplated, in deepest secrecy, a virtuous and poor girl, necessarily poor, very young, very pretty, noble and educated, very frightened, having experienced extraordinarily many misfortunes, and completely submissive before him, one who would consider him her salvation all her life, revere him, submit to him, admire him, and him alone. How many scenes, how many sweet episodes and dramas had he created in his imagination on this seductive and playful theme, while resting quietly from business. And now, the dream of so many years was almost being realized. Avdotya Romanovna's beauty and education struck him. Her helpless situation excited him to the extreme. Here there appeared even something more than what he had dreamed of. A proud, strong-willed, virtuous girl appeared, superior to him in upbringing and development. He felt this, and such a creature would be slavishly grateful to him all her life for his feet and reverently submit and efface herself before him, while he would rule over her boundlessly and completely. As if on purpose, not long before this, after long considerations and expectations, he had finally decided definitively to change his career and enter a broader sphere of activity, and at the same time, little by little, to move into higher society, about which he had long been thinking with voluptuous pleasure. In short, he had decided to try Petersburg. He knew that with women one could gain very, very much. The charm of a lovely, virtuous, and educated woman could wonderfully embellish his path, attract people to him, create a halo. And now, everything was ruined. In short, this present sudden, disgraceful break affected him like a thunderbolt. It was some kind of disgraceful joke, an absurdity. He had only swaggered a tiny bit, he hadn't even had time to express himself. He had simply joked, gotten carried away, and it ended so seriously. Finally, he had even loved Dunya in his own way, he already ruled over her in his dreams, and suddenly... No! Tomorrow all this must be restored, healed, corrected, and most importantly, that arrogant upstart boy who was the cause of everything must be destroyed. With a painful sensation he also recalled, somehow involuntarily, Razumikhin, but, however, he soon calmed down on this side, as if such a one could be placed alongside him. But whom he really seriously feared, was Svidrigailov. In short, much trouble lay ahead. No, I am most to blame, said Dunechka, embracing and kissing her mother. I was tempted by his money, but, I swear, brother, I didn't even imagine that he was such an unworthy man. If I had seen through him earlier, I wouldn't have been tempted by anything. Don't blame me, brother. God has delivered us. God has delivered us, murmured Pulcheria Alexandrovna, but somehow unconsciously, as if not yet fully comprehending all that had happened. Everyone was rejoicing, in 5 minutes they were even laughing. Only Dunechka occasionally turned pale and frowned, recalling what had happened. Pulcheria Alexandrovna could not have imagined that she too would be so glad. This morning the break with Luzin had seemed to her a terrible disaster. But Razumikhin was in rapture. He didn't yet dare fully express it, but trembled all over as if in fever, as if a 5-pound weight had fallen from his heart. Now he had the right to give them his whole life, to serve them. Who knows what else now? However, he still timidly drove away further thoughts and feared his imagination. Only Raskolnikov sat in the same place, almost gloomy and even distracted. He, who had insisted most on Luzin's removal, seemed least interested now in what had happened. Dunya involuntarily thought that he was still very angry with her, and Pulcheria Alexandrovna looked at him fearfully. What did Svidrigailov tell you? Dunya approached him. Oh yes, yes, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Raskolnikov raised his head. He absolutely wants to give you 10,000 rubles and at the same time declares his wish to see you once in my presence. See her. Not for anything in the world, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. And how dare he offer her money? Then Raskolnikov related, rather dryly, his conversation with Svidrigailov, omitting the apparitions of Marfa Petrovna, so as not to go into unnecessary details and feeling aversion to starting any conversation except the most necessary. "What did you answer him?" asked Dunya. "At first I said I wouldn't tell you anything. Then he declared that he would, by all means, seek a meeting himself. He assured me that his passion for you was a whim and that now he feels nothing for you. He doesn't want you to marry Luzin." In general, though, he spoke confusedly. "How do you explain him to yourself, Rhodia? How did he seem to you?" "I confess, I don't understand anything well. He offers 10,000, but says himself he's not rich. He declares he wants to go somewhere and in 10 minutes forgets he spoke about it. Suddenly he also says he wants to get married and that they're already finding him a bride. Of course, he has aims, and most likely, bad ones. But again it's somehow strange to suppose that he would approach the matter so stupidly if he had bad intentions toward you. I, of course, refused him, on your behalf, this money, once and for all. In general, he seemed very strange to me, and even, with signs of madness. But I could be mistaken, it may simply be some kind of deception. The death of Marfa Petrovna seems to be making an impression on him." "May the Lord grant her peace," exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna. "I will pray to God for her forever, forever. Well, what would have become of us now, Dunya, without those 3,000? Lord, it's as if they fell from heaven. Oh, Rhodia, we had only 3 rubles left this morning, and Dunechka and I were only calculating how to pawn the watch somewhere as quickly as possible, just so as not to take from him until he offered himself." Dunya was somehow too struck by Svidrigailov's proposal. She stood deep in thought. "He has conceived something terrible," she said almost in a whisper to herself, nearly shuddering. Raskolnikov noticed this excessive fear. "I suppose I'll have to see him more than once," he said to Dunya. "We'll keep watch. I'll track him down." Razumikin cried energetically. "I won't let him out of my sight. Rhodia gave me permission. He told me himself just now, protect my sister. Will you permit me, Avdotya Romanovna?" Dunya smiled and extended her hand to him, but worry did not leave her face. Pulcheria Alexandrovna timidly glanced at her, however, the 3,000 visibly calmed her. A quarter of an hour later everyone was in the most animated conversation. Even Raskolnikov, though he did not speak, listened attentively for some time. Razumikin was holding forth. "And why should you leave?" he poured out in rapturous, enthusiastic speech. "And what will you do in that little town? The main thing is, you're all together here and need each other. Oh, how you need each other, understand me? Well, at least for some time. Take me as a friend, as a partner, and I assure you, we'll start an excellent enterprise. Listen, I'll explain it all to you in detail, the whole project. It already flashed through my head this morning, when nothing had happened yet. Here's the thing, I have an uncle, I'll introduce you, a most sweet and most respectable old fellow. And this uncle has 1,000 rubles of capital, and he himself lives on a pension and doesn't need it. For 2 years now he's been pestering me to take this 1,000 from him, and I'd pay him 6% interest. I see the trick. He simply wants to help me, but last year I didn't need it, but this year I was just waiting for his arrival and decided to take it. Then you'll give another 1,000 from your 3, and that's enough for a start, and we'll join together. What will we do? Here Raskolnikov began to develop his project and spoke at length about how almost all our booksellers and publishers know little about their merchandise, and therefore are usually poor publishers, whereas decent publications generally pay for themselves and yield profit, sometimes considerable. Raskolnikov had been dreaming about this publishing activity, having worked for others for 2 years and knowing 3 European languages fairly well, despite having told Raskolnikov 6 days ago that he was Schwach in German, with the aim of persuading him to take half the translation work and 3 rubles advance, and he had lied then, and Raskolnikov knew he was lying. Why should we let our opportunity slip when we have one of the chief means at hand, our own money? Raskolnikov enthused. Of course, much work is needed, but we'll work, you, Avdotya Romanovna, I, Radayan. Some publications now yield splendid profit. And the main foundation of the enterprise is that we'll know exactly what needs to be translated. We'll translate, and publish, and study, all together. Now I can be useful because I have experience. I've been hanging around publishers for nearly 2 years now, and I know all their ins and outs. They're not saints making pots, believe me. And why let a morsel pass by our mouths? I myself know, and keep in secret, 2 or 3 such works, that for the mere idea of translating and publishing them, one could take 100 rubles for each book, and for one of them I wouldn't take 500 rubles just for the idea. And you know what, if I told someone, they might still doubt it, such blockheads. As for the actual business of it, typographies, paper, sales, you leave that to me. I know all the nooks and crannies. We'll start small, work up to big things, at least we'll have something to live on, and in any case we'll get our investment back. Dunya's eyes sparkled. What you're saying pleases me very much, Dmitry Prokofiev, said Dunya. Of course, I don't know anything about this, responded Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Perhaps it's good, but then again, God knows. It's somehow new, unknown. Of course, we must stay here, at least for some time. She looked at Rodia. What do you think, brother? Said Dunya. I think he has a very good idea, he answered. Of course, one shouldn't dream of a firm in advance, but 5 or 6 books could really be published with certain success. I myself know one work that would definitely succeed. And as for whether he'll be able to manage the business, there's no doubt about that, he knows the business. However, you'll still have time to come to an agreement. Hurrah! Cried Raskolnikov. Now wait, there's an apartment here, in this same building, from the same landlords. It's separate, doesn't connect with these rooms, and it's furnished, the price is moderate, 3 rooms. Take it for the time being. I'll pawn the watch for you tomorrow and bring the money, and then everything will be settled. The main thing is, all 3 of you can live together, and Rodia with you. But where are you going, Rodia? What, Rodia, you're leaving already? Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked even with fright. At such a moment, cried Raskolnikov. Dunya looked at her brother with incredulous surprise. He held his cap in his hands, he was preparing to leave. You're acting as if you're burying me or saying goodbye forever, he said somewhat strangely. He seemed to smile, but it was as if it wasn't a smile either. But who knows, perhaps we're seeing each other for the last time, he added unexpectedly. He had thought this to himself, but somehow it was spoken aloud. "What's wrong with you?" cried his mother. "Where are you going, Rhodia?" Dunya asked somewhat strangely. "Yes, I really must," he answered vaguely, as if hesitating about what he wanted to say. But in his pale face there was a kind of sharp resolution. "I wanted to say, coming here. I wanted to tell you, Mother, and you, Dunya, that it would be better for us to part for some time. I don't feel well, I'm not at peace. I'll come later, I'll come myself, when it's possible. I remember you and love you. Leave me alone. I decided this even before. I've definitely decided this. Whatever happens to me, whether I perish or not, I want to be alone. Forget me completely. It's better. Don't inquire about me. When necessary, I'll come myself or I'll call for you. Perhaps everything will be resurrected. But now, if you love me, give me up. Otherwise, I'll hate you, I feel it. Goodbye." "Lord," cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Both mother and sister were terribly frightened, so was Razumikin. "Rhodia, Rhodia! Make peace with us, let's be as before," exclaimed the poor mother. He slowly turned toward the door and slowly walked out of the room. Dunya caught up with him. "Brother! What are you doing to Mother?" she whispered with a look burning with indignation. He looked at her heavily. "Nothing, I'll come, I'll visit," he muttered in an undertone, as if not fully conscious of what he wanted to say, and left the room. "Heartless, malicious egoist. He's insane, not heartless. He's mad," cried Dunya. "Can't you see that? You're the heartless one after this." Razumikin whispered hotly right at her ear, squeezing her hand tightly. "I'll be right back," he cried, addressing the deathly pale Pulcheria Alexandrovna, and ran out of the room. Raskolnikov was waiting for him at the end of the corridor. "I knew you'd run out," he said. "Go back to them and be with them. Be with them tomorrow too, and always. Perhaps I'll come, if possible. Goodbye." And without extending his hand, he walked away from him. "But where are you going? What are you doing? What's wrong with you? How can you do this?" muttered the completely bewildered Razumikin. Raskolnikov stopped once more. "Once and for all, never ask me anything about anything. I have nothing to answer you. Don't come to me. Perhaps I'll come here. Leave me, but don't leave them. Do you understand me?" The corridor was dark, they stood near a lamp. For a minute they looked at each other in silence. Razumikin remembered this minute for the rest of his life. Raskolnikov's burning and intent gaze seemed to intensify with each moment, penetrating into his soul, into his consciousness. Suddenly Razumikin shuddered. Something strange seemed to pass between them. Some kind of idea slipped through, like a hint, something terrible, hideous, and suddenly understood by both sides. Razumikin turned pale as a corpse. "Do you understand now?" Raskolnikov suddenly said with a face painfully contorted. "Go back, go to them," he added suddenly, and quickly turning, left the house. I will not now describe what happened that evening at Pulcheria Alexandrovna's, how Razumikin returned to them, how he comforted them, how he swore that Rhodia must be allowed to rest in his illness, swore that Rhodia would certainly come, would visit every day, that he was very, very upset, that he must not be irritated, how he, Razumikin, would watch over him, would get him a good doctor, the best one, a whole consultation. In short, from that evening Razumikin became a son and brother to them. Chapter 4. And Raskolnikov went straight to the house on the canal where Sonya lived. It was a 3-story building, old and green in color. He sought out the janitor and received from him vague directions as to where Kapernaumov the tailor lived. Having found in the corner of the yard the entrance to a narrow and dark staircase, he finally climbed to the 2nd floor and came out onto a gallery that ran around it on the courtyard side. While he was wandering in the darkness and in perplexity as to where the entrance to Kapernaumov's might be, suddenly, 3 steps away from him, some door opened. He grabbed hold of it mechanically. "Who's there?" a woman's voice asked anxiously. "It's me, to see you," answered Raskolnikov, and entered a tiny entrance hall. Here, on a broken chair, in a crooked copper candlestick, stood a candle. "It's you, Lord!" Sonya cried out weakly, and stood rooted to the spot. "Which way to your room?" "Here." And Raskolnikov, trying not to look at her, quickly passed into the room. A minute later Sonya came in with the candle, set down the candle, and stood before him, completely flustered, all in inexpressible agitation and visibly frightened by his unexpected visit. Suddenly color rushed to her pale face, and even tears appeared in her eyes. She felt both sick and ashamed and sweet. Raskolnikov quickly turned away and sat down on a chair at the table. He managed to take in the room at a glance. It was a large room, but extremely low, the only one rented from the Kapernaumovs, the locked door to whom was in the wall on the left. On the opposite side, in the wall on the right, there was another door, always tightly locked. That was already another, neighboring apartment, under a different number. Sonya's room looked rather like a barn, had the appearance of a very irregular quadrangle, and this gave it something ugly. A wall with 3 windows overlooking the canal cut across the room somehow obliquely, from which one corner, terribly acute, ran off somewhere into the depths, so that with the weak lighting one couldn't even make it out properly. The other corner was already too hideously obtuse. In all this large room there was almost no furniture at all. In the corner on the right was a bed, beside it, closer to the door, a chair. Along the same wall where the bed was, right by the door to the other apartment, stood a simple deal table covered with a little blue tablecloth, near the table 2 wicker chairs. Then, by the opposite wall, near the acute corner, stood a small plain wooden chest of drawers, as if lost in the emptiness. That was all there was in the room. The yellowish, shabby, and worn wallpaper had blackened in all the corners. It must have been damp and full of fumes here in winter. The poverty was obvious, even the bed had no curtains. Sonya silently looked at her guest, who was so attentively and unceremoniously examining her room, and even finally began to tremble in fear, as if standing before a judge and the decider of her fate. "I'm late. Is it 11 o'clock?" he asked, still not raising his eyes to her. "It is," murmured Sonya. "Oh yes, it is," she suddenly hurried, as if in this lay her whole salvation. "The landlord's clock just struck, and I heard it myself." "It is. I've come to see you for the last time, Raskolnikov continued gloomily. Although this was only the first time, I may not see you again. You're leaving? I don't know, everything tomorrow. So you won't be at Katerina Ivanovna's tomorrow? Sonia's voice trembled. I don't know. Everything in the morning. That's not the point, I came to say one word. He raised his pensive gaze to her, and suddenly noticed that he was sitting while she was still standing before him. Why are you standing? Sit down, he said suddenly in a changed, quiet and gentle voice. She sat down. He looked at her kindly and almost with compassion for a minute. How thin you are! Look at your hand. Completely transparent. Your fingers are like a dead person's. He took her hand. Sonia smiled weakly. I've always been like this, she said. Even when you lived at home? Yes. Well, of course, he said abruptly, and the expression of his face and the sound of his voice suddenly changed again. He looked around once more. Do you rent from Kapernaumov? Yes, sir. Are they there, behind the door? Yes. They have the same kind of room too. All in one? In one, sir. I'd be afraid in your room at night, he remarked gloomily. The landlords are very good, very kind, answered Sonia, still as if not having recovered or figured things out, and all the furniture, and everything belongs to the landlords. And they're very kind, and the children often come to see me too. Those who stutter? Yes, sir. He stutters and is lame too. And his wife too. Not exactly stutters, but as if she can't pronounce everything. She's kind, very. And he's a former house serf. And there are 7 children, and only the eldest one stutters, but the others are just sickly, but they don't stutter. But how do you know about them? She added with some surprise. Your father told me everything then. He told me all about you. And about how you left at 6 o'clock and came back at 9, and about how Katerina Ivanovna knelt by your bed. Sonia was confused. I saw him today, she whispered hesitantly. Whom? Father. I was walking down the street, there near the corner, at 10 o'clock, and he seemed to be walking ahead. And just as if it were him. I was going to visit Katerina Ivanovna. You were walking? Yes, Sonia whispered abruptly, again becoming confused and lowering her eyes. Katerina Ivanovna nearly beat you, at your father's place? Oh no, what are you saying, what are you saying, no. Sonia looked at him even with some fear. So you love her? Her? But how could I not? Sonia drew out plaintively, and suddenly clasped her hands in suffering. Oh, if you only knew! Why, she's just like a child. Why, her mind is just like it's deranged, from grief. And how intelligent she was, how generous, how kind. You know nothing, nothing, oh! Sonia said this as if in despair, agitated and suffering, wringing her hands. Her pale cheeks flushed again, anguish expressed itself in her eyes. It was evident that she had been terribly touched, that she terribly wanted to express something, to say something, to intercede. A kind of insatiable compassion, if one may so express it, was suddenly depicted in all the features of her face. Beat me! But what are you saying? Lord, beat me! And even if she did beat me, so what? Well, so what? You know nothing, nothing. She's so unfortunate, oh, how unfortunate. And sick. She seeks justice. She's pure. She believes so much that there must be justice in everything, and she demands it. And even if you torture her, she won't do anything unjust. She herself doesn't notice how it's impossible for there to be justice among people, and she gets irritated, and it's a pity because she notices nothing, neither people, nor anything. Like a child, like a child. She's just. And what will become of you? Sonia looked questioningly. They're left to you, after all. True, before everything was on you too, and the deceased used to come to you for drinking money. Well, but now what will happen? I don't know, Sonia said sadly. Will they stay there? I don't know. They owe money for that apartment, but the landlady, I heard, said today that she wants to evict them, and Katerina Ivanovna says that she herself won't stay a minute longer. Why is she being so brave? Relying on you? Oh, no, don't say that. We are one, we live as one. Sonia suddenly became agitated again and even irritated, exactly as if a canary or some other little bird had gotten angry. And what else can she do? Well, what can she do? She asked, getting heated and agitated. And how much she cried today. Her mind is getting confused, didn't you notice? It's getting confused. At one moment she worries like a little girl that everything will be proper tomorrow, that there will be refreshments and everything, then she wrings her hands, coughs up blood, cries, suddenly starts beating her head against the wall, as if in despair. And then she comforts herself again, relies on you. She says that now you're her helper and that she'll borrow some money somewhere and go to her town, with me, and establish a boarding school for noble young ladies, and she'll take me as a supervisor, and a completely new, beautiful life will begin for us, and she kisses me, embraces me, comforts me, and she believes it so much. She believes in these fantasies. Well, can one contradict her? And she herself spent the whole day today washing, cleaning, mending. She dragged the tub into the room herself, with her weak strength, and got out of breath and just collapsed on the bed. And then we went to the market with her in the morning, to buy shoes for Palechka and Lena, because all theirs are falling apart, only we didn't have enough money by our calculation, we were very short, and she chose such pretty little boots. Because she has taste, you don't know. Right there in the shop she started crying, in front of the merchants, because we didn't have enough. Oh, it was so pitiful to watch. Well, it's understandable after that, why you live like this, said Raskolnikov with a bitter smile. And aren't you sorry? Aren't you sorry? Sonia flared up again. Why, I know, you yourself gave your last kopeck, having seen nothing yet. And if you had seen everything, oh, Lord! And how many times have I made her cry? Even last week. Oh, just a week before his death. I was cruel. And how many times I did this. Oh, how painful it's been to remember it all day today. Sonia even wrung her hands as she spoke, from the pain of the memory. You were cruel? Yes, I came then, she continued, crying, and the deceased says, read to me, he says, Sonia, my head aches somehow, read to me, here's a book, some book he got from Andrei Semyonovich, from Lebeziatnikov, who lives here, he always got such funny books, but thinks they're good. And I say, I have to go, and I didn't want to read, and I came to them mainly to show the collars to Katerina Ivanovna. Lizaveta, the peddler, brought me collars and cuffs, cheap, pretty, new ones with a pattern. And Katerina Ivanovna liked them very much. She put them on and looked at herself in the mirror, and she liked them very, very much. Give them to me, she says. Sonia, please. She asked please, and she wanted them so much. And where would she wear them? Just so, she only remembered the former, happy time. She looks at herself in the mirror, admires herself, and she has no dresses at all, no things at all, for so many years now. And she never asks anyone for anything. She's proud, she'd rather give away her last possession, but here she asked, she liked them so much. And I was sorry to give them. What for? I say, Katerina Ivanovna. That's what I said. What for? I shouldn't have said that to her. She looked at me like that, and it became so heavy for her that I refused, and it was so pitiful to watch. And it wasn't the collars that made it heavy, but that I refused, I could see. Oh, if only I could now take it all back, redo everything, all those former words. Oh, But what? It's all the same to you. Did you know this Lizaveta the peddler? Yes. And did you know her? Sonia asked back with some surprise. Katerina Ivanovna has consumption, the malignant kind, she'll die soon, said Raskolnikov, after a pause and without answering the question. Oh, no. And Sonia, with an unconscious gesture, grabbed both his hands, as if imploring that it not be so. But it's better if she dies. No, not better at all, she repeated in fright and without reflection. And the children? Where will you take them then, if not to you? Oh, I don't know. Sonia cried out almost in despair and clutched her head. It was evident that this thought had already flashed through her mind many times, and he had only frightened up this thought again. Well, and if you, while Katerina Ivanovna is still alive, now, get sick and are taken to the hospital, well, what will happen then? He insisted mercilessly. Oh, what are you saying? What are you saying? That can't be, and Sonia's face was distorted with terrible fear. How can it not be? Raskolnikov continued with a harsh smile. You're not insured, are you? Then what will become of them? They'll all go out into the street in a crowd, she'll cough and beg, and beat her head against a wall somewhere, like today, and the children will cry. And then she'll fall, be taken to the station, to the hospital, die, and the children. Oh, no. God will not permit this, finally burst from Sonia's constricted chest. She listened with pleading, looking at him and folding her hands in silent entreaty, as if everything depended on him. Raskolnikov got up and began to walk about the room. A minute passed. Sonia stood, having lowered her arms and head, in terrible anguish. And can't you save? Put aside for a rainy day? He asked, suddenly stopping before her. No, whispered Sonia. Of course not. And have you tried? He added almost with mockery. I tried. And it failed. Well, of course. What's there to ask? And again he walked about the room. Another minute passed. You don't get it every day? Sonia became more confused than before, and color rushed to her face again. No, she whispered with painful effort. The same thing will probably happen with Polechka, he said suddenly. No. It can't be, no. Sonia cried out loudly like one in despair, as if she had suddenly been stabbed with a knife. God will not permit such horror. No. No. He permits it for others. No. God will protect her, God. She repeated, beside herself. But perhaps there is no God at all, Raskolnikov answered with something even like malicious glee, laughed, and looked at her. Sonia's face suddenly changed terribly, convulsions ran across it. With inexpressible reproach she looked at him, wanted to say something, but could say nothing, and only suddenly began to sob bitterly, covering her face with her hands. You say Katerina Ivanovna's mind is disturbed. Your own mind is disturbed, he said after some silence. About 5 minutes passed. He kept walking back and forth, silently, and without looking at her. Finally he approached her, his eyes sparkled. He took her by both shoulders and looked straight into her weeping face. His gaze was dry, inflamed, sharp, his lips trembled violently. Suddenly he bent down quickly, and dropping to the floor, kissed her foot. Sonia recoiled from him in horror, as from a madman. And indeed he looked completely mad. What are you doing? What are you doing? And before me, she murmured, turning pale, and her heart suddenly contracted painfully. He immediately stood up. I did not bow to you, I bowed to all human suffering, he said somehow wildly and walked to the window. Listen, he added, returning to her in a minute, I told an offender a while ago that he wasn't worth your little finger, and that I honored my sister today by seating her next to you. Oh, what did you say to them? And in her presence? Sonia cried out in fright, sit with me. An honor. But I'm unworthy. I'm dishonorable, I'm a great sinner. Oh, what did you say? I said that about you not for your dishonor and sin, but for your great suffering. And that you're a great sinner, that's true, he added almost rapturously, but most of all you're a sinner because you've mortified and betrayed yourself in vain. Isn't that a horror? Isn't it a horror that you live in this filth, which you so hate, and at the same time you know yourself, you only have to open your eyes, that you're helping no one by this and saving no one from anything? Well, tell me finally, he said, almost in frenzy, how such shame and such baseness can coexist in you side by side with other opposite and holy feelings. It would be more just, 1,000 times more just and reasonable to go straight into the water and end it all at once. And what will become of them? Sonia asked weakly, looking at him with suffering, but at the same time as if not at all surprised by his suggestion. Raskolnikov looked at her strangely. He read everything in that one glance of hers. So she really had had this thought herself. Perhaps many times she had seriously thought in despair about how to end it all at once, and so seriously that now she was almost not surprised at his suggestion. She didn't even notice the cruelty of his words, the meaning of his reproaches and his particular view of her shame. She, of course, didn't notice either, and this was evident to him. But he fully understood to what monstrous pain the thought of her dishonorable and shameful position had been tormenting her, and for a long time. What could have been stopping her resolution to end it all at once until now, he thought. And only then did he fully understand what these poor, small orphan children and this pitiful, half-mad Katerina Ivanovna, with her consumption and her head beating against the wall, meant to her. But nevertheless, it was again clear to him that Sonia, with her character and with the development she had received after all, could in no case remain like this. Still, it remained a question for him, why had she been able to remain in such a position for so long and not gone mad, if she wasn't strong enough to throw herself into the water? Of course, he understood that Sonia's position was an accidental phenomenon in society, although unfortunately far from unique and exceptional. But this very accidentalness, this certain development and her whole previous life could have, it seemed, killed her at once at the first step on this loathsome path. What sustained her? Not depravity. All this shame had evidently touched her only mechanically, real depravity had not yet penetrated even a single drop into her heart. He saw this, she stood before him in reality. She has three paths, he thought, to throw herself into the canal, to end up in a madhouse, or, finally, to plunge into depravity that stupefies the mind and petrifies the heart. The last thought was most repugnant to him, but he was already a skeptic, he was young, abstract, and therefore cruel, and so he could not help believing that the last way out, that is depravity, was most probable. But can this really be true? He exclaimed to himself. Can this creature, who has still preserved purity of spirit, consciously be drawn at last into this vile, stinking pit? Can this drawing in have already begun, and can it be that she's been able to endure until now only because vice no longer seems so repulsive to her? No, no, that cannot be, he exclaimed, as Sonia had earlier. No, the thought of sin has kept her from the canal until now, and them, those? But if she hasn't yet gone mad until now? But who said she hasn't already gone mad? Is she in her right mind? Can one talk as she does? Can one reason as she does in one's right mind? Can one sit over one's ruin, directly over a stinking pit, into which one is already being drawn, and wave one's hands and stop one's ears when one is told of danger? What, is she expecting a miracle? And probably so. Aren't all these signs of madness? He stubbornly dwelt on this thought. This outcome pleased him even more than any other. He began to scrutinize her more intently. So you pray to God a great deal, Sonia? He asked her. Sonia was silent, he stood beside her and waited for an answer. What would I be without God? She whispered quickly and energetically, suddenly glancing at him with eyes that suddenly flashed, and squeezed his hand tightly with hers. Well, so it is, he thought. And what does God do for you in return? He asked, probing further. Sonia was silent for a long time, as if she could not answer. Her weak chest heaved with agitation. Be silent. Don't ask. You're not worthy. She suddenly cried out, looking at him sternly and angrily. So it is. So it is, he repeated insistently to himself. He does everything, she whispered quickly, lowering her eyes again. That's the way out. That's the explanation of the way out, he decided to himself, examining her with eager curiosity. With a new, strange, almost painful feeling he gazed at this pale, thin, and irregularly angular little face, at these meek, blue eyes, capable of flashing with such fire, such stern energetic feeling, at this small body, still trembling with indignation and anger, and all this seemed to him more and more strange, almost impossible. A holy fool! A holy fool, he repeated to himself. On the chest of drawers lay some book. Each time he passed back and forth, he noticed it, now he took it and looked at it. It was the New Testament in Russian translation. The book was old, second-hand, in a leather binding. "Where is this from?" he called to her across the room. She still stood in the same place, 3 steps from the table. "It was brought to me," she answered, as if reluctantly and without looking at him. "Who brought it?" "Lizaveta brought it," I asked. "Lizaveta." Strange, he thought. Everything about Sonia was becoming somehow stranger and more wonderful to him with each minute. He carried the book to the candle and began to leaf through it. "Where is the passage about Lazarus?" he asked suddenly. Sonia stubbornly looked at the ground and did not answer. She stood slightly sideways to the table. "About the resurrection of Lazarus, where is it?" "Find it for me, Sonia." She glanced at him sideways. "You're not looking in the right place, in the 4th Gospel," she whispered sternly, not moving toward him. "Find it and read it to me, Sonia," he said, sat down, leaned on the table, propped his head with his hand and stared gloomily to the side, preparing to listen. "In 3 weeks to the 7th verse, welcome. I'll probably be there myself, if it doesn't get even worse," he muttered to himself. Sonia hesitantly stepped to the table, having heard Raskolnikov's strange request with disbelief. However, she took the book. "Haven't you read it?" she asked, glancing at him across the table, from under her brow. Her voice was becoming more and more stern. "Long ago. When I was studying." "Read. And haven't you heard it in church?" "I don't go." "Do you go often?" "And no," whispered Sonia. Raskolnikov smiled. "I understand. So you won't go to bury your father tomorrow either?" "I will go. Last week too I was there, served a requiem." "For whom?" "For Lizaveta. She was killed with an axe." His nerves became more and more irritated. His head began to spin. "Were you friends with Lizaveta?" "Yes. She came, rarely, it wasn't possible. We read together and talked. She will behold God." These bookish words sounded strange to him, and again something new, some kind of mysterious meetings with Lizaveta, and both of them, holy fools. "You'll become a holy fool yourself here. It's contagious," he thought. "Read," he suddenly exclaimed insistently and irritably. Sonia kept hesitating. Her heart was pounding. She somehow didn't dare to read to him. He looked almost with torment at the unfortunate madwoman. "Why do you want this? After all, you don't believe?" she whispered quietly and as if gasping for breath. "Read." "I want it so," he insisted. "You read to Lizaveta." Sonia opened the book and found the place. Her hands trembled, her voice failed her. Twice she began and couldn't pronounce the first syllable. "Now a certain man was sick, named Lazarus, of Bethany," she finally pronounced with effort, but suddenly, at the 3rd word, her voice rang out and broke, like an overly taut string. Her breath caught and her chest tightened. Raskolnikov partly understood why Sonia did not dare to read to him, and the more he understood this, the more rudely and irritably, as it were, he insisted on the reading. He understood too well how hard it was for her now to betray and expose all that was hers. He understood that these feelings really constituted, as it were, her real and long-standing, perhaps secret, perhaps even from her adolescence, still in the family, beside an unfortunate father and a stepmother mad with grief, among hungry children, hideous cries and reproaches. But at the same time he learned now, and learned for certain, that although she was anguished and terribly afraid of something, undertaking now to read, at the same time she herself painfully wanted to read, despite all the anguish and all the fears, and precisely to him, so that he would hear, and certainly now, whatever might happen afterward. He read this in her eyes, understood from her rapturous agitation. She overcame herself, suppressed the throat spasm that had broken her voice at the beginning of the verse, and continued reading the 11th chapter of the Gospel of John. She read to the 19th verse. And many of the Jews came to Martha and Mary, to comfort them concerning their brother. Then Martha, as soon as she heard that Jesus was coming, went and met him, but Mary sat still in the house. Then said Martha unto Jesus, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. But I know, that even now, whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, God will give it thee. Here she stopped again, shamefully anticipating that her voice would tremble and break again. Jesus saith unto her, Thy brother shall rise again. Martha saith unto him, I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection, and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live, and whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? She saith unto him. And as if with pain catching her breath, Sonia read distinctly and forcefully, as if she herself were confessing aloud for all to hear. Yea, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, which should come into the world. She was about to stop, quickly raised her eyes to him, but quickly overcame herself and continued reading. Raskolnikov sat and listened motionlessly, not turning around, leaning on the table and looking to the side. They read to the 32nd verse. Then when Mary was come where Jesus was, and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. When Jesus therefore saw her weeping, and the Jews also weeping which came with her, he groaned in the spirit, and was troubled. And said, Where have ye laid him? They said unto him, Lord, come and see. Jesus wept. Then said the Jews, Behold how he loved him. And some of them said, Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind, have caused that even this man should not have died? Raskolnikov turned to her and looked at her with agitation. Yes, so it was. She was already trembling all over in actual, real fever. He expected this. She was approaching the words about the greatest and unheard of miracle, and a feeling of great triumph seized her. Her voice became resonant as metal, triumph and joy sounded in it and strengthened it. The lines blurred before her, because it was growing dark in her eyes, but she knew by heart what she was reading. At the last verse, Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind, she, lowering her voice, ardently and passionately conveyed the doubt, reproach and blasphemy of the unbelieving, blind Jews, who in a moment, as if struck by thunder, would fall, burst into tears and believe. And he, also blinded and unbelieving, he too will hear now, he too will believe, yes, yes. Right now, this very moment, she dreamed, and she trembled with joyful expectation. Jesus therefore again groaning in himself cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone lay upon it. Jesus said, Take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him that was dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days. She energetically emphasized the word, 4. Jesus saith unto her, Said I not unto thee, that, if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God? Then they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid. And Jesus lifted up his eyes, and said, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me. And I knew that thou hearest me always, but because of the people which stand by I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth. She read loudly and rapturously, trembling and growing cold, as if she herself saw it with her own eyes. Bound hand and foot with grave clothes, and his face was bound about with a napkin. Jesus saith unto them, Loose him, and let him go. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary, and had seen the things which Jesus did, believed on him. She did not read further and could not read, closed the book and quickly rose from the chair. That's all about the resurrection of Lazarus, she whispered abruptly and sternly and stood motionless, turning away to the side, not daring and as if ashamed to raise her eyes to him. Her feverish trembling continued. The candle stub had long been burning out in the crooked candlestick, dimly illuminating in this poverty-stricken room the murderer and the harlot who had strangely come together over the reading of the eternal book. 5 minutes or more passed. I came to speak about business, Raskolnikov suddenly said loudly and frowning, stood up and approached Sonia. She silently raised her eyes to him. His look was especially stern and a kind of wild resolution was expressed in it. Today I abandoned my family, he said, my mother and sister. I won't go to them now. I've broken everything off there. Why? Sonia asked, as if stunned. The earlier meeting with his mother and sister had left an extraordinary impression on her, though unclear even to herself. She heard the news of the break almost with horror. I have only you now, he added. Let's go together. I came to you. We are cursed together, we'll go together. His eyes sparkled. Like a half-madman. Sonia thought in turn. Where to go? She asked in fear, and involuntarily stepped back. How should I know? I only know that it's on one road, I know that for certain, and that's all. One goal. She looked at him and understood nothing. She only understood that he was terribly, infinitely unhappy. None of them will understand anything if you speak to them, he continued, but I understood. You need me, that's why I came to you. I don't understand, whispered Sonia. You'll understand later. Haven't you done the same thing? You also transgressed, were able to transgress. You laid hands on yourself, you destroyed a life, your own, it's all the same. You could have lived by the spirit and reason, but you'll end up in the Haymarket. But you can't endure it, and if you remain alone, you'll go mad, like me. You're already like a madwoman now, so we must go together, on one road. Let's go. Why? Why are you saying this? Said Sonia, strangely and rebelliously agitated by his words. Why? Because you can't remain like this, that's why. You must finally reason seriously and directly, and not cry and shout like a child that God won't permit it. Well, what will happen if in fact they take you to the hospital tomorrow? She's out of her mind and consumptive, she'll die soon, and the children? Won't Polechka perish? Haven't you seen children here, on corners, whose mothers send them out to beg for alms? I've learned where these mothers live and in what circumstances. Children there cannot remain children. There a 7-year-old is debauched and a thief. And children are the image of Christ, of such is the kingdom of God. He commanded to honor and love them, they are the future of humanity. What should be done? Sonia repeated, crying hysterically and wringing her hands. What should be done? Break what must be broken, once and for all, that's all, and take the suffering upon oneself. What? Don't you understand? You'll understand later. Freedom and power, but above all power. Over all trembling creatures and over the whole anthill. That's the goal. Remember this. This is my parting word to you, Sonia. Perhaps I'm speaking with you for the last time. If I don't come tomorrow, you'll hear about everything yourself, and then remember these present words. And someday, later, through the years, with life, perhaps you'll understand what they meant. But if I come tomorrow, I'll tell you who killed Lizaveta. Goodbye. Sonia shuddered all over with fright. Do you really know who killed her? She asked, freezing with horror and looking at him wildly. I know and I'll tell. You alone. I've chosen you. I won't come to you to ask forgiveness, I'll simply tell you. I chose you long ago to tell you this, even then when your father spoke about you, and when Lizaveta was still alive, I thought this. Goodbye. Don't give me your hand. Tomorrow. He went out. Sonia looked at him as at a madman, but she herself was like an insane person and felt it. Her head was spinning. Lord! How does he know who killed Lizaveta? What did those words mean? It's terrible. But at the same time the thought didn't come into her head. Not at all. Not at all. Oh, he must be terribly unhappy. He's abandoned his mother and sister. Why? What happened? And what are his intentions? What did he say to her? He kissed her foot and said, yes, he said it clearly, that he can no longer live without her. Oh Lord! Sonia spent the whole night in fever and delirium. She jumped up sometimes, cried, wrung her hands, then fell into feverish sleep again, and dreamed of Polechka, Katerina Ivanovna, Lizaveta, the reading of the Gospel and him, with his pale face, with burning eyes. He kisses her feet, cries. Oh Lord! Behind the door on the right, behind that very door which separated Sonia's apartment from the apartment of Gertrude Karlovna Reslich, was an intermediate room, long empty, belonging to Mrs. Reslich's apartment and rented out by her, about which labels were posted on the gates and papers pasted on the window panes overlooking the canal. Sonia had long been accustomed to considering this room uninhabited. And meanwhile, all this time, at the door to the empty room, stood Mr. Svidrigailov, hiding and eavesdropping. When Raskolnikov went out, he stood there, thought, went on tiptoe to his room, adjacent to the empty room, got a chair and noiselessly carried it right up to the door leading to Sonia's room. The conversation seemed to him interesting and significant, and he liked it very, very much, liked it so much that he even brought the chair, so that in the future, tomorrow for example, he wouldn't again be subjected to the unpleasantness of standing a whole hour on his feet, but could arrange himself more comfortably, so as to receive complete satisfaction in all respects. Chapter 5. When the next morning, at exactly 11 o'clock, Raskolnikov entered the building of the district, the office of the examining magistrate for criminal cases, and asked to be announced to Porfiry Petrovitch, he was even surprised at how long they kept him waiting. At least 10 minutes passed before he was called. And by his calculation, it seemed they should have pounced on him immediately. Meanwhile he stood in the reception room, and people walked past him who apparently had no interest in him whatsoever. In the next room, which looked like an office, several clerks sat writing, and it was obvious that none of them had even the slightest idea who or what Raskolnikov was. With an uneasy and suspicious gaze he looked around himself, watching to see if there wasn't at least some guard near him, some mysterious look assigned to watch him so he wouldn't go anywhere. But there was nothing of the sort. He saw only office faces with petty concerns, then some other people, and no one had any need of him at all. He could go right now in any direction he pleased. The thought grew firmer and firmer in him that if indeed that mysterious man from yesterday, that apparition who had appeared from under the earth, really knew everything and saw everything, would they really have let him, Raskolnikov, stand here now and wait calmly? And would they have waited for him here until 11 o'clock, until he himself deigned to come? It appeared that either that man had not yet reported anything, or he simply knew nothing himself and saw nothing with his own eyes, and how could he have seen, and therefore all this, yesterday's incident that happened to him, Raskolnikov, was again an apparition, exaggerated by his irritated and sick imagination. This conjecture had begun to strengthen in him even yesterday, during the strongest anxieties and despair. Thinking all this through now, and preparing for a new battle, he suddenly felt that he was trembling, and even indignation boiled up in him at the thought that he was trembling with fear before the hateful Porfiry Petrovitch. Most terrible of all for him was to meet this man again. He hated him without measure, infinitely, and even feared somehow betraying himself through his hatred. And his indignation was so strong that it immediately stopped his trembling. He prepared to enter with a cold and daring air and gave himself his word to be as silent as possible, to watch and listen and, at least this time at any cost, to conquer his morbidly irritated nature. At that very moment he was called to Porfiry Petrovitch. It turned out that at this moment Porfiry Petrovitch was in his office alone. His office was a room neither large nor small. There stood in it a large desk in front of a sofa covered with oilcloth, a bureau, a cabinet in the corner, and several chairs, all government furniture, of yellow polished wood. In the corner, in the back wall, or rather in the partition, was a locked door. Beyond the partition, there must have been other rooms. Upon Raskolnikov's entrance, Porfiry Petrovitch immediately closed the door through which he had entered, and they remained alone. He met his guest apparently with the most cheerful and welcoming air, and only several minutes later did Raskolnikov, by certain signs, notice in him a kind of confusion, as if he had suddenly been disconcerted or caught at something very private and secret. "Ah, my most esteemed! Here you are, in our parts," Porfiry began, extending both hands to him. "Well, do sit down, dear fellow. Or perhaps you don't like being called most esteemed and dear fellow, like that, tout court? Please don't consider it familiarity. Here, sir, on the little sofa." Raskolnikov sat down, not taking his eyes off him. In our parts, apologies for familiarity, the French phrase, tout court, and so on and so forth, all these were characteristic signs. He extended both hands to me, though, but didn't give me even one, withdrew them in time, flashed through him suspiciously. Both watched each other, but as soon as their gazes met, both, with the speed of lightning, averted them from each other. "I brought you this paper, about the watch, here, sir. Is it written correctly, or should I copy it again?" "What? A paper?" Yes, don't worry, it's quite correct, sir," said Porfiry Petrovitch, as if hurrying somewhere, and having already said this, took the paper and looked it over. "Yes, quite correct, sir." "Nothing more is needed," he confirmed in the same rapid speech and put the paper on the table. Then, a minute later, already speaking of something else, he took it again from the table and moved it to his bureau. "You said yesterday, I believe, that you wished to question me, formally, about my acquaintance with this murdered woman?" Raskolnikov began again. "Well, why did I insert, I believe, flashed through him like lightning?" "Well, why am I so worried about inserting that, I believe?" Another thought immediately flashed through him like lightning. And he suddenly felt that his suspiciousness, from mere contact with Porfiry, from just 2 words, from 2 glances, had already grown in an instant to monstrous proportions, and that this was terribly dangerous. His nerves were becoming irritated, his agitation was increasing. "It's bad. Bad. I'll say too much again." Yes. "Don't worry. There's time, sir," Porfiry Petrovitch muttered, pacing back and forth around the table, but somehow without any purpose, as if rushing now to the window, then to the bureau, then back to the table, now avoiding Raskolnikov's suspicious gaze, then suddenly stopping in place himself and looking at him directly and fixedly. His small, plump and round figure seemed extraordinarily strange and almost comical, as if a ball rolling in different directions and immediately bouncing back from all walls and corners. "We'll manage, sir, we'll manage. Do you smoke? Do you have any?" "Here, sir, a little cigarette, sir," he continued, offering his guest a cigarette. "You know, I'm receiving you here, but my apartment is right here, behind the partition, government quarters, sir, but I'm in private lodgings now, temporarily. Some repairs had to be arranged here. Now it's almost ready, government quarters, you know, that's a fine thing, eh? What do you think?" "Yes, a fine thing," answered Raskolnikov, looking at him almost mockingly. A fine thing. Porfiry Petrovitch repeated, as if suddenly thinking about something completely different. "Yes. A fine thing," he almost cried out at the end, suddenly raising his eyes to Raskolnikov and stopping 2 steps from him. This repeated silly assertion that government quarters were a fine thing contradicted too much, by its vulgarity, with the serious, thoughtful and enigmatic look which he now directed at his guest. But this only heated Raskolnikov's malice even more, and he could no longer restrain himself from a mocking and rather incautious challenge. "Do you know what?" he asked suddenly, looking at him almost insolently and as if taking pleasure in his own insolence. "I believe there exists such a legal rule, such a legal technique, for all possible investigators, to begin from afar, with trifles, or even with something serious, but completely extraneous, so to speak, to encourage, or better to say distract the person being questioned, to lull his caution, and then suddenly, most unexpectedly, to stun him right on the crown of his head with some most fatal and dangerous question. Isn't that so? This is, I believe, religiously mentioned in all rules and instructions to this day. So, what, you think that I was trying to, with the government quarters, eh? And having said this, Porfiry Petrovitch squinted, winked, something merry and cunning ran across his face, the wrinkles on his forehead smoothed out, his eyes narrowed, his features stretched, and he suddenly burst into nervous, prolonged, almost inaudible laughter, shaking and swaying with his whole body and looking straight into Raskolnikov's eyes. The latter began to laugh himself, forcing himself somewhat, but when Porfiry, seeing that he too was laughing, burst into such laughter that he almost turned purple, Raskolnikov's disgust suddenly exceeded all caution, he stopped laughing, frowned, and looked at Porfiry long and hatefully, not taking his eyes off him, during all the time of his long and seemingly deliberately unceasing laughter. The incaution was, however, obvious on both sides. It appeared that Porfiry Petrovitch was as if laughing in the face of his guest, who was receiving this laughter with hatred, and was very little embarrassed by this circumstance. The latter was very significant for Raskolnikov. He understood that Porfiry Petrovitch probably hadn't been embarrassed earlier either, but on the contrary he himself, Raskolnikov, had perhaps fallen into a trap, that there was obviously something here that he didn't know, some purpose, that perhaps everything was already prepared and in a moment, this very minute, would be revealed and come crashing down. He immediately went straight to business, got up from his place and took his cap. Porfiry Petrovitch, he began decisively, but with considerable irritation, yesterday you expressed a wish that I should come for some questioning. He especially emphasized the word, questioning. I came, and if you need something, then ask, and if not, permit me to leave. I have no time. I have business. I need to be at the funeral of that official who was run over by horses, about whom you also know, he added, immediately getting angry at this addition, and then immediately becoming even more irritated. I'm tired of all this, sir, do you hear, and have been for a long time. I was partly ill because of this, in short, he almost cried out, feeling that the phrase about illness was even more inappropriate. In short, please either question me or release me, immediately, and if you question, then not otherwise than formally, sir. Otherwise I won't allow it, and therefore, for now, goodbye, sir, since there's nothing for the two of us to do now. Lord! But what? What should I question you about? Porfiry Petrovitch suddenly clucked, immediately changing both his tone and appearance and instantly stopping laughing. But don't worry, please, he fussed, now rushing again in all directions, then suddenly trying to seat Raskolnikov. There's time, sir, and all this is just trifles, sir. On the contrary, I'm so glad that you've finally come to us. I'm receiving you as a guest. And as for this damned laughter, you, dear fellow, Rodion Romanovitch, forgive me. Rodion Romanovitch? That's right, isn't it, your patronymic? I'm a nervous man, sir, you made me laugh very much with the wittiness of your remark. Sometimes, really, I shake like India rubber, for half an hour even. I'm prone to laughter, sir. By my constitution I even fear paralysis. But do sit down, what's wrong with you? Please, dear fellow, or else I'll think you're angry. Raskolnikov was silent, listening and watching, still frowning angrily. He sat down, however, but did not let go of his cap. I'll tell you one thing about myself, dear fellow, Rodion Romanovitch, so to speak by way of explaining my character, Porfiry Petrovitch continued, bustling about the room and, as before, as if avoiding meeting eyes with his guest. You know, I'm a bachelor, unsociable and unknown, and moreover, a finished man, a stiffened man, sir, gone to seed, and, have you noticed, Rodion Romanovich, that is among us in Russia, sir, and especially in our Petersburg circles, if two intelligent people, not yet too well acquainted with each other but so to speak mutually respecting each other, like us now, sir, come together, then for a whole half hour they simply cannot find a topic for conversation, they stiffen before each other, sit and mutually embarrass each other. Everyone has a topic for conversation, ladies, for example, people of society, for example, of the higher tone, always have a conversational topic, say de rigueur, but middle-class people, like us, are all bashful and not talkative, thinking people, that is. Why is this, dear fellow? Are there no social interests, sir, or are we too honest and don't wish to deceive each other? I don't know, sir. Eh? What do you think? But do put down your cap, sir, you look as if you're about to leave this instant, it's really awkward to watch. On the contrary, I'm so glad, sir. Raskolnikov put down his cap, continuing to be silent and seriously, frowningly listening to Porfiry's empty and confused chatter. Does he really want to distract my attention with his silly chatter? I won't offer you coffee, sir, not the place for it, but why not sit for 5 minutes with a friend, for entertainment, Porfiry kept pouring out, and you know, sir, all these official duties, but don't be offended, dear fellow, that I keep walking about, sir, back and forth. Forgive me, dear fellow, I'm very afraid of offending you, but exercise is simply essential for me, sir. I sit all the time and am so glad to walk about for 5 minutes, hemorrhoids, sir. I keep planning to treat it with gymnastics. They say there, state councillors, actual state councillors and even privy councillors willingly jump rope, sir, there it is, what science has come to, in our age, sir, yes, sir. And as for these duties here, interrogations and all this formalism, you yourself, dear fellow, just mentioned interrogations, sir, well, you know, really, dear fellow, Rodion Romanovich, these interrogations sometimes confuse the interrogator more than the person being interrogated. You, dear fellow, just now remarked on this with complete justice and wit. Raskolnikov had remarked nothing of the sort. You get confused, sir. Really confused. And it's all the same thing, like a drum. There's a reform coming, and we'll at least be renamed in title, hat. 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 And as for our legal techniques, as you so wittily expressed it, I completely agree with you, sir. Well, who, tell me, of all the defendants, even the most simple-minded peasant, doesn't know that they'll first lull him with extraneous questions, according to your happy expression, and then suddenly stun him right on the crown of his head, with the butt end, sir, hat. 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 Right on the crown, according to your happy comparison, hat. Hat. So you really thought that I wanted to, with the apartment, hat. Hat. You're an ironic person. Well, I won't. Ah yes, by the way, one word calls forth another, one thought evokes another, you mentioned form earlier too, you know, about the little interrogation, sir. But what about form? Form, you know, in many cases, is nonsense, sir. Sometimes you just have a friendly talk, and it's more profitable. Form will never disappear, sir, in this I can reassure you, sir, but what, in essence, is form, I ask you? An investigator cannot be constrained by form at every step. An investigator's work, you see, is, so to speak, a free art, in its own way, sir, or something like that. Ha! 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 Porfiry Petrovitch caught his breath for a minute. He kept pouring out words tirelessly, now meaninglessly empty phrases, then suddenly dropping some enigmatic little words and immediately reverting to nonsense. He was already almost running around the room, moving his fat little legs faster and faster, always looking at the ground, his right hand behind his back, and his left continuously waving and making various gestures, each time surprisingly unsuited to his words. Raskolnikov suddenly noticed that as he ran around the room, he seemed to stop twice near the door, for just an instant, and as if listening. "Is he waiting for something?" thought Raskolnikov. "And you're absolutely right, sir," Porfiry suddenly took up again, stopping before his guest and looking at him cheerfully, with extraordinary ingenuousness, which made him start and instantly prepare himself. "Absolutely right, sir, to mock so wittily at our legal forms, ha. Indeed, these, of course, profoundly psychological techniques of ours are extremely funny, sir, and perhaps useless, sir, in case we're too constrained by form, sir." "Yes, sir. I'm talking about form again. Well, suppose I recognize, or better to say, suspect someone or other, a third party, so to speak, as a criminal, sir, in some case, entrusted to me. You're preparing for the law, aren't you, Rodion Romanovich?" "Yes, I was preparing." "Well then, here's, so to speak, a little example for the future, that is, don't think that I dare to teach you. Look what articles about crime you publish." "No, sir, but so, in the form of a fact, I dare to present a little example. So suppose I consider, for example, this or that person a criminal, well why, I ask, should I disturb him before the proper time, even if I have evidence against him, sir? One I'm obliged, for example, to arrest as quickly as possible, but another is of a different character, really, sir, so why not let him walk about the city, sir? No, I see you don't quite understand, so I'll explain more clearly, sir. If I put him away, for example, too early, then by this I may give him, perhaps, moral support, so to speak, You're laughing?" Raskolnikov had no thought of laughing. He sat with compressed lips, not taking his inflamed gaze from Porfiry Petrovitch's eyes. "And meanwhile, you see, this is so, sir, with certain subjects especially, because people are very diverse, and practice rules over all, sir. You're pleased to speak now of evidence. Well, suppose there's evidence, sir, but evidence, dear fellow, cuts both ways, mostly, sir, and I'm an investigator, therefore a weak person, I confess. I'd like the investigation, so to speak, to be mathematically clear. I'd like to get such evidence that it resembles twice 2 is 4. Would resemble direct and indisputable proof. But if I arrest him at the wrong time, even if I'm convinced that he's the one, then I may perhaps deprive myself of the means for his further conviction, and why? Because I'll give him, so to speak, a definite position, so to speak I'll define him psychologically and calm him down, then he'll retreat from me into his shell, he'll finally understand that he's a prisoner. They say there in Sevastopol, right after the Alma, the clever people were oh so afraid that the enemy would attack with open force and take Sevastopol at once. But when they saw that the enemy preferred a proper siege and was opening the first parallel, then how, they say, the clever people rejoiced and calmed down. Sir, at least the business will drag out for 2 months, meaning, when will they take it with a proper siege? You're laughing again, you don't believe again? Of course, you're right. You're right, sir, you're right. These are all particular cases, I agree with you, the presented case is indeed particular, sir. But here's what, in connection with this, dearest Rodion Romanovich, should be observed. The general case, sir, that very one to which all legal forms and rules are fitted and from which they're calculated and written in books, doesn't exist at all, sir, for the very reason that every case, every one, for example, a crime, as soon as it happens in reality, immediately turns into a completely particular case, sir, and sometimes, you know, into such a one, absolutely unlike anything before, sir. Very comical cases sometimes occur in this regard, sir. Now if I leave a certain gentleman entirely alone, don't arrest him and don't disturb him, but so that he knows every hour and every minute, or at least suspects, that I know everything, the whole truth, and day and night I'm watching him, sleeplessly guarding him, and he's consciously under eternal suspicion and fear, then by God he'll get dizzy, really, sir, he'll come himself. And perhaps will even do something that will already resemble twice two, will have, so to speak, a mathematical appearance, and that's pleasant, sir. This can happen even with a thick-headed peasant, and all the more with our brother, a modern clever man, and especially developed in a certain direction. Because, my dear fellow, it's a very important thing to understand in which direction a person is developed. And nerves, sir, you've forgotten about them, sir. After all, they're all sickly, thin, and irritated now. And so much bile in all of them. And this, I tell you, in its way is a mine, sir. And what concern is it to me that he walks around the city unbound? Let him. Walk for a while, let him, I know without that he's my little victim and won't run away from me. And where would he run? Abroad, perhaps? A Pole will run abroad, but not him, especially since I'm watching and have taken measures. Will he run into the depths of the fatherland, perhaps? But peasants live there, real, bastard, Russian ones. A modern developed person would sooner prefer prison than to live with such foreigners as our peasants, heh. But this is all nonsense and external. What does it mean, he'll run? That's formal, but the main thing is not this. He won't run from me not only because there's nowhere to run, he won't run from me psychologically, heh. What an expression! He won't run from me by the law of nature, even if there were somewhere to run. Have you seen a butterfly before a candle? Well, so he'll keep circling around me, like around a candle. Freedom won't be dear to him anymore, he'll start thinking, getting entangled, he'll entangle himself all around, as in nets, he'll worry himself to death. What's more, he'll prepare for me some mathematical little trick himself, in the form of twice two, just let me give him a long enough intermission. And he'll keep giving circles around me, narrowing the radius, and, pop! Straight into my mouth he'll fly, and I'll swallow him, sir, and that's very pleasant, sir, heh. You don't believe me? Raskolnikov did not answer. He sat pale and motionless, still with the same intensity gazing into Porfiry's face. The lesson is good, he thought, growing cold. This is no longer even cat and mouse, like yesterday. And he's not showing me his power uselessly and, prompting me, he's much too clever for that. There's another purpose here, what is it? Ah, nonsense, brother, you're frightening me and being cunning. You have no proof and yesterday's man doesn't exist. And you simply want to throw me off, you want to irritate me prematurely, and in this state trap me, but you're lying, you'll slip up, you'll slip up. But why is he prompting me to such a degree? Is he counting on my sick nerves? No, brother, you're lying, you'll slip up, even though you've prepared something. Well, let's see what you've prepared there. And he braced himself with all his strength, preparing for the terrible and unknown catastrophe, but braced himself beyond his strength, because terrible malice was boiling in him. At times he wanted to rush and strangle Porphyry right there on the spot. He had feared this malice even when entering here. He felt that his lips were parched, his heart was pounding, foam had caked on his lips. But he still resolved to be silent and not utter a word before the proper time. He understood that this was the best tactic in his position, because not only would he not say too much, but on the contrary, he would irritate his enemy with his silence, and perhaps the enemy would even say too much himself. At least he hoped for this. No, I see you don't believe me, sir, you keep thinking that I'm playing innocent jokes on you. Porphyry picked up again, becoming more and more cheerful and continuously giggling with pleasure, and again beginning to circle around the room. Of course, you're right, sir, my figure is so arranged by God himself that it only excites comical thoughts in others. A buffoon, sir, but I'll tell you what, and I'll repeat again, sir, that you, dear fellow, Rodion Romanovich, forgive me, old man, you're still a young person, sir, in your first youth, so to speak, and therefore you value the human mind above all, following the example of all youth. The playful keenness of the mind and abstract arguments of reason seduce you, sir. And this is exactly like the former Austrian Hofkriegsrat, for example, as far as I can judge of military events. On paper they defeated Napoleon and took him prisoner, and they calculated and worked everything out most wittily there in their office. But then you see, General Mack surrenders with his whole army, ha ha ha. I see, dear fellow, Rodion Romanovich, you're laughing at me, that I, such a civil person, keep picking examples from military history. But what can I do? It's a weakness. I love military affairs, and I so love reading all these military dispatches. I've definitely missed my career. I should have served in the military, sir, really, sir. I might not have become a Napoleon, but I'd have been a major, sir, ha ha ha. Well, sir, so now I'll tell you the whole detailed truth, my dear fellow, about this particular case, that is, reality and nature, my dear sir, are important things, and oh, how they sometimes undercut the most penetrating calculation. Ah, listen to an old man, I'm speaking seriously, Rodion Romanovich. Saying this, barely 35-year-old Porfiry Petrovich really seemed to suddenly age all at once. Even his voice changed, and he somehow shriveled all over. Moreover, I'm a frank person, sir. Am I a frank person or not? What do you think? I think I'm completely frank. I'm communicating such things to you for nothing, and I don't even demand a reward for it, ha ha. Well, so, sir, I continue, sir, wit, in my opinion, is a magnificent thing, sir, it is, so to speak, the ornament of nature and the consolation of life, and what tricks, it seems, it can play, so that where, it seems, can some poor investigator guess, who is moreover carried away by his own fantasy himself, as always happens, because, after all, he's also a person, sir. But nature rescues the poor investigator, sir, that's the trouble. And this isn't even thought of by youth carried away by wit, stepping over all obstacles, as you most wittily and cunningly expressed it yesterday. He, let's suppose, will lie, that is the person, sir, the particular case, sir, the incognito, sir, and he'll lie excellently, most cunningly, here it seems would be triumph, and enjoy the fruits of your wit, but he, plop. And at the most interesting, most scandalous place he faints. Granted, it's illness, stuffiness too sometimes happens in rooms, but still, sir. Still, he gave an idea. He lied incomparably, but he couldn't calculate on nature. That's where the treachery is, sir. Another time, carried away by the playfulness of his wit, he'll start fooling the person who suspects him, he'll turn pale as if on purpose, as if in play, but he'll turn too naturally pale, too much like the truth, and again he gave an idea. Even if he fools him the first time, overnight that person will think it over, if he's no fool himself. However, generally speaking, such inventions, though quite cunning, are always dangerous. They shouldn't be used, sir. Playful humor seduces, that's just it. And at every step like this, sir. But what? He himself will start running ahead, will start sticking his nose in where he's not asked, will start talking incessantly about what he should, on the contrary, be silent about, will start dropping various allegories, heh. He'll come himself and start asking, why, they say, aren't they arresting me for so long? Heh. And this, you see, can happen with the most witty person, with a psychologist and a writer, sir. Nature is a mirror, sir, a mirror, the most transparent, sir. Look into it and admire, that's what, sir. But why have you turned so pale, Rodion Romanovich? Is it stuffy for you? Shouldn't I open the little window? Oh, don't worry, please, cried Raskolnikov and suddenly burst out laughing. Please, don't worry. Porfiry stopped opposite him, waited, and suddenly burst out laughing himself, following him. Both laughed together, looking at each other. Raskolnikov got up from the sofa, suddenly sharply cutting short his completely convulsive laughter. Porfiry Petrovitch, he said loudly and distinctly, though he could barely stand on his trembling legs, I finally see clearly that you definitely suspect me of the murder of that old woman and her sister Lizaveta. For my part, one declare to you that all this has long been tiresome to me. If you find that you have the right to prosecute me legally, then prosecute, to arrest, then arrest. But I won't allow you to laugh in my face and torture me. Suddenly his lips trembled, his eyes blazed with fury, and his voice, restrained until now, rang out. I won't allow it, sir, he suddenly cried, striking the table with all his might with his fist. Do you hear this, Porfiry Petrovitch? I won't allow it. Ah, Lord, what is this again? Cried Porfiry Petrovitch, apparently in complete fright. Dear fellow! Rodion Romanovich! Dear one! Father! What's wrong with you? I won't allow it. Raskolnikov cried again. Dear fellow, quietly. They'll hear, they'll come. Well, what will we tell them then? Think about it. Porfiry Petrovitch whispered in horror, bringing his face right up to Raskolnikov's face. I won't allow it, I won't allow it. Raskolnikov repeated mechanically, but also suddenly in a complete whisper. Porfiry quickly turned away and ran to open the window. Let in some air, fresh air. And you should drink some water, dear fellow, this is a fit, sir. And he rushed to the door to order water, but fortunately found a carafe of water right there in the corner. Dear fellow, drink, he whispered, rushing to him with the carafe, perhaps it will help. Porfiry Petrovich's fright and sympathy were so natural that Raskolnikov fell silent and began to examine him with wild curiosity. He did not, however, take the water. "Rodion Romanovich. Dear fellow. You'll drive yourself mad like this, I assure you, Akh. Drink at least a little." He actually forced him to take a glass of water in his hands. Raskolnikov mechanically raised it to his lips, but remembering himself, set it on the table with disgust. "Yes, sir, you had a little fit, sir. Like this, dear fellow, you'll bring back your former illness," Porfiry Petrovich clucked with friendly sympathy, though still with a somewhat confused look. "Lord! How can you not take care of yourself like this? Here Dmitri Prokofych came to see me yesterday. I agree, sir, I have a caustic, nasty character, but look what they deduced from this. Lord! He came yesterday, after you, we dined, he talked and talked, I could only throw up my hands. Well, I think, oh, Lord! Did he come from you? But do sit down, dear fellow, sit down for Christ's sake." "No, not from me. But I knew he went to you, and why he went," Raskolnikov answered sharply. "You knew?" "I knew." "So what of it?" "Just this, dear fellow, Rodion Romanovich, that I know not only such exploits of yours, I'm informed about everything, sir. I know how you went to rent an apartment, just before nightfall, when it grew dark, and started ringing the bell and asking about blood and confused the workers and janitors. I understand your state of mind then, your mental state, but still, like this you'll simply drive yourself mad, by God, sir. You'll spin around. Noble indignation boils too strongly in you, sir, first from the insults received, first from fate, and then from the police, so you rush here and there, so to speak, to make everyone start talking as quickly as possible and thereby end it all at once, because you're tired of all this stupidity, and all these suspicions. Isn't that so, sir? Have I guessed your mood? Only like this you'll not only confuse yourself, but Razumikin too, he's too good a person for this, you know it yourself. You have an illness, and he has virtue, so the illness becomes contagious to him. I'll tell you, dear fellow, when you calm down, but sit down, dear fellow, for Christ's sake. Please rest, you have no color in your face, do sit down." Raskolnikov sat down, his trembling was passing, and heat was breaking out all over his body. In deep amazement, he listened tensely to the frightened Porfiry Petrovich who was fussing over him in a friendly way. But he did not believe a single word of his, though he felt some strange inclination to believe. Porfiry's unexpected words about the apartment completely stunned him. How is this, so he knows about the apartment, then, suddenly occurred to him, and he's telling me about it himself. Yes, sir, there was almost exactly such a case, a psychological one, in our judicial practice, sir, such a morbid case, sir, Porfiry continued in rapid speech. A man also accused himself of murder, sir, and how he accused himself. He brought up a whole hallucination, presented facts, described circumstances, confused and misled everyone, and why? He himself had been, quite unintentionally, partly, the cause of the murder, but only partly, and when he learned that he had given the murderers a reason, he became melancholy, became stupefied, it began to seem to him, he went completely mad, and convinced himself that he was the murderer. But finally the governing Senate examined the case, and the unfortunate man was acquitted and placed under care. Thanks to the governing Senate. Ekma, AI. But what then, dear fellow? Like this you can bring on a fever, when you already have such impulses appearing to irritate your nerves, going around at night ringing bells and asking about blood. I've studied all this psychology in practice, sir. Like this sometimes a person is drawn to jump out a window or from a bell tower, and the sensation is so tempting. The bells too, sir. Illness, Rodion Romanovich, illness. You've begun to neglect your illness too much, sir. You should consult with an experienced physician, but what good is that fat fellow of yours? You're delirious. All this is done by you simply in delirium. For a moment everything spun around Raskolnikov. Is it possible, flashed through him, that he's lying even now, and just wants to suggest to me himself that you can't fool him and that he knows the whole psychology of my future defense, that he knows all my means? No, impossible, impossible. He pushed this thought away from himself, feeling in advance to what degree of frenzy and rage it could bring him, feeling that he could go mad from the frenzy. This wasn't in delirium, this was in reality, he cried out, straining all the forces of his reason to penetrate Porphyry's game. In reality, in reality. Do you hear? Yes, I understand and hear, sir. You said yesterday too that it wasn't in delirium, you especially emphasized that it wasn't in delirium. I understand everything you can say, sir. Pat. But listen, Rodion Romanovich, my benefactor, well, hear at least this circumstance. If you really, in actual fact, were guilty, or somehow mixed up in this damned business, well, would you, pardon me, insist yourself that you did all this not in delirium but on the contrary in full memory? And especially insist, with such special, particular stubbornness, insist, well, could it be, pardon me? On the contrary, it seems to me, completely the opposite, in my opinion. If you felt something against yourself, then you should precisely insist, that it was, they say, definitely in delirium. Isn't that so? Isn't that right? Something cunning was heard in this question. Raskolnikov recoiled to the very back of the sofa from Porfiry, who had leaned toward him and silently, fixedly, in perplexity examined him. Or as for Mr. Razumikin, as for that is, whether he came yesterday on his own or at your instigation. But you should precisely say that he came on his own, and hide that it was at your instigation. But you don't hide it. You precisely insist that it was at your instigation. Raskolnikov had never insisted on this. A chill went down his spine. You keep lying, he said slowly and weakly, his lips twisting into a painful smile. You want to show me again that you know my whole game, that you know all my answers in advance, he said, almost feeling himself that he was no longer weighing his words as he should. You want to frighten me, or you're simply laughing at me. He continued to look at him fixedly as he said this, recoiling against the back of the sofa, and suddenly boundless malice flashed in his eyes. You're lying all the time, he cried. You know perfectly well that the best dodge for a criminal is to tell the truth as much as possible, not to hide what can't be hidden. I don't believe you. What a slippery fellow you are. Porfiry giggled. There's no dealing with you, dear fellow, some kind of monomania has settled in you. So you don't believe me? But I'll tell you that you already believe, you've already believed a quarter of an arshin, and I'll make you believe a whole arshin, because I truly love you and sincerely wish you well. Raskolnikov's lips trembled with malice. Yes, sir, I wish you well, sir. I'll tell you finally, sir, he continued, lightly, in a friendly way, taking Raskolnikov by the arm, a little above the elbow. I'll tell you finally, sir, watch your illness, don't give yourself over to your gloomy melancholy, distract yourself. Your family has now come to you, after all, remember them. You should comfort them and cherish them, but you only frighten them. What business is it of yours? How do you know this? Why are you so interested? So you're following me and want to show me that? Dear fellow! I learned everything from you yourself. You don't notice that in your agitation, you yourself tell everything beforehand, both to me and to others. From Mr. Razumikin, Dmitri Prokofiev, I also learned many interesting details yesterday. No, sir, you interrupted me, but I'll say that despite all your wit, your suspiciousness has made you lose even a sensible view of things. Well, here, for example, on that same topic again, about the bells, I gave you such a precious thing, such a fact, it's a whole fact, sir. I, an investigator, just handed it over to you, with hands and feet. And you see nothing in this? If I suspected you even a little, would I have acted this way? On the contrary, I should have first lulled your suspicions, and not let on that I already knew about this fact, diverted you, so to speak, in the opposite direction, and then suddenly, like with a butt end on the crown, according to your own expression, stunned you, and what, they say, sir, were you doing in the murdered woman's apartment at 10 o'clock in the evening, or almost 11? And why were you ringing the bell? And why were you asking about blood? And why were you confusing the janitors and calling them to the station, to the district officer? That's how I should have acted, if I had even a drop of suspicion of you. I should have taken your testimony according to all the forms, made a search, and perhaps even arrested you. So I don't harbor suspicions of you, since I acted otherwise. But you've lost a sensible view and don't see anything, I repeat, sir. Raskolnikov shuddered with his whole body, so that Porfiry Petrovitch noticed it too clearly. You're lying all the time, he cried out. I don't know your purposes, but you're lying all the time. You weren't speaking in that sense just now, and I can't be mistaken. You're lying. I'm lying. Porfiry picked up, apparently getting heated, but maintaining the most cheerful and mocking appearance, and seeming not at all troubled by what opinion Mr. Raskolnikov had of him. I'm lying. Well, how did I act with you just now? I, an investigator, myself suggesting to you and giving away all the means of defense, myself bringing up all this psychology for you. Illness, they say, delirium, he was offended, melancholy, and the police, and all the rest of it. Eh? Ha ha ha. Although, by the way, I'll say in passing, all these psychological means of defense, excuses, and dodges, are extremely unsound, and cut both ways. Illness, they say, delirium, dreams, hallucinations, I don't remember, that's all very well, sir, but why, dear fellow, in illness and delirium do such dreams appear, and not others? There could have been others, sir. Isn't that so? Ha 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 ha. Raskolnikov looked at him proudly and with contempt. In short, he said insistently and loudly, getting up and slightly pushing Porfiry aside as he did so, in short, I want to know, do you recognize me as finally free from suspicion or not? Speak, Porfiry Petrovitch, speak definitely and finally, and quickly, right now. What a bother! Well, What a bother you are, dear fellow, Rodion Romanik, cried Porphyry with a completely cheerful, cunning and not at all alarmed appearance. But why do you need to know, why do you need to know so much, when they haven't even begun to trouble you at all yet? You're like a child, give me fire to hold in my hands. And why are you so worried? Why do you yourself push yourself on us, from what reasons? Eh? Ha ha ha. I repeat to you, Raskolnikov cried out in fury, that I cannot endure any longer. What, sir? Uncertainty? Porphyry interrupted. Don't torment me. I don't want. I tell you I don't want. I can't and I don't want. Do you hear? Do you hear? He cried, again striking the table with his fist. But quietly, quietly. They'll hear. I seriously warn you, take care of yourself. I'm not joking, sir. Porphyry said in a whisper, but this time his face no longer had that earlier womanishly good-natured and frightened expression. On the contrary, now he was directly commanding, sternly, frowning his brows and as if at once breaking through all mysteries and ambiguities. But this was only for an instant. Bewildered Raskolnikov suddenly fell into real frenzy, but strangely, although he was in the strongest paroxysm of fury. I won't let myself be tortured, he suddenly whispered as before, with pain and hatred instantly realizing in himself that he couldn't help but obey this command of Porphyry Petrovitch, and coming into even greater fury from this thought, arrest me, search me, but please act according to form, and don't play with me, sir. Don't dare. But don't worry about form, Porphyry interrupted with his former cunning smile and as if even with pleasure admiring Raskolnikov, I invited you now informally, quite in such a friendly way. I don't want your friendship and I spit on it. Do you hear? And here, I'm taking my cap and leaving. Well, what will you say now, if you intend to arrest me? He grabbed his cap and went to the door. But don't you want to see the little surprise? Porphyry giggled, again grabbing him a little above the elbow and stopping him at the door. He was visibly becoming more and more cheerful and playful, which finally drove Raskolnikov out of himself. What little surprise? What is it? He asked, suddenly stopping and looking at Porphyry with fright. The little surprise, sir, it's sitting here, right behind the door, sir, ha ha ha. He pointed with his finger at the locked door in the partition, which led to his government quarters. I even locked it, so it wouldn't run away. What is it? Where? What? Raskolnikov approached the door and wanted to open it, but it was locked. It's locked. Sir, here's the key. And indeed, he showed him a key, taking it out of his pocket. You're lying all the time. Raskolnikov howled, no longer restraining himself. You're lying, you damned punch, and he rushed at Porphyry, who retreated to the door but was not at all frightened. I understand everything, everything, he jumped up to him. You're lying and teasing me so I'll give myself away. But you can't give yourself away any more, dear fellow, Rodion Romanik. You've come into a frenzy. Don't shout, I'll call people, sir. Liar, nothing will happen. Call people. You knew I was sick and wanted to irritate me, to fury, so I'd give myself away, that's your purpose. No, bring out the facts. I've understood everything. You have no facts, you only have trashy, worthless conjectures, zaintovs. You knew my character, you wanted to bring me to frenzy, and then suddenly stun me with priests and deputies. Are you waiting for them? Eh? What are you waiting for? Where are they? Bring them out. What deputies, dear fellow? What things people imagine. And to act according to form as you say is impossible, you don't know the business, dear fellow. But form won't escape, sir, you'll see yourself. Porphyry muttered, listening at the door. Indeed, at that moment, as if a noise was heard at the very door in the other room. Ah, they're coming, cried Raskolnikov, you sent for them. You were waiting for them. I'm sure I came too early, you calculated. Well, bring them all here, deputies, witnesses, whatever you want, bring them. I'm ready. But then a strange incident occurred, something so unexpected in the ordinary course of things, that surely neither Raskolnikov nor Porfiry Petrovitch could have calculated on such an outcome. Chapter 6. Later, when recalling this moment, Raskolnikov imagined it all in this way. The noise heard behind the door suddenly increased rapidly and the door opened slightly. What is it? Cried Porfiry Petrovitch with annoyance. I warned you. For a moment there was no answer, but it was evident that there were several people behind the door and as if someone was being pushed back. But what's going on there? Porfiry Petrovitch repeated anxiously. They've brought the prisoner, Nikolai, someone's voice was heard. Not needed. Oh wait. Wait. Why did he come in here? What disorder, cried Porfiry, rushing to the door. But the same voice began again and suddenly broke off. For no more than 2 seconds a real struggle took place, then suddenly as if someone forcefully pushed someone away, and following that, a very pale man stepped directly into Porfiry Petrovitch's office. The appearance of this man at first glance was very strange. He looked straight ahead, but as if seeing no one. Resolution flashed in his eyes, but at the same time a deathly pallor covered his face, as if he had been brought to execution. His completely whitened lips trembled slightly. He was still very young, dressed as a commoner, of medium height, thin, with hair cut in a circle, with fine, as if dry features of his face. The man unexpectedly pushed aside by him first rushed after him into the room and managed to grab him by the shoulder. This was a guard, but Nikolai jerked his arm and broke free from him once more. Several curious people crowded in the doorway. Some of them tried to enter. All that has been described happened almost in one instant. Away, it's too early. Wait until you're called. Why was he brought early? Porfiry Petrovitch muttered in extreme annoyance, as if confused. But Nikolai suddenly fell to his knees. What are you doing? Cried Porfiry in amazement. I'm guilty. My sin. I'm a murderer. Nikolai suddenly pronounced, as if somewhat breathless, but in a rather loud voice. For about 10 seconds silence continued, as if stupor had fallen on everyone. Even the guard recoiled and no longer approached Nikolai, but retreated mechanically to the door and stood motionless. What is this? Cried Porfiry Petrovitch, emerging from momentary stupefaction. I am a murderer. Nikolai repeated, after pausing for a moment. How, you? How? Whom did you kill? Porfiry Petrovitch was visibly confused. Nikolai paused again for a moment. Elena Ivanovna and their sister, Lizaveta Ivanovna, I killed, with an axe. Darkness came over me. He added suddenly and fell silent again. He still stood on his knees. Porfiry Petrovitch stood for several moments, as if pondering, but suddenly started up again and waved his hands at the uninvited witnesses. They instantly disappeared, and the door closed. Then he looked at Raskolnikov standing in the corner, looking wildly at Nikolai, and headed toward him, but suddenly stopped, looked at him, immediately transferred his gaze to Nikolai, then again to Raskolnikov, then again to Nikolai, and suddenly, as if carried away, again pounced on Nikolai. "What are you running ahead with your darkness?" he cried at him almost with malice. "I haven't asked you yet, whether darkness came over you or not. Speak, did you kill?" "I'm a murderer. I'm giving testimony," Nikolai pronounced. "Eh? What did you kill with?" "With an axe. I prepared it." You're in a hurry." "Alone?" Nikolai did not understand the question. "Did you kill alone?" "Alone. And Mitka is innocent and has nothing to do with all this." "Don't rush with Mitka." How did you run down the stairs then?" "The janitors met both of you." "This was for diversion, then?" "I ran with Mitka," Nikolai answered as if hurrying and preparing in advance. "Well, that's it." Porfiry cried out maliciously. "He's not speaking his own words," he muttered as if to himself, and suddenly saw Raskolnikov again. He had evidently become so carried away with Nikolai that for a moment he even forgot about Raskolnikov. Now he suddenly came to his senses, even became confused. "Rodion Romanovich, dear fellow!" "Excuse me, sir," he rushed to him. "This won't do, sir. Please, sir, you have nothing to do here. I myself, you see, what surprises! Please, sir." And taking him by the hand, he showed him to the door. "You didn't expect this, it seems," said Raskolnikov, of course not yet understanding anything clearly, but already having managed to take great heart. "And you, dear fellow, didn't expect it either. Look how your hand is trembling, he. And you're trembling too, Porfiry Petrovitch." "And I'm trembling, sir. I didn't expect it, sir." They were already standing in the doorway. Porfiry impatiently waited for Raskolnikov to pass. "And you won't show me the little surprise after all?" Raskolnikov suddenly said mockingly. "He talks, but his own little teeth in his mouth are still chattering against each other, he. You're an ironic person. Well, sir, goodbye, sir. In my opinion, farewell." "As God wills, sir, as God wills, sir," Porfiry muttered with a somehow twisted smile. Passing through the office, Raskolnikov noticed that many looked at him intently. In the entrance hall, in the crowd, he managed to make out both janitors from that house, whom he had called that night to the district officer. They stood and waited for something. But as soon as he went out onto the stairs, he suddenly heard behind him again the voice of Porfiry Petrovitch. Turning around, he saw that he was catching up with him, all out of breath. "One little word, sir, Rodion Romanovich. As for all the rest, as God wills, but according to form we'll still have to ask about a few things, sir, so we'll see each other again, sir." And Porfiry stopped before him with a smile. "Sir," he added once more. One could suppose that he still wanted to say something else, but somehow couldn't get it out. "And you, Porfiry Petrovitch, forgive me for what happened earlier. I got heated," began Raskolnikov, who had already completely recovered his spirits, to an irresistible desire to show off. Nothing, sir, Porphyry picked up almost joyfully. I myself, sir. I have a caustic character, I confess. But we'll see each other, sir. If God wills, we'll see each other very, very much, sir. And get to know each other completely? Raskolnikov picked up. And get to know each other completely, Porfiry Petrovich seconded, and squinting, looked at him very seriously. Going to a name day, sir? To a funeral, sir? Yes, that's right, to a funeral. Take care of your health, sir. And I don't even know what to wish you on my part. Raskolnikov picked up, already beginning to descend the stairs, but suddenly turning back to Porfiry, I would wish you great success, but you see, what a comical position yours is, sir. Why comical, sir? Porfiry Petrovich immediately pricked up his ears, also having been about to leave. Well, how so? Look at this poor Mikolka, you must have tormented and tortured him, psychologically, in your manner, until he confessed, day and night, probably, you proved to him, you're a murderer, well, and now, when he's already confessed, you'll start breaking him down bone by bone again, but from the other end, you're lying, they say, you're not a murderer. You couldn't be. You're not speaking your own words. You'll start to confuse and perplex him, well, so how is your position not comical after this? Ha. So you noticed that I just said to Nikolai that he's not speaking his own words? Well, how could I not notice? Ha. Witty, sir. You notice everything. A real playful mind, sir. And you touched the most comical string, ha. They say this trait was in the highest degree in Gogol, the writer? Yes, in Gogol. Yes, sir, in Gogol, sir, well, sir, until our most pleasant meeting, sir. Until our most pleasant meeting. Raskolnikov went straight home. He was so confused and perplexed that having come home and thrown himself on the sofa, he sat for a quarter of an hour just resting and trying at least somehow to collect his thoughts. About Nikolai he didn't even attempt to reason, he felt that he was stunned, that there was something inexplicable, amazing in Nikolai's confession, which he could not understand now for anything. But Nikolai's confession was an actual fact. The consequences of this fact immediately became clear to him, the lie could not fail to be discovered, and then they would take up with him again. But at least until that time he was free and must definitely do something for himself, because the danger was inevitable. But, however, to what degree? The situation began to clear up. Recalling, roughly, in general outline, his whole recent scene with Porfiry, he could not help shuddering with horror once more. Of course, he did not yet know all of Porfiry's purposes, could not comprehend all his recent calculations. But part of the game had been revealed, and certainly, no one better than he could understand how terrible this move in Porfiry's game had been for him. A little more, and certainly he could have given himself away completely, actually. Knowing the morbidity of his character and, at first glance, truly grasping and penetrating him, Porfiry had acted, though too decisively, but almost certainly. There's no dispute, Raskolnikov had already compromised himself too much earlier, but still it hadn't come to facts yet, everything was still only relative. But was it so, however, was it so that he now understands all this? Wasn't he mistaken? What result exactly was Porfiry aiming for today? Did he really have something prepared today? And what exactly, Was he really waiting for something, or not? How exactly would they have parted today, if the unexpected catastrophe through Nikolai hadn't occurred? Finally, it was becoming clearer and more tangible to Raskolnikov that there were no positive facts here. Porfiry had shown almost his whole game. Of course, he took a risk, but he showed it, and, it seemed to Raskolnikov, if Porfiry really had something more, he would have shown that too. Therefore there wasn't any, if he didn't show it. What was this, surprise? Was it mockery? Did it mean something or not? Could anything resembling a fact, a positive accusation, be hidden under this? Yesterday's man? Where did he disappear? Where was he today? After all, if Porfiry has anything positive, then certainly it's connected with yesterday's man. He sat on the sofa, hanging his head down, leaning on his knees and covering his face with his hands. He was still not able not only to think, but even to feel clearly and precisely. The nervous tremor continued throughout his whole body. Finally he got up, took his cap, thought and headed for the door. He somehow had a premonition that at least for today he could almost certainly consider himself safe. Suddenly in his heart he felt almost joy. He wanted to hurry to Katerina Ivanovna. He had, of course, missed the funeral, but he would make it to the memorial dinner, and there, right away, he would see Sonia. He stopped, thought, and a painful smile forced itself onto his lips. Today. Today, he repeated to himself. Yes, today. It must be so. Just as he was about to open the door, it suddenly began to open by itself. He trembled and jumped back. The door opened slowly and quietly, and suddenly appeared a figure, yesterday's man from under the ground. The man stopped on the threshold, looked silently at Raskolnikov and stepped into the room. He was exactly the same as yesterday, the same figure, dressed the same, but in his face and in his look a strong change had occurred. He now looked somehow sorrowful and, having stood for a bit, sighed deeply. All that was missing was for him to put his palm to his cheek and tilt his head to the side to completely resemble a woman. "What do you want?" asked the deathly pale Raskolnikov. The man was silent and suddenly bowed deeply to him, almost to the ground. At least he touched the ground with the finger of his right hand. "What are you doing?" cried Raskolnikov. "I'm guilty," the man said quietly. "Of what?" "Of malicious thoughts." Both looked at each other. "I was offended. When you came then, perhaps drunk, and called the janitors to the station and asked about blood, I was offended that you were left in vain and taken for a drunk. And I was so offended that I lost sleep. And remembering the address, we came here yesterday and inquired." "Who came?" Raskolnikov interrupted, instantly beginning to remember. That is, I offended you." "So you're from that house?" "Yes, I was standing there in the gate with them then, don't you remember? We have our craft there, from time immemorial. We're furriers, townspeople, we take work home, but most of all I was offended." And suddenly Raskolnikov clearly recalled the whole scene of the day before yesterday under the gate. He realized that besides the janitors there had been several more people standing there then, there were women standing too. He recalled one voice suggesting they take him straight to the station. He couldn't remember the face of the speaker and even now didn't recognize it, but he remembered that he had even answered him something then, turned to him. So this, then, was how all yesterday's horror was resolved. Most terrible of all was to think that he had really almost perished, almost ruined himself because of such an insignificant circumstance. So, apart from renting the apartment and talking about blood, this man could tell nothing. So Porphyry too had nothing except this delirium, no facts, except this psychology, which cuts both ways, nothing positive. So if no more facts appear, and they shouldn't appear anymore, shouldn't, then what can they do to him? How can they finally convict him, even if they arrest him? And so Porphyry only just now learned about the apartment, and until now didn't know. "Did you tell Porphyry today, that I came?" he cried out, struck by a sudden idea. "What Porphyry?" "The examining magistrate." "I told him." "The janitors didn't go then, so I went." "Today?" "I was there a minute before you. And I heard everything, how he tormented you." "Where? What? When?" "Right there, behind his partition, I sat there the whole time." "What? So you were the surprise? But how could this have happened?" "Pardon me." Seeing, the tradesman began, that the janitors didn't want to go on my words, because, they say, it's already late, and perhaps he'll get angry that we didn't come at the time. I was offended, and I lost sleep, and I began to inquire. And having inquired yesterday, I went today. The first time I came, he wasn't there. After an hour I came, they didn't receive me. The third time I came, they let me in. I began to report to him everything as it was, and he started jumping around the room and beating his chest with his fist. "What," he says, "are you doing to me, robbers?" If I had known such a thing, I would have summoned him with an escort. Then he ran out, called someone and started talking with him in the corner, and then again to me and started asking and cursing. And he reproached me a lot, and I reported everything to him. I asked a lot. And I said that from my yesterday's words you didn't dare answer me anything, and that you didn't recognize me. And then he started running around again and kept beating himself in the chest, and got angry, and ran, and when they announced you, "Well," he says, "climb behind the partition, sit for now, don't move, whatever you hear," and he brought me a chair there himself, and locked me in. "Perhaps," he says, "I'll question you." And when they brought Nikolai, then he let me out. "After you, I'll need you again," he says, "and I'll question you again." And did he question Nikolai in your presence? When he let you out, he let me out immediately, and began questioning Nikolai. The tradesman stopped and suddenly bowed again, touching the floor with his finger. "Forgive me for the accusation and for my malice." "God will forgive," answered Raskolnikov. And as soon as he said this, the tradesman bowed to him, but no longer to the ground but at the waist, slowly turned and left the room. A strange thought, completely involuntary, flashed through Raskolnikov's mind. What will this same man say when he learns the whole truth? But at least there are no facts at all. And everything that was can still be corrected. Everything cuts both ways, now everything cuts both ways, and more cheerfully than ever he left the room. "Now we'll still fight," he said with a malicious smile, descending the stairs. The malice, however, was directed at himself. He recalled with contempt and shame his own cowardice. Part 5. Chapter 1. The morning following the fatal explanation between Pyotr Petrovitch and Janechka and Pulcheria Alexandrovna brought its sobering effect to Pyotr Petrovitch as well. To his greatest displeasure, he was forced little by little to accept as an accomplished and irreversible fact what yesterday had still seemed to him an almost fantastic incident, and though it had come true, still somehow impossible. The black serpent of wounded self-love had been sucking at his heart all night. Getting out of bed, Pyotr Petrovich immediately looked at himself in the mirror. He feared whether bile had spread through him during the night. However, from this side everything was, for the time being, satisfactory, and having looked at his noble, white and somewhat fattened of late countenance, Pyotr Petrovich was even comforted for a moment, in the fullest conviction of finding himself a bride somewhere else, and perhaps even a better one, but he immediately came to his senses and energetically spat to the side, which evoked a silent but sarcastic smile in his young friend and roommate Andrei Semyonovich Lebeziatnikov. Pyotr Petrovich noticed this smile and immediately put it on his young friend's account. He had already managed to put much on his account lately. His malice doubled when he suddenly realized that he should not have informed Andrei Semyonovich yesterday about yesterday's results. This was the second mistake of yesterday, made by him in the heat of the moment, from excessive expansiveness, in irritation. Then, all this morning, as if on purpose for Pyotr Petrovich, unpleasantness followed unpleasantness. Even in the Senate some setback awaited him in a case he was pursuing there. Especially irritating was the landlord of the apartment he had rented with a view to quick marriage and was having redecorated at his own expense. This landlord, some enriched German craftsman, absolutely refused to break the just concluded contract and demanded the full penalty stipulated in the contract, despite the fact that Pyotr Petrovich was returning the apartment to him almost newly redecorated. Likewise, in the furniture store they absolutely refused to return even 1 ruble of the deposit for furniture purchased but not yet moved to the apartment. I'm not going to marry just for the furniture. Pyotr Petrovich ground his teeth to himself, and at the same time a desperate hope flashed through him once more. Is it really true that all this is so irretrievably lost and finished? Is it really impossible to try once more? The thought of Dunechka once more temptingly stung his heart. With torment he endured this moment, and certainly, if it were possible right now, with just one wish, to kill Raskolnikov, Pyotr Petrovich would have immediately uttered this wish. The mistake was also, among other things, that I gave them no money at all, he thought, sadly returning to Lebeziatnikov's little room, and why the devil did I become such a Jew? There wasn't even any calculation in it. True, I thought to keep them in want and bring them to the point where they would look at me as Providence, but look what happened. Phooey! No, if I had given them during all this time, for example, 1,500 for the dowry, and for presents, for various little boxes there, dressing cases, carnelians, fabrics and all that rubbish, from Knops and from the English store, then things would have been much better and firmer. First of all, everything would have come back to me later, gone into the household, because it would have had to be bought later anyway, and secondly, they wouldn't have refused me so easily now. These are people of such a kind that they would have certainly considered it an obligation to return the presents and money in case of refusal, well, but returning would have been hard and regrettable. And their conscience would have pricked them, how, they say, to suddenly drive away a man who until now has been so generous and quite delicate. Hm. That's what ill-placed stinginess means. Made a blunder. And grinding his teeth once more, Pyotr Petrovich right then called himself a fool, to himself, of course. Having come to this conclusion, he returned home twice as angry and irritable as when he left. The preparations for the memorial dinner in Katerina Ivanovna's room partly attracted his curiosity. He had heard something about this memorial dinner yesterday too. He even remembered, it seems, that he had been invited, but with his own troubles, he had let all the rest pass without attention. Hastening to inquire from Mrs. Lipovexel, who was bustling in Katerina Ivanovna's absence, she was at the cemetery, around the table being laid, he learned that the memorial dinner would be ceremonious, that almost all the tenants were invited, including even those unknown to the deceased, that even Andrei Semyonich Lebeziatnikov was invited, despite his former quarrel with Katerina Ivanovna, and finally, he himself, Pyotr Petrovich, was not only invited but even awaited with great impatience, since he was almost the most important guest of all the tenants. Amalia Ivanovna herself had also been invited with great honor, despite all the former unpleasantness, and therefore was now playing hostess and bustling about, almost feeling pleasure from this, and moreover, was all dressed up, though in mourning, but in everything new, in silk, dressed to the nines, and proud of this. All these facts and information gave Pyotr Petrovich a certain idea, and he went to his room, that is, to Andrei Semyonovich Lebeziatnikov's room, in some thoughtfulness. The thing was that he also learned that among those invited was Raskolnikov. For some reason Andrei Semyonovich had been sitting at home all this morning. With this gentleman Pyotr Petrovich had established some strange, though partly natural relations. Pyotr Petrovich despised and hated him even beyond measure, almost from the very day he settled with him, but at the same time he seemed somewhat afraid of him. He had stopped with him upon arriving in Petersburg not only from stingy economy, though this was almost the main reason, but there was another reason too. Even in the provinces he had heard of Andrei Semyonovich, his former ward, as one of the most advanced young progressives and even as playing a significant role in certain curious and legendary circles. This struck Pyotr Petrovich. These powerful, all-knowing, despising everyone and denouncing everyone circles had long frightened Pyotr Petrovich with some special fear, completely, however, indefinite. Of course, he himself, and especially in the provinces, could not form even an approximately precise notion about anything of this kind. He had heard, like everyone, that there existed, especially in Petersburg, some progressives, nihilists, denouncers, and so on and so forth, but, like many, he exaggerated and distorted the meaning and significance of these names to the point of absurdity. Most of all he had feared, for several years now, denunciation, and this was the chief basis of his constant, exaggerated anxiety, especially when dreaming about transferring his activities to Petersburg. In this respect he was, as they say, frightened, as little children are sometimes frightened. Several years ago in the provinces, just beginning to arrange his career, he encountered 2 cases of cruelly denounced provincial fairly significant persons, for whom he had clung until then and who had patronized him. One case ended for the denounced person somehow especially scandalously, and the other almost ended even quite troublesomely. That's why Pyotr Petrovich decided, upon arriving in Petersburg, to immediately find out what was going on, and if necessary, in any case to get ahead and ingratiate himself with our young generations. In this matter he relied on Andrei Semyonovich, and during his visit, for example, to Raskolnikov he had already learned somehow to round off certain phrases in another's voice. Of course, he quickly managed to discern in Andrei Semyonovich an extremely vulgar and simple-minded little man. But this did not at all undeceive or encourage Pyotr Petrovich. Even if he had been convinced that all progressives were such fools, even then his anxiety would not have subsided. Properly speaking, he had no concern at all about all these teachings, thoughts, systems, with which Andrei Semyonovich had pounced on him. He had his own purpose. He only needed to find out as quickly as possible what and how things stood here. Were these people in power or not? Was there anything for him personally to fear or not? Would they denounce him if he undertook such and such, or not? And if they would denounce, for what exactly, and for what specifically are they denouncing now? Moreover, couldn't he somehow make an arrangement with them and fool them right there if they were indeed strong? Should he or shouldn't he? Couldn't he, for example, advance his career somehow precisely through their mediation? In short, hundreds of questions presented themselves. This Andrei Semyonovich was a consumptive and scrofulous little man, of small stature, serving somewhere and strangely blond, with sideburns in the form of cutlets, of which he was very proud. Moreover, his eyes almost constantly hurt. His heart was quite soft, but his speech was very self-confident, and sometimes even extremely arrogant, which, in comparison with his little figure, almost always came out comical. At Amalia Ivanovna's, however, he was counted among the rather respectable tenants, that is, he didn't drink and paid his rent punctually. Despite all these qualities, Andrei Semyonovich was indeed rather stupid. He had attached himself to progress and to our young generations, out of passion. He was one of that innumerable and diverse legion of vulgarians, sickly abortions, and half-educated tyrants, who instantly attach themselves to the most fashionable current idea, only to immediately vulgarize it, to instantly caricature everything they sometimes serve most sincerely. However, Lebeziatnikov, despite even being very kind, also began partly to dislike his roommate and former guardian Pyotr Petrovitch. This happened on both sides somehow unintentionally and mutually. However simple-minded Andrei Semyonovich was, he still began little by little to discern that Pyotr Petrovitch was fooling him and secretly despised him, and that, this man is not at all what he seems. He had tried to expound to him Fourier's system and Darwin's theory, but Pyotr Petrovitch, especially lately, began to listen somehow too sarcastically, and in the very last days, even began to curse. The thing was that he, by instinct, began to penetrate that Lebeziatnikov was not only a vulgar and rather stupid little man, but perhaps also a liar, and that he had no significant connections at all even in his own circle, but had only heard something third-hand. Moreover, perhaps he didn't even know his own business, propaganda, properly, because he got too confused, and where could he be a denouncer? By the way, we note in passing, that Pyotr Petrovitch, in these 1.5 weeks, willingly accepted, especially at first, from Andrei Semyonovich even very strange praises, i.e. did not object, for example, and kept silent if Andrei Semyonovich attributed to him readiness to contribute to the future and imminent establishment of a new commune, somewhere on Meshchenskaya Street, or, for example, not to prevent Dunechka if she, in the very first month of marriage, decided to take a lover, or not to baptize his future children, and so on and so forth, all in this vein. Pyotr Petrovitch, in his usual manner, did not object to such qualities attributed to him, and allowed himself to be praised even in this way, so pleasant to him was any praise. Pyotr Petrovitch, having exchanged for some reasons this morning several 5% bonds, sat at the table and counted bundles of banknotes and securities. Andrei Semyonovich, who almost never had any money, walked around the room and made himself appear to look at all these bundles indifferently and even with contempt. Pyotr Petrovich would never, for example, believe that Andrei Semyonovich could indeed look at such money indifferently. Andrei Semyonovich, in his turn, thought bitterly that indeed Pyotr Petrovich might be capable of thinking this about him, and perhaps even glad of the opportunity to tickle and tease his young friend with the laid-out bundles of banknotes, reminding him of his insignificance and all the supposedly existing difference between them both. He found him, this time, unprecedentedly irritable and inattentive, despite the fact that he, Andrei Semyonovich, had begun to develop before him his favorite theme about establishing a new, special, commune. The brief objections and remarks that burst from Pyotr Petrovich in the intervals between clicking the beads on the abacus breathed the most obvious and intentionally rude mockery. But the humane Andrei Semyonovich attributed Pyotr Petrovich's state of mind to the impression of yesterday's break with Dunechka and burned with desire to start talking about this topic as soon as possible. He had something to say on this subject that was progressive and propagandistic, which could comfort his respected friend and, undoubtedly, benefit his further development. What kind of memorial dinner is being arranged there at the widow's? Pyotr Petrovich suddenly asked, interrupting Andrei Semyonovich at the most interesting place. As if you didn't know, I spoke with you yesterday on this very topic and developed the idea about all these rituals. And she invited you too, I heard. You spoke with her yourself yesterday? I never expected that this penniless fool would spend on the memorial dinner all the money she received from that other fool, Raskolnikov. I was even surprised just now, passing by, such preparations there, wine. Several people invited, the devil knows what, continued Pyotr Petrovich, questioning and leading to this conversation as if with some purpose. What? You say I was invited too? He suddenly added, raising his head. When was this? I don't remember, sir. However, I won't go. What am I there for? I only spoke with her yesterday, in passing, about the possibility of her receiving, as the destitute widow of an official, an annual salary in the form of a one-time allowance. So is it for this that she's inviting me? Heh. I don't intend to go either, said Lebeziatnikov. Of course. Beat her with your own hands. It's understandable to be ashamed, heh. Who beat? Whom? Lebeziatnikov suddenly became agitated and even blushed. Why, you beat Katerina Ivanovna, about a month ago, I think. I heard, sir, yesterday, sir. So that's your convictions for you? And the woman question took a blow too. Heh. And Pyotr Petrovich, as if comforted, began clicking on the abacus again. That's all nonsense and slander. Lebeziatnikov flared up, who was constantly afraid of reminders about this story, and it wasn't like that at all. It was different. You heard it wrong, gossip. I was simply defending myself then. She first threw herself at me with her claws. She plucked out my whole sideburn. Every person has the right, I hope, to defend his person. Moreover, I don't allow anyone to use violence with me. On principle. Because that's almost despotism. What was I to do, just stand before her? I only pushed her away. Heh. Luzin continued to sneer maliciously. You're picking on me because you're angry and annoyed yourself. But this is nonsense and completely doesn't concern the woman question. You don't understand it right. I even thought that if it's already accepted that woman is equal to man in everything, even in strength, which is already asserted, then consequently there should be equality here too. Of course, I reasoned later that such a question essentially shouldn't exist, because fighting shouldn't exist, and that cases of fighting are unthinkable in the future society, and that it's strange, of course, to seek equality in a fight. I'm not so stupid, although fighting, however, does exist, that is, later it won't exist, but now it still exists. Phooey! Devil! You'll confuse me. I'm not going to the memorial dinner not because of this unpleasantness. I'm simply not going on principle, so as not to participate in the vile prejudice of memorial dinners, that's what. However, it would even be possible to go, just to laugh. But it's a pity there won't be priests. Otherwise I'd definitely go. That is, to sit at someone else's bread and salt and right then spit on it, equally on those who invited you. Is that it? Not at all to spit, but to protest. I'd do it with a useful purpose. I can indirectly contribute to development and propaganda. Every person is obliged to develop and propagandize, and perhaps the more sharply, the better. I can plant an idea, a seed. From this seed a fact will grow. How do I offend them? First they'll be offended, but later they themselves will see that I brought them benefit. Look, they accused Terabiv, the one who's now in the commune, that when she left her family and gave herself, she wrote to her mother and father that she didn't want to live among prejudices and was entering into a civil marriage, and that supposedly this was too rude, with parents, that she could have spared them, written more gently. In my opinion, all this is nonsense, and there's no need to be gentler. On the contrary, that's where you should protest. Look, Varence lived 7 years with her husband, abandoned 2 children, cut off her husband in a letter all at once. I've realized that I cannot be happy with you. I'll never forgive you for deceiving me, hiding from me that there exists another arrangement of society, by means of communes. I recently learned all this from a magnanimous man, to whom I've given myself, and together with him I'm founding a commune. I'm speaking directly because I consider it dishonorable to deceive you. Remain as you like. Don't hope to get me back, you're too late. I wish to be happy. That's how such letters are written. I learned it by heart. And this Terabiv, isn't she the same one you talked about then, who's in her 3rd civil marriage? Only in the 2nd, if you judge by the present. And even if in the 4th, even if in the 15th, it's all nonsense. And if I ever regretted that my father and mother died, it's certainly now. I've even dreamed several times about how, if they were still alive, I would have hit them with a protest. I would have arranged it on purpose. What's that, cut off slice, there, Phooey? I would have shown them. I would have surprised them. Really, it's a pity there's no one to surprise. Heh. Well, let that be as you like, Pyotr Petrovich interrupted, but tell me this, you know this daughter of the deceased, the skinny one. After all, it's completely true what they say about her, eh? What of it? In my opinion, that is by my personal conviction, this is the most normal state of woman. Why not? That is, distinguence. In present society it's, of course, not completely normal, because it's forced, but in the future it will be completely normal, because it will be free. Even now she had the right, she suffered, and this was her fund, so to speak capital, which she had full right to dispose of. Of course, in the future society funds won't be needed, but her role will be designated in another meaning, harmoniously and rationally conditioned. As for Sofia Semyonovna personally, in the present time I look at her actions as an energetic and personified protest against the arrangement of society, and I deeply respect her for this. I even rejoice looking at her. But I was told that you drove her out of these rooms. Lebeziatnikov even became furious. That's another slander, he howled. It wasn't like that at all. That's just not how it was. It was all Katerina Ivanovna who lied then, because she didn't understand anything. And I wasn't making advances to Sofia Semyonovna at all. I was simply developing her, completely selflessly, trying to arouse protest in her. I only needed the protest, and besides, Sofia Semyonovna herself could no longer stay here in the rooms. Did you invite her to the commune? You keep laughing and very unsuccessfully, allow me to note. You understand nothing. There are no such roles in the commune. The commune is organized precisely so there won't be such roles. In the commune this role will change all its present essence, and what is stupid here will become intelligent there, what is unnatural here, under present circumstances, will become completely natural there. Everything depends on what setting and what environment a person is in. Everything comes from environment, and man himself is nothing. And I'm on good terms with Sofia Semyonovna even now, which can serve as proof to you that she never considered me her enemy and offender. Yes. I'm tempting her now into the commune, but on completely different grounds. Why are you laughing? We want to found our own commune, a special one, but on broader grounds than the former ones. We've gone further in our convictions. We deny more. If Dobrolyubov rose from the grave, I'd argue with him. And I'd floor Belinsky. And meanwhile, I continue to develop Sofia Semyonovna. She's a beautiful, beautiful nature. Well, and you're taking advantage of this beautiful nature, eh? Haha. No, no. Oh no. On the contrary. Well, on the contrary. Ha ha ha. Look what you said. But believe me. Why would I hide it from you? Tell me please. On the contrary, I myself even find it strange. With me she's somehow intensely, somehow fearfully chaste and modest. And you, of course, are developing her, ha ha. Proving to her that all this modesty is nonsense? Not at all. Not at all. Oh, how crudely, how even stupidly, forgive me, you understand the word, development. And nothing do you understand. Oh God, how you're still, not ready. We seek the freedom of woman, but you have only one thing on your mind. Completely bypassing the question of chastity and female modesty as things in themselves useless and even prejudicial, I fully allow her chastity with me, because in this is all her will, all her right. Of course, if she herself told me, I want to have you, then I would consider myself very fortunate, because I like the girl very much, but now at least, certainly, no one has ever treated her more politely and courteously than I, more with respect for her dignity. I wait and hope, and that's all. You'd better give her something as a gift. I bet you haven't even thought of that. And nothing do you understand, I told you. Of course, such is her position, but, this is another question. Completely different. You simply despise her. Seeing a fact which, by mistake, you consider worthy of contempt, you already refuse a human being a humane view of them. You don't yet know what kind of nature this is. I'm only very annoyed that lately she somehow completely stopped reading and no longer borrows books from me. She used to borrow them. It's also a pity that with all her energy and determination to protest, which she already proved once, she still somehow has little independence, so to speak autonomy, little negation, to completely break away from certain prejudices and stupidities. Despite this, she understands certain questions excellently. She understood magnificently, for example, the question of kissing hands, that is, that a man insults a woman with inequality when he kisses her hand. This question was debated among us, and I immediately conveyed it to her. She also listened attentively about workers' associations in France. Now I'm explaining to her the question of free entry into rooms in the future society. What's that? Recently the question was debated, does a member of the commune have the right to enter another member's room, male or female, at any time? Well, and it was decided that they do. Well, what if that person is occupied at that moment with necessary needs? Heh. Andrei Semyonovich even got angry. And you're always about that? You always want only that, about these damned needs, he cried with hatred. Phooey, how angry and annoyed I am that when expounding the system, I mentioned these damned needs to you prematurely. Devil take it. This is a stumbling block for all people like you, and worst of all, they mock it before they know what it's about. And as if they're right. As if they're proud of something. Phooey. I've asserted several times that this whole question can be expounded to novices only at the very end, when they're already convinced of the system, when a person is already developed and directed. And tell me, please, what do you find so shameful and contemptible even in cesspools? I'm the first, ready to clean out any cesspools you want. There's not even any self-sacrifice here. Here is simply work, noble, socially useful activity, which is worth any other, and is already much higher than, for example, the activity of some Raphael or Pushkin, because it's more useful. And nobler, heh. What does nobler mean? I don't understand such expressions in the sense of defining human activity. Nobler, magnanimous, all this is nonsense, absurdities, old prejudicial words, which I deny. Everything that is useful to humanity is noble. I understand only one word, useful. Giggle as you like, but that's how it is. Pyotr Petrovitch laughed heartily. He had already finished counting and put away the money. However, for some reason part of it still remained on the table. This question of cesspools had already served several times, despite all its vulgarity, as a cause for rupture and disagreement between Pyotr Petrovitch and his young friend. The whole stupidity consisted in the fact that Andrei Semyonovich really got angry. Luzin, however, was venting on this, and at the present moment he especially wanted to anger Lebeziatnikov. You're so angry and quarrelsome because of yesterday's failure, Lebeziatnikov finally burst out, who, generally speaking, despite all his independence, and all his protests, somehow didn't dare to oppose Pyotr Petrovitch and, in general, still observed before him some habitual, from former years, respectfulness. But tell me this instead, Pyotr Petrovitch interrupted haughtily and with annoyance, can you, sir, or better to say, are you really, and sufficiently close with the aforementioned young person, to ask her right now, for a minute, here, to this room? It seems they've all already returned there, from the cemetery. I hear, there's movement. I need to see her, sir, the person, sir. But what do you need her for? Lebeziatnikov asked with surprise. Well, I need her, sir. Today or tomorrow I'm leaving here, and therefore I wanted to inform her. However, please be here too, during the explanation. Even better, sir. Otherwise, you know, you might think God knows what. I won't think anything at all. I just asked, and if you have business, then there's nothing easier than to call her. I'll go right now. And be assured, I won't interfere with you. Indeed, in about 5 minutes Lebeziatnikov returned with Sonechka. She entered in extreme surprise and, as was her habit, timidly. She always became timid in such cases and was very afraid of new faces and new acquaintances, had been afraid even before, since childhood, and now all the more. Pyotr Petrovitch met her affectionately and politely, however with a certain shade of some cheerful familiarity, appropriate however, in Pyotr Petrovitch's opinion, for such a respectable and solid man as he, in relation to such a young and in a certain sense interesting creature as she. He hastened to encourage her and seated her at the table, opposite himself. Sonia sat down, looked around, at Lebeziatnikov, at the money lying on the table, and then suddenly again at Pyotr Petrovitch, and no longer took her eyes from him, as if riveted to him. Lebeziatnikov headed for the door. Pyotr Petrovitch got up, with a sign invited Sonia to remain seated and stopped Lebeziatnikov at the door. Is that Raskolnikov there? Did he come? He asked him in a whisper. Raskolnikov? There. What? Yes, there. Just came in, I saw. What? Well, then I especially ask you to stay here with us and not leave me alone with this young lady. The matter is trivial, but they'll make God knows what of it. I don't want Raskolnikov to tell there. You understand what I'm talking about? Ah, I understand, I understand. Lebeziatnikov suddenly guessed. Yes, you have the right. Of course, in my personal conviction, you're going too far in your fears, but, you still have the right. Very well, I'll stay. I'll stand here by the window and won't interfere with you. In my opinion, you have the right. Pyotr Petrovitch returned to the sofa, sat down opposite Sonia, looked at her attentively and suddenly assumed an extremely solid, even somewhat stern appearance, as if to say, don't you yourself think anything, madam. Sonia became completely confused. First of all, please excuse me, Sofya Semyonovna, before your most respected mother. That's right, isn't it? Katerina Ivanovna takes the place of a mother for you, doesn't she? Pyotr Petrovitch began, very solidly, but however quite affectionately. It was evident that he had the most friendly intentions. Yes, sir, in place of a mother, sir, Sonia answered hurriedly and timidly. Well, sir, so please excuse me before her that I, due to circumstances beyond my control, am forced to miss and won't be at your pancakes, that is, at the memorial dinner, despite your dear mother's kind invitation. Yes, sir, I'll tell her, sir, right away, sir, and Sonechka hurriedly jumped up from her chair. That's not all, sir, Pyotr Petrovitch stopped her, smiling at her simplicity and ignorance of propriety, and you know me little, dearest Sofya Semyonovna, if you thought that for this trifling reason, concerning only me, I would trouble you personally and summon to myself such a person as you. I have another purpose, sir. Sonia hurriedly sat down. The gray and rainbow-colored banknotes, not cleared from the table, again flashed before her eyes, but she quickly turned her face from them and raised it to Pyotr Petrovitch. It suddenly seemed terribly improper to her, especially to her, to look at someone else's money. She fixed her gaze on Pyotr Petrovitch's golden lorgnette, which he held in his left hand, and at the same time on the large, massive, extremely beautiful ring with a yellow stone that was on the middle finger of this hand, but suddenly turned her eyes from it too, and not knowing where to look anymore, ended by staring directly into Pyotr Petrovitch's eyes again. After pausing even more solemnly than before, he continued. Yesterday I happened, in passing, to exchange a couple of words with the unfortunate Katerina Ivanovna. 2 words were enough to learn that she is in a state, unnatural, if one may so express it. Yes, sir, in an unnatural state, sir, Sonia hurriedly and as if without particular thought echoed. Or to put it more simply and understandably, in a sick state. Yes, sir, more simply and understandably, yes, sir, sick, sir. Yes, sir. So then, out of feelings of humanity, and, so to speak, compassion, I would wish, for my part, to be somehow useful, foreseeing her inevitably unhappy fate. It seems this entire poorest family now depends only on you. Allow me to ask, Sonia suddenly rose, did you tell her yesterday about the possibility of a pension? Because she told me yesterday that you undertook to obtain a pension for her. Is this true, sir? Not at all, sir, and even in a certain sense absurd. I merely hinted at temporary assistance to the widow of an official who died in service, if only there were patronage, but it seems your late father not only didn't serve out his term, but didn't serve at all in recent times. In short, though there could be hope, it's very ephemeral, because essentially there are no rights to assistance in this case, but even the contrary. And she's already thinking about a pension, ha. A spirited lady. Yes, sir, about a pension. Because she's credulous and kind, and from kindness believes everything and, she has such a mind. Yes, sir, excuse me, sir, said Sonia, and again rose to leave. Allow me, you haven't heard everything yet, sir. Yes, sir, I haven't heard it all, sir, Sonia murmured. Then sit down, sir. Sonia became terribly embarrassed and sat down again, for the 3rd time. Seeing such her situation, with unfortunate minors, I would wish, as I already said, somehow, to the extent of my abilities, to be useful, that is, what is called to the extent of my abilities, sir, no more. One could, for example, arrange a subscription in her favor, or, so to speak, a lottery, or something of this kind, as is always arranged in such cases by relatives, or even by outsiders, but in general by people wishing to help. This is what I intended to inform you about. It could be done, sir. Yes, sir, good, sir. God bless you for this, sir. Sonia babbled, staring intently at Pyotr Petrovitch. It could be done, sir, but, we'll do this later, sir, that is, we could begin even today. This evening we'll meet, come to an agreement and lay, so to speak, the foundation. Come to me here at about 7 o'clock. Andrei Semyonovich, I hope, will also participate with us. But, there is one circumstance that should be mentioned preliminarily and carefully. For this I troubled you, Sofya Semyonovna, by summoning you here. Namely, sir, my opinion is, that money cannot and should not be given into Katerina Ivanovna's own hands. Proof of this is today's very memorial dinner. Not having, so to speak, a single crust of daily bread for tomorrow and, well, and shoes, and everything, today Jamaican rum is purchased and even, it seems, Madeira and coffee. I saw in passing. Tomorrow everything will fall on you again, down to the last piece of bread. This is already absurd, sir. And therefore the subscription, in my personal view, should take place so that the unfortunate widow, so to speak, doesn't even know about the money, but that only you, for example, would know. Am I speaking correctly? I don't know, sir. It's only today, sir, like this. This is once in a lifetime. She very much wanted to commemorate him, show honor, memory, and she's very intelligent, sir. But however you like, sir, and I will be very, they will all be, and God will bless you, sir, and the orphans, sir. Sonia didn't finish and began to cry. Yes, sir. Well, sir, so keep this in mind, sir, and now be so kind as to accept, for the interests of your relative, for the first instance, a modest sum from me personally. I very much wish that my name not be mentioned in this connection. Here, sir, having, so to speak, my own cares, I'm no longer in a position. And Pyotr Petrovitch held out to Sonia a 10-ruble banknote, carefully unfolded. Sonia took it, flushed, jumped up, muttered something and hurriedly began to take her leave. Pyotr Petrovitch ceremoniously accompanied her to the door. She finally rushed out of the room, all agitated and exhausted, and returned to Katerina Ivanovna in extreme confusion. During this entire scene, Andrei Semyonovich either stood by the window or walked around the room, not wishing to interrupt the conversation. When Sonia left, he suddenly approached Pyotr Petrovitch and solemnly extended his hand to him. I heard everything and saw everything, he said, especially emphasizing the last word. This is noble, that is, I wanted to say, humane. You wished to avoid gratitude, I saw. And although, I confess to you, I cannot sympathize, on principle, with private charity, because it not only doesn't eradicate evil radically, but even nourishes it still more, nevertheless I cannot help but admit that I looked at your action with pleasure. Yes, I like this. All this is nonsense. Pyotr Petrovitch muttered, somewhat agitated and occasionally glancing at Lebeziatnikov. No, not nonsense. A man insulted and vexed, as you were, by yesterday's incident, and at the same time capable of thinking about the misfortune of others, such a man, sir, although by his actions he commits a social error, nevertheless, is worthy of respect. I didn't even expect this from you, Pyotr Petrovitch, especially considering your views. Oh, how your views still hinder you. How yesterday's failure troubles you, for example, exclaimed the kind Andrei Semyonovich, feeling renewed affection for Pyotr Petrovitch, and why do you absolutely need this marriage, this legal marriage, most noble, dearest Pyotr Petrovitch? Why do you absolutely need this legality in marriage? Well, if you want, then beat me, but I'm glad that it didn't work out, that you're free, that you're not completely lost to humanity yet, glad. You see, I've spoken out. Because in your civil marriage, sir, I don't want to wear horns and raise other people's children, that's why I need legal marriage, sir, Luzin said, to answer something. He was particularly occupied with something and thoughtful. Children? You touched on children? Andrei Semyonik started, like a war horse hearing the military trumpet. Children, that's a social question and a question of primary importance, I agree, but the question of children will be resolved differently. Some even completely deny children, as any hint at family. We'll talk about children later, but now let's address the horns. I confess to you, this is my weak point. This nasty, hussar-like, Pushkinian expression is even unthinkable in the future lexicon. And what are horns anyway? Oh, what a delusion! What horns? Why horns? What nonsense! On the contrary, in civil marriage there won't be any. Horns are only the natural consequence of any legal marriage, so to speak, its correction, its protest, so that in this sense they're not at all humiliating. And if I ever, supposing an absurdity, should be in legal marriage, then I'll even be glad of your thrice-damned horns. I'll then say to my wife, my friend, until now I only loved you, but now I respect you, because you knew how to protest. That's what I'll say to my wife. You're laughing? That's because you're unable to break away from prejudices. Devil take it, I understand what's unpleasant when they fool you in legal marriage, but that's only the base consequence of a base fact, where both are humiliated. But when horns are placed openly, as in civil marriage, then they no longer exist, they're unthinkable and even lose the name of horns. On the contrary, your wife will only prove to you how she respects you, considering you incapable of opposing her happiness and sufficiently developed not to take revenge on her for a new husband. Devil take it, I sometimes dream that if they married me off, phooey. If I got married, whether civilly or legally, it's all the same, I would, it seems, bring a lover to my wife myself. If she didn't get one for a long time, my friend, I would say to her, I love you, but moreover I wish you to respect me, there. Am I right in saying this? Pyotr Petrovitch giggled as he listened, but without particular enthusiasm. He wasn't even listening much. He was indeed thinking about something else, and even Lebeziatnikov finally noticed this. Pyotr Petrovitch was even agitated, rubbing his hands, becoming pensive. All this Andrei Semyonovich later realized and remembered. Chapter 2. It would be difficult to designate precisely the reasons due to which the idea of this senseless memorial dinner originated in Katerina Ivanovna's disordered head. Indeed, almost 10 rubles out of the 20-some received from Raskolnikov specifically for Marmeladov's funeral were squandered on it. Perhaps Katerina Ivanovna considered herself obligated before the deceased to honor his memory properly, so that all the lodgers and especially Amalia Ivanovna would know that he was not only not at all worse than them, but perhaps even much better, sir, and that none of them had any right to turn up their nose before him. Perhaps the greatest influence here was that special pride of the poor, because of which, during certain social ceremonies obligatory in our life for each and everyone, many poor people strain themselves to the last of their strength and spend their last saved kopecks, just to be no worse than others, and so, they won't condemn them somehow. It's also very probable that Katerina Ivanovna wanted, precisely on this occasion, precisely at that moment when she seemed abandoned by everyone in the world, to show all these insignificant and nasty lodgers, that she not only knows how to live and knows how to receive, but that she wasn't even brought up for such a fate at all, but was brought up in a noble, one could even say aristocratic colonel's house, and certainly wasn't prepared to sweep floors herself and wash children's rags at night. These paroxysms of pride and vanity visit sometimes the poorest and most downtrodden people and, at times, turn into an irritable, irresistible need in them. And Katerina Ivanovna was, moreover, not among the downtrodden. Circumstances could kill her completely, but to beat down her spirit morally, that is, to frighten her and subjugate her will to oneself, was impossible. Moreover, Sonetchka spoke very reasonably about her when she said that her mind was becoming unhinged. Positively and definitively this couldn't yet be said, it's true, but indeed in recent times, throughout the past year, her poor head had suffered too much not to be damaged at least partly. The strong development of consumption, as doctors say, also contributes to the derangement of mental faculties. There was no wine in plural and of various sorts, nor Madeira either. This was an exaggeration, but wine there was. There was vodka, rum, and Lisbon wine, all of the most wretched quality, but all in sufficient quantity. Besides the kutya for food, there were 3 or 4 dishes, including pancakes, all from Amalia Ivanovna's kitchen, and in addition 2 samovars were set up at once for the tea and punch supposed to follow dinner. Katerina Ivanovna herself managed the purchases, with the help of one lodger, some pitiful little Pole, God knows why living at Mrs. Lipovexel's, who immediately attached himself on errands to Katerina Ivanovna and ran about all yesterday and all this morning, breakneck and with his tongue hanging out, apparently especially trying to make this last circumstance noticeable. He kept running to Katerina Ivanovna herself for every trifle, even ran to search for her at the Gostiny Dvor, kept calling her Pani Korenzina, and finally bored her like a radish, though at first she had said that without this obliging and magnanimous man she would have been completely lost. It was in Katerina Ivanovna's character to quickly dress up the first person she met in the brightest and best colors, to praise him so that another would even feel embarrassed, to invent in his praise various circumstances that didn't exist at all, to believe herself quite sincerely and wholeheartedly in their reality, and then suddenly, all at once, to become disillusioned, to break off, to spit at and kick out the man whom she had, only a few hours ago, literally worshipped. By nature she was of a laughing, cheerful, and peaceable character, but from continuous misfortunes and failures, she came to so furiously wish and demand that everyone live in peace and joy and not dare to live otherwise, that the slightest dissonance in life, the smallest failure, began to drive her almost into frenzy, and she in one instant, after the brightest hopes and fantasies, would begin cursing fate, tearing and throwing everything that came to hand, and beating her head against the wall. Amalia Ivanovna too suddenly acquired for some reason extraordinary significance and extraordinary respect from Katerina Ivanovna, perhaps only because these memorial arrangements were undertaken and Amalia Ivanovna decided wholeheartedly to participate in all the troubles. She undertook to set the table, provide linen, dishes and so forth, and to prepare food in her kitchen. She was authorized in everything and left to manage while Katerina Ivanovna went to the cemetery herself. Indeed, everything was prepared splendidly, the table was set even quite cleanly, the dishes, forks, knives, wine glasses, tumblers, cups, all this, of course, was a motley collection, of different styles and sizes, from various lodgers, but everything was in its place at the appointed hour, and Amalia Ivanovna, feeling that she had executed the business excellently, met those returning even with a certain pride, all dressed up, in a cap with new mourning ribbons and in a black dress. This pride, though deserved, somehow displeased Katerina Ivanovna, really, as if without Amalia Ivanovna they wouldn't have known how to set the table. The cap with new ribbons didn't please her either. Isn't this stupid German woman perhaps proud that she's the landlady and agreed out of charity to help poor lodgers? Out of charity. I beg your pardon. At Papa's house, Katerina Ivanovna's papa, who was a colonel and almost became governor, the table was sometimes set for 40 persons, so that some Amalia Ivanovna, or better to say Ludwigovna, wouldn't have been let even into the kitchen there. However, Katerina Ivanovna decided for the time being not to express her feelings, though she resolved in her heart that Amalia Ivanovna would certainly have to be put in her place today and reminded of her real position, or else God knows what she'll imagine about herself. Meanwhile she treated her only coldly. Another unpleasantness also partly contributed to Katerina Ivanovna's irritation. At the funeral of the lodgers invited to the funeral, except for the little Pole who had managed to run even to the cemetery, almost no one was there. For the memorial dinner, that is, for the refreshments, there appeared from among them only the most insignificant and poor, many of them not even in proper appearance, just some trash or other. As for those who were older and more respectable, they all, as if on purpose, as if by agreement, failed to appear. Pyotr Petrovich Luzin, for example, the most, one could say, respectable of all the lodgers, didn't appear, and meanwhile, just yesterday evening, Katerina Ivanovna had already managed to tell the whole world, that is, Amalia Ivanovna, Polechka, Sonia and the little Pole, that he was the most noble, most magnanimous man, with the most enormous connections and means, a former friend of her first husband, received in her father's house, and who promised to use all means to obtain for her a significant pension. Let us note here that if Katerina Ivanovna boasted of anyone's connections and means, it was without any self-interest, without any personal calculation, completely disinterestedly, so to speak, from the fullness of her heart, from the sole pleasure of praising and giving even more value to the praised. Following Luzin's example, and probably taking his lead, that nasty scoundrel Lebeziatnikov didn't appear either. What does that one think of himself? He was only invited out of charity, and even then because he stays in the same room with Pyotr Petrovich and is his acquaintance, so it would have been awkward not to invite him. A certain fine lady with her overripe virgin of a daughter also didn't appear, who though had lived only about 2 weeks in the rooms at Amalia Ivanovna's, had already complained several times about the noise and shouting coming from the Marmeladov's room, especially when the deceased returned home drunk, which of course became known to Katerina Ivanovna through Amalia Ivanovna herself, when the latter, quarreling with Katerina Ivanovna and threatening to drive out the whole family, shouted at the top of her voice that they were disturbing noble lodgers whose feet she wasn't worthy of. Katerina Ivanovna deliberately decided now to invite this lady and her daughter, whose feet she supposedly wasn't worthy of, especially since until now, at chance encounters, that one had haughtily turned away, so that she would know that here, they think and feel more nobly, and invite without holding grudges, and so they would see that Katerina Ivanovna was not accustomed to living in such a position, about which, however, she definitely intended to explain to them at the table, along with mentioning the deceased papa's near governorship, and at the same time indirectly remark that there was no need to turn away at encounters and that this was ridiculous and, in any case, extremely stupid. The fat lieutenant colonel, in essence a retired staff captain, didn't come either, but it turned out that he had been dead drunk since yesterday morning. In short, only these appeared, the little Pole, then one puny little clerk without speeches, in a greasy tailcoat, with pimples and a disgusting smell, then another deaf and almost completely blind little old man who had once served in some post office and whom someone, from time immemorial and for unknown reasons, supported at Amalia Ivanovna's. There also appeared one drunken retired lieutenant, in essence a commissariat official, with the most indecent and loud laughter, and, just imagine, without a vest. One character sat down right at the table without even bowing to Katerina Ivanovna, and finally one person, for lack of clothes, appeared in a dressing gown, but this was to such a degree improper that through the efforts of Amalia Ivanovna and the little Pole they managed to show him out. The little Pole, however, brought with him two other little Poles who had never lived at Amalia Ivanovna's at all and whom no one had ever seen in the rooms until now. All this extremely unpleasantly irritated Katerina Ivanovna. For whom, after all, were all these preparations made? Even the children, to save space, were not seated at the table, which already occupied the whole room, but had a place set for them in the back corner on a trunk, where the two little ones were seated on a bench, while Polechka, as the eldest, had to look after them, feed them and wipe their noses, as befits noble children. In short, Katerina Ivanovna was forced to meet everyone with double dignity and even with haughtiness. She looked over some especially sternly and haughtily invited them to sit at the table. For some reason, considering that Amalia Ivanovna must be held responsible for all those who didn't appear, she suddenly began treating her with extreme negligence, which the latter immediately noticed and was extremely piqued by. Such a beginning did not bode a good end. Finally, they sat down. Raskolnikov entered almost at the very moment they returned from the cemetery. Katerina Ivanovna was terribly glad to see him, first because he was the only educated guest of all the guests and, as is known, in 2 years was preparing to occupy a professorial chair at the local university, and secondly because he immediately and respectfully apologized to her that, despite all his desire, he could not be at the funeral. She simply pounced on him, seated him at the table beside herself on her left, on the right sat Amalia Ivanovna, and despite the continuous fuss and worry that the food be served properly and everyone get their share, despite the tormenting cough that continually interrupted and choked her and which, it seemed, had especially taken root in these last 2 days, she continually turned to Raskolnikov and in a half-whisper hastened to pour out before him all the feelings accumulated in her and all her just indignation at the failed memorial dinner. Moreover, the indignation was often replaced by the merriest, most unrestrained laughter at the assembled guests, but predominantly at the landlady herself. That cuckoo is to blame for everything. You understand whom I'm talking about her. And Katerina Ivanovna nodded at the landlady. Look at her, she's bulged out her eyes, she feels that we're talking about her but can't understand, and has popped her eyes out. Phoo, an owl. Ha ha ha. Kai. And what does she want to show with her cap? Kai. Have you noticed? She wants everyone to think that she's patronizing out of charity and doing me an honor by being present. She keeps repeating that she's the landlady, it's her habit. I asked her, as a decent person, to invite better people and specifically acquaintances of the deceased, and look whom she brought, some kind of buffoons. Freaks! Look at that one with the dirty face. He's some kind of snot on 2 legs. And these little Poles, ha ha ha. Kai. No one has ever seen them here, and I've never seen them, and no one knows them. Well, why did they come, I ask you? They're sitting decorously, side by side. Pain, hey, she suddenly shouted to one of them, have you taken pancakes? Take more. Drink beer, drink beer. Don't you want vodka? Look, he jumped up, he's bowing, look, must be completely hungry, poor things. Never mind, let them eat. At least they're not making noise, only, really, I'm afraid for the landlady's silver spoons. Amalia Ivanovna, she suddenly addressed her, almost aloud, if by any chance they steal your spoons, I won't answer for them, I warn you in advance. Ha ha ha, she burst out laughing, turning again to Raskolnikov, again nodding at the landlady and delighting in her sally. She didn't understand again. She's sitting with her mouth open, look, an owl, a real owl, a little owl in new ribbons, ha ha ha. Here the laughter again turned into unbearable coughing that lasted 5 minutes. Some blood remained on the handkerchief, drops of sweat appeared on her forehead. She silently showed the blood to Raskolnikov, and having barely recovered her breath, immediately whispered to him again with extreme animation and with red spots on her cheeks. Look, I gave her the most delicate, one could say, commission, to invite that lady and her daughter, you understand whom I'm talking about? Here one needed to conduct oneself in the most delicate manner, to act in the most skillful way, and she did it so that this visiting fool, this arrogant creature, this insignificant provincial woman, just because she's some kind of major's widow and came to petition for a pension and wear out her ham at government offices, that she at 55 years old puts on makeup, whitens and rouges herself, this is known. And such a creature not only didn't deign to appear, but didn't even send an apology if she couldn't come, as the most ordinary politeness requires in such cases. I can't understand why Pyotr Petrovitch didn't come either. But where's Sonia? Where did she go? Ah, there she is, finally. What, Sonia, where have you been? Strange that you're so inaccurate even at your father's funeral. Rodion Romanovich, let her sit beside you. Here's your place, Sinechka, take what you want. Take the aspic, that's better. They'll bring pancakes right away. Have the children been given anything? Palechka, do you have everything there? Kai. Well, good. Be a good girl, Lenya, and you, Kolya, don't kick your legs, sit as a noble child should sit. What are you saying, Sinechka? Sonia hastened to immediately convey Pyotr Petrovitch's apology to her, trying to speak aloud so that everyone could hear, and using the most select respectful expressions, even deliberately embellished on behalf of Pyotr Petrovitch and adorned by her. She added that Pyotr Petrovitch had told her especially to convey that he, as soon as it would be possible for him, would immediately come to talk about business in private and agree about what could be done and undertaken in the future, and so on and so forth. Sonia knew that this would pacify and calm Katerina Ivanovna, would flatter her, and most importantly, her pride would be satisfied. She sat down beside Raskolnikov, to whom she hastily bowed and glanced at him fleetingly, curiously. However, for all the rest of the time she somehow avoided both looking at him and talking with him. She seemed even distracted, though she kept looking at Katerina Ivanovna's face to please her. Neither she nor Katerina Ivanovna were in mourning, for lack of dresses. On Sonia was some kind of brown, darker-colored dress, and on Katerina Ivanovna her only dress, a dark calico with stripes. The news about Pyotr Petrovich went smoothly. Having listened to Sonia solemnly, Katerina Ivanovna with the same solemnity inquired about Pyotr Petrovich's health. Then, immediately, and almost aloud, she whispered to Raskolnikov that it would indeed have been strange for a respected and solid man like Pyotr Petrovich to find himself in such an extraordinary company, despite even all his devotion to her family and his old friendship with her papa. That's why I'm especially grateful to you, Rodion Romanovich, that you didn't disdain my bread and salt, even in such surroundings," she added almost aloud. "However, I'm convinced that only your special friendship with my poor deceased persuaded you to keep your word." Then she once again proudly and with dignity surveyed her guests, and suddenly with particular solicitude loudly inquired across the table of the deaf little old man, wouldn't he like some more roast, and had he been given Lisbon wine? The little old man didn't answer and for a long time couldn't understand what he was being asked, though his neighbors for amusement even began pushing him. He just looked around with his mouth open, which only further kindled the general merriment. "What a blockhead! Look, look! And why was he brought? But as for Pyotr Petrovich, I always had confidence in him," Katerina Ivanovna continued to Raskolnikov, "and of course, he's not like—" She turned sharply and loudly, and with an extremely stern look to Amalia Ivanovna, whereupon she even became timid, "not like those overdressed slatterns of yours, whom my papa wouldn't have taken even as cooks in the kitchen, and my deceased husband would certainly have done them an honor by receiving them, and even then only because of his inexhaustible kindness. Yes, sir, he loved to drink, sir, he loved it, sir, he drank it, sir," suddenly shouted the retired commissary official, draining his 12th glass of vodka. "My deceased husband indeed had this weakness, and it's known to everyone," Katerina Ivanovna suddenly latched onto him, "but he was a kind and noble man who loved and respected his family. His only fault was that from his kindness he trusted too much all sorts of depraved people, and God knows with whom he didn't drink, with those who weren't worth the soles of his shoes. Just imagine, Rodion Romanovich, they found a gingerbread rooster in his pocket, he's going along dead drunk, but he remembers the children." "Rooster? Did you say rooster?" shouted the commissary gentleman. Katerina Ivanovna didn't deign to answer him. She thought about something and sighed. "You probably think, like everyone, that I was too strict with him," she continued, addressing Raskolnikov. "But that's not so. He respected me very, very much. He was a kind-hearted man. And sometimes I felt so sorry for him. He would sit, you know, looking at me from the corner, and I'd feel so sorry for him, I'd want to caress him, but then you'd think to yourself, if you caress him, he'll get drunk again, only through strictness could he be restrained at all. Yes, sir, there was hair-pulling, sir, there was, sir, not infrequently, sir," bellowed the commissary official again, and poured another glass of vodka into himself. "Not only hair-pulling, but even a broom would have been useful to deal with some fools. I'm not talking about the deceased now." Katerina Ivanovna snapped at the commissary. The red spots on her cheeks burned more and more intensely, her chest heaved. Another minute, and she was ready to start a scene. Many were giggling, many were obviously finding this pleasant. They began pushing the commissary and whispering something to him. They obviously wanted to incite a fight. "And permit me to ask, what's this about, sir?" the commissary began, "that is, at whose noble expense you just deigned to. But however, never mind. Merci. Nonsense. A widow. A widowed woman. Grief. I forgive everything. Pass, and he knocked back another vodka. Raskolnikov sat and listened silently and with disgust. He ate only out of politeness, touching the morsels that Katerina Ivanovna kept putting on his plate, and that only so as not to offend her. He watched Sonia intently and exchanged bitter smiles with her a couple of times. But Sonia was becoming more and more anxious and worried. She too sensed that the memorial dinner would not end peacefully, and fearfully watched Katerina Ivanovna's growing irritation. She knew, among other things, that the main reason why the two visiting ladies had treated Katerina Ivanovna's invitation so contemptuously was she, Sonia. She had heard from Amalia Ivanovna herself that the mother had even been offended by the invitation and had posed the question, how could she seat her daughter next to this young lady? Sonia sensed that Katerina Ivanovna had somehow already learned of this, and an insult to her, Sonia, meant more to Katerina Ivanovna than an insult to herself personally, to her children, to her papa. In short, it was a mortal insult, and Sonia knew that Katerina Ivanovna would not rest now, until she proved to these slatterns that they are both, and so on and so forth. As if on purpose, someone sent Sonia a plate from the other end of the table with 2 hearts molded on it from black bread, pierced by an arrow. Katerina Ivanovna flared up and immediately remarked loudly, across the table, that the sender was certainly a drunken ass. Amalia Ivanovna, also sensing something bad, and at the same time offended to the depths of her soul by Katerina Ivanovna's haughtiness, in order to divert the unpleasant mood of the company in another direction and incidentally to raise herself in general opinion, suddenly began, out of the blue, to tell how some acquaintance of hers, Karl from the pharmacy, rode at night in a cab and that the cabman wanted to kill him, and Karl very, very begged him not to kill him, and cried, and folded his hands, and was frightened, and from fear his heart was pierced. Katerina Ivanovna smiled but immediately remarked that Amalia Ivanovna shouldn't tell anecdotes in Russian. The latter was even more offended and retorted that her Vater aus Berlin was very, very important person and always walked with hands in pockets. The laughing Katerina Ivanovna couldn't restrain herself and burst into terrible laughter, so that Amalia Ivanovna was already losing her last patience and could barely contain herself. "Look at that little owl!" Katerina Ivanovna immediately whispered again to Raskolnikov, almost cheerfully. She wanted to say, he kept his hands in his pockets, but it came out that he rummaged through pockets, kai. And have you noticed, Rodion Romanovich, once and for all, that all these Petersburg foreigners, that is, mainly Germans who come to us from somewhere, are all stupider than us? Well, agree, how can one tell about how Karl from the pharmacy had his heart pierced with fear, and that he, the milksop, instead of tying up the cabman, folded his hands and cried, and very much begged? Ah, the fool! And she thinks it's very touching, and doesn't suspect how stupid she is. In my opinion, this drunken commissary is much smarter than her. At least you can see he's a drunkard, drank away his last wits, but these are all so prim, so serious. Look how she sits, eyes popped out. She's angry. Angry. Ha ha ha. Kai. Having cheered up, Katerina Ivanovna immediately got carried away into various details and suddenly began talking about how, with the help of the obtained pension, she would certainly establish in her native town of T a boarding school for noble young ladies. This had not yet been communicated to Raskolnikov by Katerina Ivanovna herself, and she immediately got carried away into the most alluring details. Somehow, suddenly, that very certificate of merit appeared in her hands, about which the deceased Marmeladov had informed Raskolnikov in the tavern, explaining to him that Katerina Ivanovna, his wife, at her graduation from the institute, danced with a shawl before the governor and other persons. This certificate of merit was obviously supposed to serve now as proof of Katerina Ivanovna's right to establish a boarding school herself, but mainly it had been saved with the purpose of finally cutting down both overdressed slatterns, in case they came to the memorial dinner, and clearly proving to them that Katerina Ivanovna was from the most noble, aristocratic house, a colonel's daughter, and certainly better than certain adventure-seekers who have multiplied so much recently. The certificate of merit immediately went from hand to hand among the drunken guests, to which Katerina Ivanovna did not object, because it really did state, en toutes lettres, that she was the daughter of a court councillor and cavalier, and consequently indeed almost a colonel's daughter. Inflamed, Katerina Ivanovna immediately expanded on all the details of the future beautiful and peaceful life in T, about the gymnasium teachers whom she would invite for lessons at her boarding school, about one respectable old man, the Frenchman Mangat, who had taught French to Katerina Ivanovna herself at the institute, and who was still living out his days in T, and would certainly come to her for the most reasonable fee. Finally it came to Sonia, who would go to tea together with Katerina Ivanovna and would help her there in everything. But here suddenly someone snorted at the end of the table. Katerina Ivanovna, though she immediately tried to pretend that she contemptuously didn't notice the laughter that arose at the end of the table, immediately, deliberately raising her voice, began speaking with animation about the undoubted abilities of Sofya Semyonovna to serve as her assistant, about her meekness, patience, self-sacrifice, nobility, and education, whereupon she patted Sonia on the cheek, and standing up, warmly kissed her twice. Sonia flushed, and Katerina Ivanovna suddenly burst into tears, immediately remarking to herself that she was a weak-nerved fool and had become too upset, that it was time to finish, and since the refreshments were already finished, it was time to serve tea. At this very moment Amalia Ivanovna, already completely offended that she had taken not the slightest part in the entire conversation and that no one was even listening to her at all, suddenly risked a last attempt and, with secret anguish, dared to communicate to Katerina Ivanovna one extremely practical and profound observation, that in the future boarding school one must pay special attention to the young ladies' clean linen, dye wash, and that there must absolutely be one such good lady, dye dame, to look after the linen properly, and secondly, that all the young ladies not quietly read any novels at night. Katerina Ivanovna, who was indeed upset and very tired and to whom the memorial dinner had already become completely tiresome, immediately cut off Amalia Ivanovna, saying that she was talking nonsense, and understood nothing, that concern for dye wash was the business of a housekeeper, not the directress of a noble boarding school, and that as for reading novels, well, that was simply even indecent, and she asked her to be silent. Amalia Ivanovna flushed and, becoming embittered, remarked that she only wished good, and that she very much wished good, and that she, for the apartment hadn't been paid money for a long time already. Katerina Ivanovna immediately put her down, saying that she was lying when she said she wished good, because even yesterday, when the deceased was still lying on the table, she had tortured her about the apartment. To this Amalia Ivanovna quite logically remarked that she invited those ladies, but those ladies didn't come, because those ladies were noble ladies, and couldn't come to not noble lady. Katerina Ivanovna immediately emphasized to her that since she was a freak, she couldn't judge what true nobility was. Amalia Ivanovna couldn't bear this and immediately declared that her Vater aus Berlin was very important person and walked with both hands in pockets and always went like this, puff, puff. And to represent her Vater more effectively, Amalia Ivanovna jumped up from her chair, stuck both her hands in her pockets, puffed out her cheeks and began making some indefinite sounds with her mouth, like puff puff, amid the loud laughter of all the lodgers, who deliberately encouraged Amalia Ivanovna with their approval, foreseeing a fight. But Katerina Ivanovna could not endure this and immediately, for all to hear, declared that Amalia Ivanovna perhaps never even had a Vater at all, but that simply Amalia Ivanovna was a drunken Petersburg Finnish woman and had certainly worked somewhere as a cook before, or perhaps even worse. Amalia Ivanovna jumped up, turned red as a lobster and shrieked that maybe Katerina Ivanovna had no Vater at all, but she had Vater aus Berlin, and wore such long frock coat, and always went, puff, puff, puff. Katerina Ivanovna contemptuously remarked that her origin was known to everyone, and that in this very certificate of merit it was stated in printed letters that her father was a colonel, and that Amalia Ivanovna's father, if she even had any kind of father at all, was probably some Petersburg Finnish milk seller, but most likely there was no father at all, because it's still unknown to this day what Amalia Ivanovna's patronymic is, Ivanovna or Ludwigovna? At this Amalia Ivanovna, finally enraged and pounding her fist on the table, began shrieking that she was Amal Ivan, not Ludwigovna, that her Vater was called Johann and was burgomaster, and that Katerina Ivanovna's Vater was never burgomaster at all. Katerina Ivanovna rose from her chair and in a stern, apparently calm voice, though all pale and with her chest heaving deeply, remarked to her that if she dared even one more time to put on the same level her trashy little Vater with her papa, then she, Katerina Ivanovna, would tear the cap off her and trample it under her feet. Hearing this, Amalia Ivanovna ran about the room, shouting with all her might that she was the landlady and that Katerina Ivanovna must leave the apartment this very minute. Then she rushed for some reason to gather the silver spoons from the table. There arose hubbub and crashes. The children began to cry. Sonia rushed to restrain Katerina Ivanovna, but when Amalia Ivanovna suddenly shouted something about the yellow ticket, Katerina Ivanovna pushed Sonia away and rushed at Amalia Ivanovna to immediately carry out her threat about the cap. At this moment the door opened, and on the threshold of the room Pyotr Petrovich Luzin suddenly appeared. He stood and with a stern, attentive gaze surveyed the whole company. Katerina Ivanovna rushed toward him. Chapter 3. Pyotr Petrovich, she cried, protect me at least. Make this stupid creature understand that she mustn't treat a noble lady in misfortune this way, that there are courts for this. I'll go to the Governor-General himself. She'll answer for this. Remembering my father's bread and salt, protect the orphans. Allow me, madam. Allow me, madam. Pyotr Petrovich waved her off several times. Your papa, as is known to you, I didn't have the honor of knowing at all. Allow me, madam. Someone laughed loudly, and in your continuous disputes with Amalia Ivanovna I don't intend to participate, sir. I'm here on my own business, and wish to have an explanation, immediately, with your stepdaughter, Sofia Ivanovna. I believe that's right, sir. Allow me to pass, sir. And Pyotr Petrovich, skirting around Katerina Ivanovna sideways, headed for the opposite corner of the room, where Sonia was. Katerina Ivanovna remained standing as she was, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't understand how Pyotr Petrovich could renounce her papa's bread and salt. Having invented this bread and salt once, she already believed in it sacredly herself. She was also struck by the businesslike, dry tone of Pyotr Petrovich, full even of a certain contemptuous threat. And everyone somehow quieted down, little by little, at his appearance. Besides the fact that this businesslike and serious man clashed too sharply with the whole company, it was evident that he had come for something important, that probably some extraordinary reason could have attracted him to such company, and that therefore something was about to happen, something would occur. Raskolnikov, standing beside Sonia, stepped aside to let him pass. Pyotr Petrovich seemed not to notice him at all. A minute later Lebeziatnikov also appeared on the threshold. He didn't enter the room, but stopped also with some special curiosity, almost with surprise. He listened, but seemed unable to understand something for a long time. "Excuse me for perhaps interrupting, but the matter is quite important, sir," Pyotr Petrovich remarked somehow in general, not addressing anyone in particular. "I'm even glad to have an audience. It's useful in a certain sense. Amalia Ivanovna, I most humbly ask you, as the landlady of the apartment, to pay attention to my subsequent conversation with Sofya Ivanovna. Sofya Ivanovna," he continued, addressing directly the extremely surprised and already frightened Sonia, "from my table, in the room of my friend, Andrei Semyonovich Lebeziatnikov, immediately following your visit, there disappeared a government credit note belonging to me of 100-ruble denomination. If in any way you know and will indicate to us where it is now located, then, I assure you on my word of honor, and I call everyone to witness, that the matter will end with that alone. In the contrary case, I will be forced to resort to very serious measures, and then, blame only yourself, sir." Complete silence reigned in the room. Even the crying children quieted. Sonia stood deathly pale, looked at Luzin and could answer nothing. She seemed not yet to understand. Several seconds passed. "Well, sir, so what then, sir?" Luzin asked, staring intently at Sonia. "I don't know. I know nothing." Sonia finally spoke in a weak voice. "No? You don't know?" Luzin repeated and paused for several more seconds. "Think, mademoiselle," he began sternly, but still as if admonishing, "reflect, I'm willing to give you more time to consider. You see, sir, if I weren't so certain, then of course, with my experience, I wouldn't risk accusing you so directly, for such a direct and public but false, or even merely mistaken accusation I, in a certain sense, answer myself. I know this, sir. I'll lay out the case for you, let everyone hear. We have nothing to hide, do we, sir? Listen then, mademoiselle, and understand how absurd and how disadvantageous denial is for you. I tell you this as if I were your late father speaking to you, you're still so young. This morning I exchanged, for my needs, several 5% bonds for a sum, nominally, of 3,000 rubles. The calculation is recorded in my wallet. Coming home, Andrei Semyonovich is witness to this, began counting the money, and having counted 2,300 rubles, put them in my wallet, and the wallet in the side pocket of my coat. About 500 rubles remained on the table, in credit notes, and among them 3 notes, of 100 rubles each. At this moment you entered, at my summons, and the whole time you remained afterward in extreme confusion, so that you even stood up 3 times during the conversation and hurried to leave for some reason, though our conversation was not yet finished. Andrei Semyonovich can testify to all this. You yourself, mademoiselle, will probably not refuse to confirm and declare that I summoned you, through Andrei Semyonovich, solely in order to discuss with you the orphaned and helpless situation of your relative, Katerina Ivanovna, to whose memorial dinner I could not come, and how it would be useful to arrange something in her favor in the nature of a subscription, lottery, or the like. You thanked me and even shed tears. I'm recounting everything as it was, first, to remind you, and secondly, to show you that not the slightest detail of what occurred has been erased from my memory. Then I took a 10-ruble credit note from the table and gave it to you, in my own name, for the interests of your relative, in the form of initial assistance. All this Andrei Semyonovich saw. Then I accompanied you to the door, all in the same confusion on your part, after which, remaining alone with Andrei Semyonovich and conversing with him for about 10 minutes, Andrei Semyonovich went out, and I again turned to the table, with the money lying on it, with the purpose of counting it and setting it aside separately, as I had intended before. To my surprise, 100-ruble note was missing from among the others. I carefully counted again, recounted the money already put aside earlier in the wallet, examined my pockets, the room, the table, under the table, everywhere, but the note was not there. Now be so good as to judge. I can in no way suspect Andrei Semyonovich, sir, I'm even ashamed of the supposition. I also couldn't have made an error in counting, because a minute before your arrival, having finished all calculations, I found the total correct. I examined the room, agree yourself, that recalling your confusion, haste to leave, and the fact that you kept your hands on the table for some time, taking finally into consideration your social position and the habits associated with it, I, so to speak, with horror, with disgust, and even against my will, was forced to stop at a suspicion, cruel, of course, but justified, sir. I'll add and repeat that despite all my obvious certainty, I understand that still, in my present accusation, there is present a certain risk for me. And therefore I confess frankly, before everyone, that despite even the obvious evidence to me, I would never have risked accusing you, as now, directly and publicly, and would certainly have left the matter alone, if only to avoid all the troubles and inconveniences connected with the affair. This is probably what you were counting on, otherwise, I cannot explain it. But, as you see, I didn't leave it alone. I rose up, and I'll tell you why, solely, madam, solely because of your blackest ingratitude. What? I invite you in the interests of your poorest relative, I offer you my modest donation of 10 rubles, and you, right then, immediately, repay me for all this with such an action. No, sir, this is not good, sir. Very not good, sir. Nevertheless, for all to hear I repeat once more, for the third and last time, that if you, right now, return the note, or only indicate where it might be, then punishment will be limited to your present shame alone. I won't pursue you and forgive you, sir. Agreed, this is also hard for you, and I understand, sir, but what can be done? A lesson is necessary, sir. Consider then, moreover, as your true friend, I ask you, for you can have no better friend at this moment, come to your senses. Otherwise, I will be relentless. Well, Sir, so then? I didn't take anything from you, Sonia whispered in horror. You gave me 10 rubles, here they are, take them. Sonia pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, found the knot, untied it, took out the 10-ruble note and extended her hand to Luzin. And the remaining 100 rubles you won't confess to, he pronounced reproachfully and insistently, not taking the note. Sonia looked around. Everyone was looking at her with such terrible, stern, mocking, hateful faces. She glanced at Raskolnikov. He stood by the wall, arms crossed, biting his lower lip, and looked at her with a fiery gaze. "Oh Lord!" escaped from Sonia. "Amalia Ivanovna will have to notify the police, and therefore I most humbly ask you to send meanwhile for the caretaker," Luzin said quietly and even tenderly. "Gott der Barmherzige. I knew it, that she was thief." Amalia Ivanovna threw up her hands. "You knew it?" Luzin picked up. "Then you already had at least some grounds before to conclude so. I ask you, most esteemed Amalia Ivanovna, to remember your words, spoken, however, before witnesses." Suddenly loud talk arose from all sides. Everyone stirred. "What?" Katerina Ivanovna suddenly cried out, coming to her senses, and, as if breaking loose, rushed at Luzin. "What? She? You accuse her of theft? This is Sonia. Ah, scoundrels, scoundrels!" And throwing herself at Sonia, she embraced her in a frenzy, as in a vice, with her withered arms. "Sonia! How dare you take 10 rubles from him? Oh, foolish girl! Give it here! Give these 10 rubles right now, here!" And snatching the note from Sonia, Katerina Ivanovna crumpled it in her hands and threw it with a swing right in Luzin's face. The pellet hit him in the eye and bounced to the floor. Amalia Ivanovna rushed to pick up the money. Pyotr Petrovich got angry. "Restrain this madwoman," he shouted. At the door, at this moment, beside Lebeziatnikov, several more faces appeared, among which looked out both visiting ladies. "What? Madwoman? I'm mad, am I? Fool!" Katerina Ivanovna shrieked. "You're the fool yourself, legal pettifogging scribbler, base man! Sonia, Sonia, take money from him! Sonia a thief! Why, she'd sooner give to you, fool!" And Katerina Ivanovna laughed hysterically. "Did you see the fool?" She rushed in all directions, pointing at Luzin to everyone. "What? And you too?" She suddenly saw the landlady. "And you're there too, sausage-maker, you confirm that she was thief, you vile Prussian chicken leg and a crinoline! Ah you! Ah you! Why, she didn't even leave the room, and when she came from you, scoundrel, she sat down right here beside me, everyone saw. She sat right beside Rodion Romanovich. Search her! Since she didn't go anywhere, it means the money must be on her. Search then, search, search. Only if you don't find it, then excuse me, my dear fellow, you'll answer for it. To the sovereign, to the sovereign, to the Tsar himself I'll run, the merciful one, I'll throw myself at his feet, right now, today. I'm an orphan. They'll let me in. You think they won't let me in? You lie, I'll get through. I'll get through. This is what you counted on, that she's neat? That's what you were counting on? But I, brother, am fierce for that. You'll come up short. Search then. Search, search, well, Search. And Katerina Ivanovna, in a frenzy, tugged at Luzin, dragging him towards Sonia. I'm ready, sir, and I'll answer, but calm down, madam, calm down. I see only too well that you're fierce. This how then, sir? Luzin muttered, this should be done with the police, sir, though however even now there are more than enough witnesses. I'm ready, sir. But in any case it's difficult for a man, on account of sex. If with the help of Amalia Ivanovna, though, however, this is not how it's done. How then, sir? Whoever you want. Let whoever wants to search. Katerina Ivanovna shouted, Sonia, turn out your pockets for them. Here. Look, monster, here it's empty, the handkerchief was here, the pocket's empty, you see. Here's the other pocket, here. See. And Katerina Ivanovna didn't so much turn out as simply jerked both pockets, one after the other, inside out. But from the second, right pocket, suddenly a piece of paper jumped out and, describing a parabola in the air, fell at Luzin's feet. Everyone saw it, many cried out. Pyotr Petrovitch bent down, picked up the paper with 2 fingers from the floor, raised it for all to see and unfolded it. It was a 100-ruble credit note, folded in eighths. Pyotr Petrovitch held up his hand in a circle, showing everyone the note. Thief! Out of the apartment! Police! Amalia Ivanovna screamed, they must to Siberia be driven. Out! Exclamations flew from all sides. Raskolnikov was silent, not taking his eyes off Sonia, occasionally but quickly shifting them to Luzin. Sonia stood in the same place, as if senseless. She was almost not even surprised. Suddenly color flooded her whole face, she cried out and covered her face with her hands. No, it wasn't me. I didn't take it. I don't know, she cried with a heart-rending wail and rushed to Katerina Ivanovna. The latter caught her and pressed her tightly to herself, as if wishing to protect her from everyone with her breast. Sonia! I don't believe it. You see, I don't believe it. Katerina Ivanovna cried, despite all the evidence, shaking her in her arms like a child, kissing her countless times, catching her hands and, as if devouring them, kissing them. That you would take it. What stupid people these are. Oh Lord! You're stupid, she cried, addressing everyone, you don't know yet, don't know what kind of heart this is, what kind of girl this is. She would take it, Why, she'd take off her last dress, sell it, go barefoot, and give it to you, if you needed it, that's what she's like. She even got the yellow ticket because my children were dying of hunger, she sold herself for us. Ah, deceased husband. Ah, deceased. Do you see? Here's your memorial dinner for you. Lord! Well, defend her then, why are you all standing there? Rodion Romanovich! Why don't you stand up for her? Do you believe it too? You're not worth her little finger, all of you, all. Lord, well defend her, finally. The weeping of the poor, consumptive, orphan Katerina Ivanovna produced, it seemed, a strong effect on the public. There was so much that was pitiful, so much suffering in that face twisted with pain, withered and consumptive, in those dried lips caked with blood, in that hoarsely screaming voice, in that sobbing weeping like a child's crying, in that trusting, childish, and at the same time desperate plea for protection, that everyone seemed to pity the unfortunate woman. At least Pyotr Petrovitch immediately pitied her. "Madam! Madam!" he exclaimed in an impressive voice, "this fact doesn't concern you. No one will dare accuse you of intent or complicity, especially since you yourself exposed it by turning out the pocket. It means you suspected nothing. I'm very, very ready to feel pity if, so to speak, poverty moved Sofya Semyonovna to this, but why didn't you want to confess, mademoiselle? Were you afraid of the shame? Is that it, sir? The first step? You lost your head, perhaps? Understandable, sir, very understandable, sir. But however, why did you resort to such qualities? Gentlemen," he addressed all those present, "gentlemen. Pitying and, so to speak, sympathizing, I'm perhaps ready to forgive, even now, despite the personal insults received. May this present shame serve you, mademoiselle, as a lesson for the future," he addressed Sonia, "and I leave the rest alone and, so be it, I'm dropping the matter." "Enough." Pyotr Petrovitch glanced sideways at Raskolnikov. Their eyes met. Raskolnikov's burning gaze was ready to incinerate him. Meanwhile, Katerina Ivanovna seemed to hear nothing more. She embraced and kissed Sonia like a madwoman. The children also embraced Sonia from all sides with their little hands, and Polechka, not fully understanding, however, what was going on, seemed completely drowned in tears, sobbing convulsively and hiding her pretty little face, swollen from crying, on Sonia's shoulder. "How base this is!" a loud voice suddenly rang out at the door. Pyotr Petrovitch quickly looked around. "What baseness?" Lebeziatnikov repeated, staring intently into his eyes. Pyotr Petrovitch even seemed to start. Everyone noticed this. They remembered it later. Lebeziatnikov stepped into the room. "And you dared to call me as witness?" he said, approaching Pyotr Petrovitch. "What does this mean, Andrei Semyonovitch? What are you talking about?" Lozin muttered. "It means that you're a slanderer, that's what my words mean, sir," Lebeziatnikov said hotly, looking at him sternly with his nearsighted little eyes. He was terribly angry. Raskolnikov fairly devoured him with his eyes, as if catching and weighing every word. Again silence reigned. Pyotr Petrovitch almost even lost his composure, especially in the first moment. "If this is to me," he began, stammering, "but what's wrong with you? Are you in your right mind?" "I'm in my right mind, sir, but you're a scoundrel." "Ah, how base this is! I listened to everything, I deliberately waited for everything, to understand it all, because, I confess, even until now it's not entirely logical. But why you did all this, I don't understand. But what did I do? Will you stop speaking in your absurd riddles? Or perhaps you've been drinking? You, base man, may perhaps drink, but not I. I never drink vodka at all, because it's not in my convictions. Just imagine, he himself, with his own hands, gave this 100-ruble note to Sofya Semyonovna. I saw it, I'm a witness, I'll take an oath." He. Lebeziatnikov repeated, addressing everyone and each. "Have you gone mad or not, milksop? Luzin shrieked, she herself here before you, in person, she herself here, just now, before everyone confirmed that she received nothing from me except 10 rubles. How then could I have given it to her, after that? I saw it, saw it. Lebeziatnikov shouted and affirmed, and though it's against my convictions, I'm ready right now to take any oath you like in court, because I saw how you slipped it to her secretly. Only I'm the fool, I thought you were slipping it to her from benevolence. At the door, saying goodbye to her, when she turned away and when you were shaking her hand with one hand, with the other, the left one, you quietly put the note in her pocket. I saw it. I saw it. Luzin turned pale. You're lying, he cried out insolently, and how could you, standing at the window, make out a banknote? You imagined it, with your nearsighted eyes. You're raving. No, I didn't imagine it. And though I was standing far away, I saw everything, everything, and though it's indeed difficult to make out a banknote from the window, you're right about that, but I, on a special occasion, knew for certain that it was precisely 100-ruble note, because when you began giving Sofia Semyonovna the 10-ruble note, I saw it myself. You then took 100-ruble note from the table. I saw this because I was standing close then, and since one thought immediately came to me, I therefore didn't forget that you had a note in your hands. You folded it and held it, clutched in your hand, the whole time. Then I had almost forgotten again, but when you began to get up, you transferred it from your right hand to your left and almost dropped it. I remembered again then, because the same thought came to me again, namely, that you wanted to do her a kindness secretly from me. You can imagine how I began to watch, well, and I saw how you managed to slip it into her pocket. I saw it, I'll take an oath. Lebeziatnikov was almost breathless. Diverse exclamations began to sound from all sides, mostly expressing amazement, but some exclamations took on a threatening tone as well. Everyone crowded toward Pyotr Petrovitch. Katerina Ivanovna rushed to Lebeziatnikov. Andrei Semyonovitch, I was wrong about you. Defend her. You're the only one for her. She's an orphan, God sent you. Andrei Semyonich, dear father. And Katerina Ivanovna, almost not knowing what she was doing, threw herself on her knees before him. Nonsense, bellowed Luzin, enraged to fury, you're all talking nonsense, sir. Forgot, remembered, forgot, what's this? So I deliberately planted it on her? For what? With what purpose? What do I have in common with this? For what? That's what I myself don't understand, but that I'm telling the true fact, that's certain. I'm so far from mistaken, you vile, criminal man, that I precisely remember how, on this account, a question immediately came to my head then, precisely at the time when I was thanking you and shaking your hand. Why did you put it in her pocket secretly? That is, why precisely secretly? Was it only because you wanted to hide it from me, knowing that I hold contrary convictions and deny private charity, which heals nothing radically? Well, I decided that you were indeed ashamed before me to give such large sums, and moreover, perhaps, I thought, he wants to surprise her, to amaze her when she finds a whole 100 rubles in her pocket. Because some benefactors very much love to spread out their benefactions like that, I know this. Then I also thought that you wanted to test her, that is, whether she would come to thank you when she found it? Then, that you wanted to avoid gratitude and so that, well, how does it go, so that the right hand, or something, wouldn't know, in short, something like that. Well, so many thoughts came to my head then, so I decided to think it all over later, but still considered it indelicate to reveal to you that I knew the secret. But however, another question immediately came to my head again, that Sofia Semyonovna might, before noticing it, God forbid, lose the money. That's why I decided to come here, call her out and inform her that 100 rubles had been put in her pocket. But on the way I stopped first at the rooms of the Mrs. Kobylatnikov to bring them the general deduction of the positive method, and especially to recommend Pitterit's article, and Wagner's too, by the way. Then I come here, and here's what a scene already. Well, could I have had all these thoughts and reasonings if I hadn't actually seen you put 100 rubles in her pocket? When Andrei Semyonovich finished his verbose reasonings, with such a logical conclusion at the end of his speech, he was terribly tired, and even sweat rolled down his face. Alas, he didn't even know how to express himself properly in Russian, though he knew no other language, so that he was completely, somehow all at once, exhausted, even seemed to have grown thinner after his forensic feat. Nevertheless, his speech produced an extraordinary effect. He spoke with such fervor, with such conviction, that evidently everyone believed him. Pyotr Petrovitch felt that things were going badly. "What do I care what stupid questions came into your head?" he cried. "This is no proof, sir. You could have dreamed all this up in your sleep, and that's all, sir. And I tell you that you're lying, sir. Lying and slandering out of some malice toward me, and precisely out of spite because I didn't agree with your free-thinking and godless social proposals. That's what, sir." But this dodge brought no benefit to Pyotr Petrovitch. On the contrary, murmurs were heard from all sides. "Ah, so that's where you've gone!" Lebeziatnikov shouted. "You lie! Call the police, and I'll take an oath. There's only one thing I can't understand, why he risked such a base action. Oh pitiful, base obscurantist, oh vile man! I can explain why he risked such an action, and, if necessary, I'll take an oath myself." Raskolnikov finally pronounced in a firm voice and stepped forward. He was, apparently, firm and calm. Everyone somehow clearly understood, from just one look at him, that he really knew something and that the matter had come to a resolution. "Now I've completely clarified everything for myself," Raskolnikov continued, addressing Lebeziatnikov directly. "From the very beginning of the affair I began to suspect that there was some vile trick here. I began to suspect because of certain special circumstances, known only to me, which I'll now explain to everyone. That's where the whole thing lies. You, Andrei Semyonovich, with your precious testimony, have finally clarified everything for me. I ask everyone to listen. This gentleman," he pointed to Luzin, "was recently courting a young lady, namely my sister, Avdotya Romanovna Raskolnikova. But arriving in Petersburg, he quarreled with me 3 days ago, at our first meeting, and I drove him away from me, to which there are 2 witnesses. This man is very spiteful and doesn't forgive injuries. 3 days ago I didn't yet know that he was staying here in rooms with you, Andrei Semyonovich, and that therefore, on the same day we quarreled, that is, on the 3rd day ago, he witnessed me handing over, as a friend of the late Mr. Marmeladov, to his wife Katerina Ivanovna, some money for the funeral. He immediately wrote a note to my mother and informed her that I had given all the money not to Katerina Ivanovna, but to Sofia Semyonovna, and in this he mentioned in the vilest expressions, the character of Sofia Semyonovna, that is, he hinted at the character of my relations with Sofia Semyonovna. All this, as you understand, with the purpose of setting me against my mother and sister, suggesting to them that I was squandering, with ignoble purposes, their last money with which they were helping me. Yesterday evening, in the presence of my mother and sister, and in his presence, I restored the truth, proving that I had given the money to Katerina Ivanovna for the funeral, and not to Sofia Semyonovna, and that 3 days ago I wasn't even yet acquainted with Sofia Semyonovna, and hadn't even seen her face. At the same time I added that he, Pyotr Petrovich Luzin, with all his merits, wasn't worth one little finger of Sofia Semyonovna, about whom he spoke so badly. To his question, would I seat Sofia Semyonovna next to my sister? I answered that I had already done so, that very day. Angry that my mother and sister didn't want to quarrel with me because of his slanders, he, word by word, began speaking to them with unforgivable insolence. A final break occurred, and he was driven from the house. All this happened yesterday evening. It seems this was too unexpected for him. He's so vain that he can't understand how a girl can refuse him, or, for example, how a mother might not quarrel with her son if he wants it. Now I ask for special attention. Imagine if he had now managed to prove that Sofia Semyonovna was a thief, then, first, he would have proved to my sister and mother that he was almost right in his suspicions, that he justly became angry because I put my sister and Sofia Semyonovna on the same level, that in attacking me, he was therefore defending and protecting my sister's honor, and his fiancée's. In short, through all this, he could even quarrel me with my family again, and of course hope to get back into their favor again. I'm not even speaking of the fact that he was taking personal revenge on me, because he has grounds to suppose that Sofia Semyonovna's honor and happiness are very dear to me. That's his whole calculation. That's how I understand this affair. That's the whole reason, and there can be no other. Thus or almost thus Raskolnikov finished his speech, frequently interrupted by exclamations from the public, which listened, however, very attentively. But despite all the interruptions, he spoke sharply, calmly, precisely, clearly, firmly. His sharp voice, his convinced tone and stern face produced an extraordinary effect on everyone. Yes, yes. It's so. Lebeziatnikov confirmed enthusiastically that it must be so, because he precisely asked me, as soon as Sofia Semyonovna entered our room, "Are you here? Didn't I see you among Katerina Ivanovna's guests?" He called me aside to the window for this and asked quietly there. "So it was absolutely necessary for him that you be here." "That's it. It's all so." Luzin was silent and smiled contemptuously. However, he was very pale. It seemed he was thinking how to get out of this. Perhaps he would have gladly dropped everything and left, but at the present moment this was almost impossible. It would mean directly confessing the justice of the accusations brought against him and that he had indeed slandered Sofia Semyonovna. Moreover, the public, already somewhat drunk, was too agitated. The commissary, though not understanding everything, was shouting louder than anyone and proposing certain measures very unpleasant for Luzin. But there were also sober people. They gathered and assembled from all the rooms. All three little Poles were terribly heated and kept shouting at him incessantly, "Pain Lajdak," while muttering some threats in Polish. Sonia listened with strain, but as if she too didn't understand everything, as if waking from a faint. She only didn't take her eyes off Raskolnikov, feeling that all her defense was in him. Katerina Ivanovna breathed heavily and hoarsely and seemed in terrible exhaustion. Amalia Ivanovna stood most stupidly of all, her mouth open and comprehending absolutely nothing. She only saw that Pyotr Petrovitch had somehow gotten caught. But Raskolnikov again asked for attention, somehow trying to quiet the agitation. Finally, continually interrupted and thrown off by exclamations, he managed to say a few more words, the gist of which we present. "I'm of course surprised," he said, "how such a cunning and clever, in his own way, man risked such a troublesome, uncertain, apparently, affair. But besides the fact that this can be explained by his extreme malice, reasoning a little more, you'll all see that there was nothing uncertain here, and that he was precisely tempted by the extreme ease of execution. So it seems to me, at least. For example, there's one extremely significant point here. Have you noticed, Andrei Semyonovich, however, I'm addressing everyone, have you noticed that at first he threatened the police implacably, but then, though he continued the threats, he somehow softened, even became emotional and repeated several times that he wanted to punish with shame alone? Well, that's all he needed, the shame, that's why he risked it so easily. To prove theft by judicial procedure would, of course, have been harder for him, but to disgrace in a domestic way, to pull money out of a pocket before numerous witnesses, to plant more than a doubt that Sofya Semyonovna was a thief, this was too easy to achieve. He risked nothing and gained significant results. He even won in general opinion by the fact that he pitied and forgave. Recall also what he said earlier about Sofya Semyonovna's social position and the habits attendant on this position. What a hint! Do you understand what's involved here, and what precisely was his calculation in this? This is on one hand. Now look from the other. A man apparently so respectable, solid, businesslike, advanced in years, a capitalist. Well, why, it would seem, would he get involved? Why start a scandal and slander an almost unknown girl, whom he doesn't even know what her name is, calls her Sofya Ivanovna, though he certainly knows she's called Sofya Semyonovna? He knows. Lebeziatnikov shouted, he called her Sofya Semyonovna several times earlier, at our place in the room, I heard it myself. Here it was absolutely necessary, Raskolnikov continued, to know the background to understand anything at all, and if it weren't, by chance, for me to explain this, and for Andrei Semyonovich as a witness, also completely by chance, then Sofya Semyonovna would have perished. Scoundrel! Swindler! Rang out all around. I won't even mention that this man would never have decided to give a poor woman 100 rubles, and that he has hated Sofya Semyonovna since yesterday evening so much that he would never under any circumstances have helped her. He only risked one thing here. Sofya Semyonovna might have discovered this money in her pocket somewhat earlier than he calculated, and if she had gone to thank him, then he perhaps would have lost his 100 rubles. But this very well might not have happened, as indeed it didn't happen, and moreover, he took measures and hurried here quickly. Yes, and finally, even in the most extreme case he could have gotten out of it, could have said. But Raskolnikov wasn't allowed to finish, everyone was shouting and crowding around Luzin with curses and threats. But Pyotr Petrovitch didn't lose his nerve. Seeing that the case against Sonia was completely lost, he directly resorted to impudence. "Allow me, gentlemen, allow me, don't crowd, let me pass," he said, making his way through the crowd, "and do me the favor, don't threaten, I assure you that nothing will happen, you'll do nothing, I'm not the timid sort, sir, but on the contrary you, gentlemen, will answer for using violence to cover up a criminal case." The thief is more than exposed, and I will prosecute, sir. In court they're not so blind and, not drunk, sir, and won't believe two notorious atheists, agitators and freethinkers, accusing me from personal spite, as they themselves confess in their stupidity. Yes, sir, allow me, sir. Not a trace of your spirit in my room at once. Be so good as to move out and everything's finished between us. And when I think how I broke my back explaining to him, whole 2 weeks. But I myself told you, Andrei Semyonovich, earlier that I was moving out, when you were still trying to keep me. Now I'll only add that you're a fool, sir. I wish you to cure your mind and your nearsighted eyes. Allow me then, gentlemen, sir. He pushed through, but the commissary didn't want to let him off so easily, with curses alone. He grabbed a glass from the table, swung it and launched it at Pyotr Petrovitch, but the glass flew straight at Amalia Ivanovna. She shrieked, and the commissary, having lost his balance from the swing, fell heavily under the table. Pyotr Petrovitch went to his room, and half an hour later he was no longer in the house. Sonia, timid by nature, knew before that she was easier to destroy than anyone else, and that anyone could insult her almost with impunity. But still, until this very moment, it seemed to her that she could somehow avoid disaster, by caution, meekness, submission before everyone and each. Her disillusionment was too heavy. She could, of course, endure everything with patience and almost without complaint, even this. But in the first moment it became too heavy. Despite her triumph and her vindication, when the first fright and first stupor had passed, when she understood and comprehended everything clearly, the feeling of helplessness and injury painfully constricted her heart. Hysteria began with her. Finally, unable to endure it, she rushed out of the room, sobbing and covering her face with her hands, and ran home. This was almost immediately after Luzin's departure. Amalia Ivanovna, when the glass hit her amid the loud laughter of those present, also couldn't endure suffering a hangover at someone else's feast. With a shriek, like a madwoman, she rushed at Katerina Ivanovna, considering her guilty of everything. Out of the apartment. Right now. March. And with these words she began grabbing everything that came to hand from Katerina Ivanovna's things and throwing them on the floor. Almost already killed, nearly fainting, gasping, pale, Katerina Ivanovna jumped up from the bed, on which she had collapsed in exhaustion, and threw herself at Amalia Ivanovna. But the struggle was too unequal, she pushed her away like a feather. What? It's not enough that they slanderously accused me, this creature comes at me. What? On the day of my husband's funeral, to drive me from the apartment, after my bread and salt, into the street, with orphans. But where will I go? Wailed the poor woman, sobbing and gasping. Lord, she suddenly cried, her eyes flashing, is there really no justice? Whom should you protect if not us orphans? But we'll see. There is court and justice in this world, there is, I'll find it. Right now, wait, godless creature. Palechka, stay with the children, I'll be back. Wait for me, even in the street. We'll see if there's justice in this world. And throwing over her head that very green draped dame's shawl which the deceased Marmeladov had mentioned in his story, Katerina Ivanovna pushed through the disorderly and drunken crowd of lodgers still crowding in the room, and with wailing and tears ran out into the street, with the indefinite purpose of somehow finding justice right now, immediately, and at all costs. Polechka in fear huddled with the children in the corner on the trunk, where, having embraced both little ones, trembling all over, she began to wait for her mother's return. Amalia Ivanovna rushed about the room, shrieking, lamenting, throwing everything she came across onto the floor and rioting. The lodgers were bawling helter-skelter, some were finishing up what they could about the incident that had occurred, others were quarreling and cursing, others struck up songs. "Now it's time for me too," thought Raskolnikov. "Well now, Sofya Semyonovna, let's see what you'll say now." And he set off for Sonia's apartment. Chapter 4. Raskolnikov had been an active and vigorous advocate for Sonia against Luzin, despite carrying so much of his own horror and suffering in his soul. But it seems such a capacity for distraction, such a restless need to concentrate on something else, on something extraneous and external, occurs precisely in the strongest degree in those people whose own internal suffering has reached too painful and unbearable a level. In this sense there are many striking psychological examples among criminals sentenced to death and being led to execution. Raskolnikov had not yet been sentenced to death, but having suffered so much that morning, he was as if glad for the chance to change his impressions, which were becoming unbearable, not to mention how much that was personal and heartfelt was contained in his impulse to stand up for Sonia. Besides, he had in view, and it terribly troubled him, especially at moments, the impending meeting with Sonia. He had to tell her who killed Lizaveta and anticipated terrible torment for himself, and seemed to wave it away with his hands. And therefore, when he exclaimed, leaving Katerina Ivanovna's, "Well, what will you say now, Sofya Semyonovna?" he was, evidently, still in some kind of externally excited state of vigor, challenge, and recent victory over Luzin. But something strange happened to him. When he reached Kapernaumev's apartment, he suddenly felt a sudden weakness and fear in himself. In thought he stopped before the door with the strange question, "Must I tell who killed Lizaveta?" The question was strange, because he suddenly, at the same time, felt that not only was it impossible not to tell, but even to postpone this moment, even for a time, was impossible. He didn't yet know why it was impossible, he only felt it, and this tormenting consciousness of his powerlessness before necessity almost crushed him. In order not to reason and suffer anymore, he quickly opened the door and from the threshold looked at Sonia. She was sitting leaning on the small table and covering her face with her hands, but seeing Raskolnikov, she quickly got up and went toward him, as if waiting for him. "What would have become of me without you?" she said quickly, meeting him in the middle of the room. Evidently, this was all she wanted to tell him quickly. That's what she had been waiting for. Raskolnikov went to the table and sat down on the chair from which she had just risen. She stood before him 2 steps away, exactly as yesterday. "Well, Sonia?" he said, and suddenly felt that his voice was trembling. After all, the whole matter rested on social position and the habits attendant thereto. "Did you understand that earlier?" Suffering showed in her face. "Only don't talk to me like yesterday," she interrupted him. "Please, don't begin. There's suffering enough already." She quickly smiled, frightened that perhaps he wouldn't like the reproach. "I was foolish to leave there." "What's happening there now?" "I was about to go, but kept thinking that you would come." He told her that Amalia Ivanovna was driving them from the apartment and that Katerina Ivanovna had run off somewhere to seek justice. "Ah, my God!" Sonia started up. "Let's go quickly." And she grabbed her mantilla. "Always the same thing." Raskolnikov cried irritably. All you think about is them. Stay with me. But Katerina Ivanovna? Well, Katerina Ivanovna will certainly not miss you, she'll come to you herself, since she's already run out of the house, he added gruffly. If she doesn't find you here, you'll be the one to blame. Sonia sat down on the chair in agonizing indecision. Raskolnikov was silent, looking at the ground and thinking about something. Suppose Luzin didn't want to now, he began, not looking at Sonia. Well, but if he had wanted to, or if it had somehow entered into his calculations, after all, he would have locked you up in prison today, if I and Lebeziatnikov hadn't happened to be there, eh? Yes, she said in a weak voice, yes, she repeated, and propped her head with her hand. But I really might not have happened to be there. And Lebeziatnikov, he just happened to turn up completely by chance. Sonia was silent. Well, and if you had gone to prison, what then? Remember what I said yesterday? She didn't answer again. He waited. And I thought you'd cry out again. Ah, don't say it, stop. Raskolnikov laughed, but somehow with strained. What? Silent again? He asked after a minute. After all, we must talk about something. I'd be especially interested to know how you would resolve now one question, as Lebeziatnikov says. He seemed to be getting confused. No, seriously. Just imagine, Sonia, that you had known all of Luzin's intentions beforehand, known, that is, for certain, that through them Katerina Ivanovna would perish completely, and the children too, you as well, in addition, since you count yourself as nothing, so in addition. Palechka also, because she has the same road ahead. Well then, so if suddenly all this were now put to your decision, for that one or those ones to live in the world, that is, should Luzin live and do abominations, or should Katerina Ivanovna die? Then how would you decide, which of them should die? I'm asking you. Sonia looked at him anxiously. She heard something special in this uncertain speech that somehow approached from afar. I already sensed that you would ask something like this, she said, looking at him searchingly. All right, so be it, but how would you decide? Why do you ask about what's impossible? Sonia said with disgust. So it means it's better for Luzin to live and do abominations. You didn't even dare decide this? But I can't know God's providence. And why do you ask what can't be asked? Why such empty questions? How can it be that this would depend on my decision? And who made me judge, who should live, who should not live? Once God's providence gets mixed in, there's nothing to be done, Raskolnikov muttered gloomily. You'd better say straight out what you need. Sonia cried with suffering, you're leading up to something again. Did you really come just to torment me? She couldn't bear it and suddenly began crying bitterly. In gloomy anguish he looked at her. 5 minutes passed. But you're right, Sonia, he finally said quietly. He suddenly changed, his affected insolent and powerlessly challenging tone disappeared. Even his voice suddenly weakened. I myself told you yesterday that I wasn't coming to ask forgiveness, and I almost began by asking forgiveness. I was talking about Luzin and Providence for myself. I was asking forgiveness, Sonia. He wanted to smile, but something powerless and incomplete showed in his pale smile. He bowed his head and covered his face with his hands. And suddenly a strange, unexpected sensation of some bitter hatred for Sonia passed through his heart. As if surprised and frightened by this sensation himself, he suddenly raised his head and looked intently at her, but he met her anxious and painfully solicitous gaze upon him. There was love here, his hatred vanished like a phantom. This wasn't it, he had taken one feeling for another. It only meant that that moment had come. Again he covered his face with his hands and bowed his head. Suddenly he turned pale, got up from the chair, looked at Sonia, and without saying anything, moved mechanically to her bed. This moment was terribly similar, in his sensation, to that one when he stood behind the old woman, having already freed the axe from its loop, and felt that, not a moment more could be lost. "What's wrong with you?" Sonia asked timidly. He couldn't say anything. He had supposed he would tell her completely differently, and he himself didn't understand what was happening to him now. She quietly approached him, sat on the bed beside him and waited anxiously, not taking her eyes off him. His heart was pounding and sinking. It became unbearable. He turned his deathly pale face toward her, his lips twisted powerlessly, trying to say something. Horror passed through Sonia's heart. "What's wrong with you?" she repeated, drawing slightly away from him. "Nothing, Sonia. Don't be frightened." "Nonsense." "Really, if you think about it, nonsense," he muttered with the look of a person delirious and out of his mind. "Why did I come to torment you?" he added suddenly, looking at her. "Really? Why? I keep asking myself this question, Sonia." He had perhaps been asking himself this question a quarter of an hour ago, but now he spoke it in complete powerlessness, hardly conscious of himself, and feeling a continuous fine tremor throughout his whole body. "Oh, how you're suffering," she said with suffering, looking at him. "It's all nonsense. Here's what, Sonia," he suddenly smiled somehow for some reason, palely and powerlessly, for 2 seconds. "Do you remember what I wanted to tell you yesterday?" Sonia waited anxiously. "I said when leaving that I was perhaps saying goodbye to you forever, but that if I came today, I would tell you, who killed Lizaveta." She suddenly trembled all over. "Well, so here I've come to tell you." "So you really meant it yesterday?" she whispered with difficulty. "But how do you know?" she asked quickly, as if suddenly coming to her senses. Sonia began to breathe with difficulty. Her face became paler and paler. "I know." She was silent for a minute. "Have they found him?" she asked timidly. "No, they haven't found him." "Then how do you know about it?" she asked again, barely audibly, and again after almost a minute's silence. He turned to her and looked intently at her. "Guess," he said with his former twisted and powerless smile. Convulsions seemed to run through her whole body. "But why are you frightening me so?" she said, smiling like a child. Her lips turned white. "So I must be a great friend of his, if I know," Raskolnikov continued, as if not of his own will and persistently continuing to look into her face, as if he were no longer able to take his eyes away. "He didn't want to kill this Lizaveta. He killed her, accidentally. He wanted to kill the old woman, when she was alone, and came. But then Lizaveta came in. He was there, and killed her too." Another terrible minute passed. Both kept looking at each other fixedly. "So you can't guess?" he asked suddenly, with the sensation as if throwing himself down from a bell tower. "And no," Sonia whispered barely audibly. "Look carefully." And as soon as he said this, again one previous, familiar sensation suddenly froze his soul. He looked at her and suddenly, in her face, seemed to see Lizaveta's face. He vividly remembered Lizaveta's facial expression when he approached her then with the axe, and she backed away from him to the wall, putting her hand forward, with completely childlike fright in her face, exactly like little children when they suddenly begin to be frightened of something, look motionless and anxiously at the frightening object, draw back, and stretching their little hand forward, prepare to cry. Almost the same thing happened now with Sonia, just as powerlessly, with the same childlike fright. She looked at him for some time, and suddenly, putting her left hand forward, pressed her fingers lightly, barely, against his chest and slowly began to rise from the bed, drawing further and further away from him, and her gaze on him became more and more fixed. Her horror suddenly communicated itself to him too. Exactly the same fright appeared in his face. He too began to look at her the same way, and almost even with the same childlike smile. At moments his gaze seemed to cloud over. Sometimes he didn't even see her before him. "Have you guessed?" he finally whispered. "Lord!" a terrible cry burst from her breast. She fell powerlessly on the bed, face in the pillows. But a moment later she quickly raised herself, quickly moved toward him, seized him by both hands, and squeezing them tightly, as in a vice, with her thin fingers, began again to look motionless, as if glued, into his face. Her pupils dilated, her whole face seemed in convulsions. With this last, desperate look she wanted to see and catch at least some last hope for herself. But there was no hope, no doubt remained, it was all so. Even later, in the aftermath, when she recalled this moment, it seemed strange and wonderful to her. Why had she seen so immediately then that there was no longer any doubt? After all, she couldn't say, for example, that she had somehow sensed something of this kind? And yet now, as soon as he told her this, it suddenly seemed to her that she had indeed seemed to sense this very thing. "Enough, Sonia, enough. Don't torment me," he asked with suffering. He had not thought not at all to reveal it to her this way, but it came out so. As if not remembering herself, she jumped up, and wringing her hands, reached the middle of the room. Suddenly she quickly returned and sat down again beside him, almost touching him shoulder to shoulder, trembling all over and afraid to speak to him, timidly but constantly glancing at him, and with effort restraining her cries and tears. Suddenly, as if pierced, she started, cried out and threw herself, not knowing why herself, on her knees before him. What have you done to yourself?" she said desperately, clasping her hands and looking at him as if pleadingly, and suddenly jumping up from her knees, she threw herself on his neck, embraced him and squeezed him very, very tightly in her arms. Raskolnikov recoiled and looked at her with a sad smile. "You're strange, Sonia, you embrace and kiss me when I've told you about this. You don't remember yourself. My hands are bloody." No, there's no one more unhappy than you in the whole world now," she exclaimed, as if in frenzy, not hearing his remark, and suddenly began sobbing, as in hysterics. "Yesterday I bowed to you for your suffering," he continued quietly, "and today you embrace me. We're equal. Here you've become, you, to me suddenly. You know what? I'm even glad of this, yes, Sonia," he muttered, trying to express his disordered sensations. A feeling long unfamiliar to him surged in a wave into his soul and instantly softened it. He didn't resist it, 2 tears rolled from his eyes and hung on his eyelashes. So you won't leave me, Sonia? He said, looking at her with infinite love. No, no, never and nowhere. Sonia cried out, I'll follow you, I'll go everywhere. Oh, Lord! Oh, I'm unhappy. And why didn't I know you before? Why didn't you come earlier? Oh, Lord! I've come now. Now! Oh, what's to be done now? Together, together, she repeated as if in oblivion and embracing him again, I'll go to hard labor with you. They'll send you, and I'll go, with you, to hard labor. He seemed to suddenly shudder, and the former, hateful and almost haughty smile forced itself onto his lips. I, Sonia, don't want to go to hard labor yet, perhaps, he said. Sonia looked at him quickly. After the first, passionate and agonizing sympathy for the unfortunate man, the terrible idea of the murder struck her again. In the changed tone of his words she suddenly heard the murderer. She looked at him with amazement. She knew nothing yet, neither why, nor how, nor for what it was. Now all these questions flashed at once in her consciousness. And again she didn't believe, he a murderer. But is this possible? But what is this? But where am I? She said in deep bewilderment, as if still not coming to herself. But how could you, such a person, decide on this? And why? What is this? Well, yes, to rob her. Stop, Sonia, he answered somehow wearily and even as if with some terrible vexation. Sonia stood as if stunned, but suddenly cried out. You were hungry. You had nothing to eat. You, to help your mother? Yes? No, Sonia, no, he muttered, turning away and hanging his head, I wasn't so hungry. I did want to help my mother, but, even that's not quite true, don't torment me, Sonia. Sonia threw up her hands. But can it all really be true? Lord, but what kind of truth is this? Who can believe this? And how could you yourself give away your last, and yet you killed to rob? Ah! She suddenly cried out, all frightened, that money you gave to Katerina Ivanovna, that money. Lord, surely not that money too. No, Sonia, he hurriedly interrupted, that money wasn't it, calm yourself. That money my mother sent me, through a merchant, and I received it when I was ill, the same day I gave it. Razumikin saw it, he received it for me, that money is mine, my own, truly mine. Sonia listened to him in bewilderment and tried with all her might to understand something. But that money, I don't even know if there was any money there, he added quietly and as if in thought, I took a purse from around her neck, a chamois one, full, tight, but I didn't look in it, I probably didn't have time. Well, and things, some cufflinks and chains, I hid all these things and the purse under a stone in someone's yard, on V.Y. Prospect, the very next morning. Everything's still lying there now. Sonia listened, straining with all her might. Well, then how did you say, to rob, but you yourself didn't take anything, she asked quickly, grasping at a straw. I don't know. I haven't yet decided, whether I'll take that money or not, he said, again as if in thought. And suddenly, coming to his senses, smiled quickly and briefly, what nonsense I just said, A thought flashed through Sonia, isn't he mad? But she immediately abandoned it, no, there's something else here. She understood nothing at all. You know, Sonia, he said suddenly with some kind of inspiration, you know what I'll tell you, if only I had killed because I was hungry, he continued, emphasizing each word and looking at her enigmatically but sincerely, then I would now be happy. You should know that. And what is it to you? He cried a moment later with a kind of desperation even, well, what is it to you if I confessed right now that I did wrong? Well, what do you need this stupid triumph over me for? Ah, Sonia, is that why I came to you now? Sonia wanted to say something, but remained silent. Tears tore at her heart and tormented her soul. Because I called you with me yesterday, that I can't alone, he added fragmentarily and enigmatically. Where did you call me? Sonia asked timidly. Not to steal and not to kill, don't worry, not for that, he smiled caustically, we're different people. And you know, Sonia, I only just now understood, where I called you yesterday? And yesterday, when I called you, I myself didn't yet understand where. I called you for one thing, I came for one thing, don't leave me. You won't leave me, Sonia? No, she whispered, squeezing his hand. And why did I tell her, why did I reveal it to her? He exclaimed in despair a minute later, looking at her with infinite torment. Here you're waiting for an explanation from me, Sonia, you're sitting and waiting, I see it, but what will I tell you? You won't understand anything of this, you'll only suffer, because of me. Well, here you are, you're crying and embracing me again. Well, why are you embracing me? Because I couldn't bear it myself and came to dump it on another, suffer you too, it'll be easier for me. And can you love such a scoundrel? But aren't you suffering too? Sonia cried out. Again the same feeling surged in a wave into his soul and again softened it for a moment. Sonia, I have an evil heart, note that, it can explain much. I came because I'm evil. There are some who wouldn't have come. But I'm a coward and a scoundrel. But, let it be. All this is not it. I must speak now, but what will I tell you? Can this even be told? I don't even know how to begin. He stopped and became thoughtful. Yeah, we're different people, he cried again, not a match. And why did I come? I'll never forgive myself for this. No, it's good that you came. Sonia exclaimed, it's better that I should know. Much better. He looked at her with pain. But what if it really was so? He said, as if having made up his mind, after all, it was like this. Here's what, I wanted to become a Napoleon, that's why I killed. Well, is it clear now? And no, Sonia whispered naively and timidly, only, speak. I'll understand everything myself, she implored him. You'll understand? Well, good, we'll see. The point is this, I once asked myself this question, what if, for example, Napoleon had been in my place, and there had been for him, to begin his career, neither Toulon, nor Egypt, nor the crossing of Mont Blanc, but instead of all these beautiful and monumental things, just simply, some ridiculous little old woman, a collegiate registrar's wife, whom moreover one had to kill to steal money from her trunk. For his career, you understand? Well, would he have decided on it, if there were no other way out? Wouldn't he have recoiled from the fact that it was too unmonumental, and sinful? Well, so I tell you that I tormented myself terribly long over this question, so that I became terribly ashamed when I finally guessed, suddenly somehow, that not only would he not have recoiled, but it wouldn't even have occurred to him that it wasn't monumental, and he wouldn't have understood at all. What's there to recoil from? And if he had had no other path, he would have strangled her so she couldn't even squeak, without any hesitation. Well, so I came out of hesitation, strangled, following the example of authority. And it was exactly like that. You find it funny? Yes, Sonia, the funniest thing here is that perhaps it was exactly like that. Sonia didn't find it funny at all. You'd better tell me directly, without examples, she asked even more timidly and barely audibly. He turned to her, looked at her sadly and took her hands. You're right, Sonia. It's all nonsense, almost nothing but chatter. You see, you know that my mother has almost nothing. My sister received an education, by chance, and is condemned to drag along as a governess. All their hopes were in me alone. I studied, but couldn't support myself at the university and was forced to leave for a time. Well, what next? Yes. Even if it had continued like that, then in 10 years, in 12, if circumstances had turned out well, I could still hope to become some kind of teacher or official, with 1,000 rubles salary. He spoke as if reciting something learned by heart. But by that time my mother would have dried up from worries and grief, and I still wouldn't have succeeded in calming her, and my sister, well, with my sister even worse might have happened. Well, but let's suppose this is all nothing, that's fine for me. Only, you see, is it really fine? Tell me please, what the devil would all these 12 years of my labors, poverty, perhaps, and even baseness before? And moreover, isn't it baseness that perhaps I wasn't born for this at all, but here I neglected everything, hopes and abilities, and rejoiced at a little position? Yes, and what's the attraction of passing by everything all your life and turning away from everything, forgetting your mother, and respectfully enduring your sister's insult, for example? For what? So that having buried them, I'd acquire new ones, a wife and children, and then leave them too without a penny and without a crust? Well, so I decided, having seized the old woman's money, to use it for my first years, without tormenting my mother, for securing myself at the university, for my first steps after university, and to do all this broadly, radically, so as to arrange a completely new career and set out on a new, independent path. Well, that's all. Well, of course, I did wrong by killing the old woman, that I did badly, well, and enough. He dragged himself to the end of his story in some kind of powerlessness and hung his head. Oh, this is not it, Sonia exclaimed in anguish, and how can it be like that? No, this is not so, not so. You yourself see it's not so. But I told you sincerely, the truth. But what kind of truth is this? Oh Lord! I only killed a louse, Sonia, a useless, vile, harmful one. A louse, a person. But I know it's not a louse, he answered, looking at her strangely. But however, I'm lying, Sonia, he added, I've been lying for a long time. This is all not it, you're speaking correctly. Completely different reasons are here. I haven't talked to anyone for a long time, Sonia. My head hurts very much now. His eyes burned with feverish fire. He was almost beginning to rave, a restless smile wandered on his lips. Through his excited spiritual state, terrible powerlessness was already showing. Sonia understood how he was suffering. Her head too was beginning to spin. And he spoke so strangely, it seemed something was understandable, but how? How? Oh Lord! And she wrung her hands in despair. No, Sonia, it's not that, he began again, suddenly raising his head, as if a sudden new turn of thought had struck and excited him anew. It's not that. But better, suppose, yes. This way is really better. Suppose that I'm vain, envious, evil, vile, vengeful, well, and perhaps also inclined to madness. Let it all be at once. They talked about madness before, I noticed. I told you earlier that I couldn't support myself at the university. But do you know that I, perhaps, could have? My mother would have sent enough to pay what was needed, and for boots, clothes, and bread I would have earned it myself, certainly. Lessons were coming, I was offered 50 kopecks. Razumikin works. But I got angry and didn't want to. Precisely got angry, this word is good. Then, like a spider, I crawled into my corner. You've been in my hole, you saw. But do you know, Sonia, that low ceilings and cramped rooms oppress the soul and mind? Oh, how I hated that hole! But still I didn't want to leave it. Deliberately didn't want to. I didn't go out for days, and didn't want to work, and didn't even want to eat, just lay there. If Nastasia brought something, I'd eat. If she didn't bring it, the day would pass. Deliberately out of spite I didn't ask. At night there's no light, I lie in darkness, but I don't want to earn money for candles. I should have been studying, I sold my books, but on my table, on my notes and notebooks, there's a finger's depth of dust lying even now. I preferred to lie and think. And I kept thinking. And I kept having such dreams, strange, various dreams, no need to say what kind. But only then I also began to imagine that. No, this is not right. I'm telling it wrong again. You see, I kept asking myself then, why am I so stupid, that if others are stupid, and if I know for certain that they're stupid, then I myself don't want to be smarter. Then I learned, Sonia, that if you wait until everyone becomes smart, or kind, it will take too long. Then I learned even more, that this will never be, that people won't change and no one can remake them, and it's not worth spending effort. Yes, this is so. This is their law. Law, Sonia. This is so. And I know now, Sonia, that whoever is strong and powerful in mind and spirit, is master over them. Whoever dares much, is right in their eyes. Whoever can spit on more things, is their lawgiver, and whoever can dare most of all, is most right of all. So it has always been and so it always will be. Only the blind don't see it. Raskolnikov, saying this, though he looked at Sonia, no longer cared, whether she understood or not. The fever had completely seized him. He was in some kind of dark ecstasy. Indeed, he had gone too long without talking to anyone. Sonia understood that this dark catechism had become his faith and law. I guessed then, Sonia, he continued enthusiastically, that power is given only to the one who dares to bend down and take it. Here there's only one thing, only one need only dare. Oh, I remember, I lay once at night, in the darkness, I even remember it was hot and stuffy, I had a fever, and the moon was shining in the window. And suddenly I began laughing terribly. I laughed so that for a whole minute I couldn't restrain myself from one thought. Suddenly then one thought occurred to me for the first time in my life, that no one had ever thought of before me. No one. It suddenly became clear to me, like the sun, that how is it that not a single person until now has dared and doesn't dare, passing by all this absurdity, to simply take everything by the tail and shake it to the devil. That all this is just one nonsense and mirage, just one phantom, and that one need only dare and one can turn over half the earth. Can. I wanted to dare, and I killed. I only wanted to dare, Sonia, that's the whole reason. Oh, be quiet, be quiet. Sonia cried out, throwing up her hands. Oh blasphemer! Lord, what are you saying? You've departed from God, and God has struck you with deafness and dumbness, delivered you to the devil. By the way, Sonia, when I lay there in the darkness, and everything kept appearing to me, was this the devil tempting me? Eh? Be quiet. Don't laugh, blasphemer, you don't understand anything, nothing at all. Oh Lord! What will I tell him? He won't understand anything, nothing at all. Be quiet, Sonia, I know myself that the devil was dragging me. Be quiet, Sonia, be quiet, he repeated gloomily and insistently. You can't teach me anything new, not a single objection that I don't already know. I know everything. I've already thought through and whispered to myself everything, when I lay there in the darkness. I argued it all out with myself, down to the last tiniest detail, and I know everything. And it all got so boring to me, all this chatter. I wanted to forget everything and start anew, Sonia, and stop chattering. And do you really think I went like a fool, headlong? I went like a clever man, and that's what ruined me. And do you really think I didn't know, for example, at least this, that if I had already begun asking and interrogating myself, do I have the right to have power? Then it means I don't have the right to have power. Or that if I ask the question, is a person a louse? Then it means a person is already not a louse for me, but a louse for the one who doesn't even think of this, and who goes straight ahead without questions. If I tormented myself so many days, would Napoleon have gone or not? Then I obviously felt that I'm not Napoleon. I endured all the torment of all this chatter, Sonia, and I wanted to shake it all off my shoulders. I wanted, Sonia, to kill without casuistry, to kill for myself alone. I didn't want to lie to anyone, even to myself. It wasn't to help my mother that I killed, nonsense. It wasn't so that, having obtained means and power, I would become a benefactor of humanity. Nonsense. These were all ridiculous ravings when I lay in my darkness. I shook them off my shoulders. I didn't want to bargain with myself and considered it shameful. I simply killed. For myself I killed, for myself alone, and whether I would then become anyone's benefactor, or would spend my whole life, like a spider, catching everyone in my web and sucking living juices from everyone, should have been all the same to me at that moment. And it wasn't money, mainly, that I needed, Sonia, when I killed, not so much money was needed, as something else. I know all this now. Understand me, perhaps going the same path, I would never have repeated the murder again. I needed to learn something else pushed me under the arms. I needed to learn then, and learn for certain, am I a louse like everyone else, or a man? Can I step over or can't I? Will I dare to bend down and take or not? Am I a trembling creature or do I have the right to kill? To kill, you have the right? Sonia threw up her hands. Yeah, Sonia, he cried out irritably, wanted to object to her something, but contemptuously fell silent. Don't interrupt me, Sonia. I only wanted to prove one thing to you, that the devil dragged me then, and only after that explained to me that I had no right to go there, because I'm exactly the same louse as everyone. He mocked me, Sonia, that's why I came to you now. Receive your guest. If I weren't a louse, would I have come to you? Listen, when I went to the old woman then, I only went to try it out. So you should know. And you killed. Killed. But how did I kill? Do people kill like that? Do people go to kill the way I went then? I'll tell you sometime how I went. Did I kill the old woman? I killed myself, not the old woman. Right there and then I finished myself off, forever. But the old woman, the devil killed her, not me. Enough, enough, Sonia, enough. Leave me alone, he suddenly cried out in convulsive anguish, leave me alone. He leaned his elbows on his knees and clamped his head in his palms as in a vice. What suffering, a tormented cry burst from Sonia. Well, what should I do now, tell me, he asked, suddenly raising his head and looking at her with a face hideously distorted by despair. What to do? She exclaimed, suddenly jumping up from her place, and her eyes, until now full of tears, suddenly flashed up. Stand up! She seized him by the shoulder. He rose, looking at her almost in amazement. Go now, this very minute, stand at the crossroads, bow down, kiss first the earth that you have defiled, and then bow to all the world, to all four sides, and say to everyone, aloud, I killed. Then God will send you life again and will resurrect you. He resurrected Lazarus by a miracle, and he will resurrect you too. Will you go? Will you go? She asked him, trembling all over, as if in a fit, seizing him by both hands, squeezing them tightly in her hands and looking at him with a fiery gaze. He was amazed and even struck by her sudden ecstasy. You mean hard labor, Sonia? Should I denounce myself? He asked gloomily. Accept suffering and redeem yourself through it, that's what's needed. And you say this loving me? Yes, yes, loving I say it. I won't go to them, Sonia. But how will you live, how will you live? What will you live with? She exclaimed. Well, how will you love now, how will you marry, how will you caress your children? Is this now possible? Well, how will you talk with your mother? Oh, what will become of them now? Well, you'll bring her help, but your hands are bloody, and your money will be bloody. Yes, what am I saying? You've already abandoned your mother and sister. Look, you've already abandoned them. It means you yourself understand that it's impossible. Oh Lord, she cried out, after all, he already knows all this himself. Oh, I'm unhappy. Dear, she rushed to him. Well, would you have come to me if it were possible to live alone with blood? Look, you already needed a person, and how can you live without a person? Dear, I'll love you. Dear, arise. Go, repent, tell them. I'll love you forever and ever, you unfortunate one. We'll be together we'll resurrect. And God will bless. Go. Will you go? Will you go? Sobs stopped her frenzied speech. She embraced him and seemed to freeze in this embrace, not remembering herself. "Don't be a child, Sonia," he said quietly. "What am I guilty of before them? Why should I go? What will I tell them? All this is just a phantom. They themselves destroy millions of people, and moreover consider it a virtue. Rogues and scoundrels they are, Sonia. I won't go, Sonia. And what will I say? That I killed, but didn't dare take the money, hid it under a stone," he added with a caustic smile. "After all, they themselves will laugh at me, they'll say, 'Fool for not taking it. Coward and fool.' They won't understand anything, Sonia, and aren't worthy of understanding. Why should I go? I won't go. Don't be a child, Sonia. You'll be tormented, she repeated, stretching out her hands to him in desperate plea. "Perhaps I slandered myself," he remarked gloomily, as if in thought. "Perhaps I'm still a man and not a louse, and was too hasty in condemning myself. I'll still struggle." A haughty smile forced itself onto his lips. To bear such torment! But for a whole lifetime. "I'll get used to it," he said gloomily and thoughtfully. "Listen," he began a minute later, "enough crying, time for business. I came to tell you that they're looking for me now, hunting me." "Ah!" Sonia cried out frightened. "Well, why are you crying out? You yourself want me to go to hard labor, and now you're frightened?" "But, true, this is not it, a mistake. Only here's what, I won't give myself up to them. I'll still struggle with them and they won't do anything. They have no real evidence. Yesterday I was in great danger and thought I was already lost, but today things are better. All their evidence is double-edged, that is, their accusation I can turn to my own advantage, understand? And I will, because now I've learned. But they'll certainly put me in prison. If it weren't for one chance, they might have put me in even today, for certain, they might even still put me in today. But this is nothing, Sonia, I'll sit a while, and they'll let me out, because they don't have a single real proof, and won't have, I give my word. And with what they have, you can't convict a person. Well, enough. I just wanted you to know. With my sister and mother I'll try somehow to arrange it so as to reassure them and not frighten them. My sister now, however, seems to be secure, which means my mother too. Well, that's all. Be careful, though. Will you come to me in prison when I'm sitting there? Oh, I will. I will." They both sat side by side, sad and crushed, as if after a storm thrown alone onto an empty shore. He looked at Sonia and felt how much of her love was on him, and strangely, he suddenly felt heavy and pained that he was so loved. Yes, it was a strange and terrible sensation. Going to Sonia, he felt that all his hope and all his way out was in her. He thought to lay down at least part of his torments, and suddenly, now, when all her heart turned to him, he suddenly felt and realized that he had become incomparably more unhappy than he had been before. "Sonia," he said, "better don't come to me when I'm sitting in prison. I might even come to hate you, for making you suffer. I'm evil, Sonia." Sonia didn't answer, she was crying, his hand was in her hand, and she quietly pressed it. Several minutes passed. "Do you have a cross on?" she suddenly asked unexpectedly, as if suddenly remembering. At first he didn't understand the question. "No, you don't, do you?" I know, she caught herself up, not waiting for an answer. Here, take this one, the cypress one. I have another one left, a copper one, Lizavida's. Lizaveta and I exchanged crosses, she gave me her cross, and I gave her my icon. I'll wear Lizaveta's now, and this one is for you. Take it, it's mine. It's mine, she implored him. I wore it. We're going to suffer together, we'll bear the cross together. And she began sobbing again. Give it, said Raskolnikov. He didn't want to grieve her. He also noticed the twice repeated, it's mine. It's mine. How she believes in my love, he thought. But he immediately pulled back his hand extended for the cross. Not now, Sonia. Better later, he added, to calm her. Yes, yes, better, better, she picked up with emotion, when you go to suffering, then you'll put it on. You'll come to me, I'll put it on you, we'll pray and go together. Yes. Yes. Lizaveta. Lizaveta, she cried out bitterly, looking at her cross and suddenly remembering her. Pray for her, pray. She'll forgive, I know. But what have you done to yourself? At this moment someone knocked 3 times at the door. Sofia Semyonovna, may I come to you? Sounded someone's very familiar polite voice. Sonia rushed to the door in fright. The blonde physiognomy of Mr. Lebeziatnikov looked into the room. Chapter 5. Lebeziatnikov appeared alarmed. I'm coming to you, Sofia Semyonovna. Excuse me. I thought I'd find you here, he suddenly addressed Raskolnikov. That is, I didn't think anything of this kind, but I precisely thought. There at our place Katerina Ivanovna has gone mad, he suddenly cut off to Sonia, abandoning Raskolnikov. Sonia cried out. That is, at least, it seems so. However, we don't know what to do there, that's what, sir. She came back, she was driven out from somewhere, it seems, perhaps even beaten, at least, so it seems. She ran to Semyon Zakharika's superior, didn't find him at home, he was dining at some general's too. Just imagine, she dashed there, where they were dining, to this other general, and just imagine, she actually insisted, called out Semyon Zakharika's superior, yes, it seems even from the table. At least, so it seems. You can imagine what came of that. She was, of course, driven out, but she tells that she herself abused him and threw something at him. This can even be supposed, how she wasn't taken, I don't understand. Now she's telling everyone, including Amalia Ivanovna, only it's hard to understand, she's shouting and thrashing about. Ah, yes, she says and shouts that since everyone has abandoned her now, she'll take the children and go into the street, carry a barrel organ, and the children will sing and dance, and she too, and collect money, and every day go under the general's window. Let them see, she says, how noble children of an official father walk the streets as beggars. She's beating all the children, they're crying. She's teaching Lenya to sing, the little farm, the boy to dance, Polina Mikhailovna too, tearing up all their clothes, making them some kind of caps, like actors wear. She herself wants to carry a basin to beat it, instead of music. She won't listen to anything. Just imagine, how can this be? It's simply impossible. Lebeziatnikov would have continued further, but Sonia, who had been listening to him barely breathing, suddenly grabbed her mantilla, her hat, and ran out of the room, dressing as she ran. Raskolnikov went out after her, Lebeziatnikov after him. "She's definitely gone mad," he said to Raskolnikov, going out with him to the street. "I just didn't want to frighten Sofia Semyonovna and said, it seems, but there's no doubt. They say in consumption such tubercles appear, jumping up on the brain. It's a pity I don't know medicine." I tried, however, to convince her, but she won't listen to anything. "You talked to her about tubercles?" "That is, not exactly about tubercles. Besides, she wouldn't have understood anyway. But what I'm saying is, if you convince a person logically that essentially he has no thing to cry about, then he'll stop crying. That's clear. At least, so it seems. Or is your conviction that he won't stop?" "Life would be too easy then," Raskolnikov muttered. Excuse me, of course, it's quite difficult for Katerina Ivanovna to understand, but do you know that in Paris serious experiments have already been conducted regarding the possibility of curing the insane by acting with logical conviction alone? One professor there, recently deceased, a serious scholar, imagined that this is how to cure them. His basic idea was that there's no special disorder in the organism of the insane, but that madness is, so to speak, a logical error, an error in judgment, an incorrect view of things. He gradually refuted the patient, and imagine, they say he achieved results. But since he also used showers in this, the results of this treatment are, of course, subject to doubt. At least, so it seems. Raskolnikov had long since stopped listening. Drawing level with his house, he nodded to Lebeziatnikov and turned into the gateway. Lebeziatnikov came to his senses, looked around and ran on. Raskolnikov entered his cubbyhole and stood in the middle of it. Why did he come back here? He looked at these yellowish, shabby wallpapers, this dust, his couch. From the yard came some sharp, continuous knocking, something, somewhere, as if they were hammering in, some nail or other. He went to the window, stood on tiptoe and looked out into the yard for a long time with an air of extraordinary attention. But the yard was empty and those knocking weren't visible. On the left, in the wing, windows were visible here and there open, pots with scrawny geraniums stood on the windowsills. Laundry was hung outside the windows. He knew all this by heart. He turned away and sat on the sofa. Never before had he felt himself so terribly alone. Yes, he felt once again that he might indeed come to hate Sonia, and precisely now, when he had made her even more unhappy. Why did he go to her to beg for her tears? Why did he need so much to poison her life? Oh, the baseness! "I'll remain alone," he said suddenly decisively, "and she won't come to prison." About 5 minutes later he raised his head and smiled strangely. It was a strange thought, perhaps it really would be better in hard labor, he suddenly thought. He didn't remember how long he sat there, with vague thoughts crowding in his head. Suddenly the door opened, and Avdotya Romanovna entered. At first she stopped and looked at him from the threshold, as he had earlier at Sonia, then she came in and sat down opposite him on a chair, in her place from yesterday. He looked at her silently and somehow without thought. "Don't be angry, brother, I've only come for a minute," said Dunya. The expression on her face was thoughtful, but not stern. Her gaze was clear and calm. He saw that this one too had come to him with love. "Brother, I know everything now, everything. Dmitri Prokofitch has explained and told me everything. You're being persecuted and tormented over a stupid and vile suspicion. Dmitri Prokofiev told me that there's no danger at all and that you're taking this with such horror unnecessarily. I don't think so and fully understand how everything in you is outraged, and that this indignation can leave traces forever. That's what I'm afraid of. As for you abandoning us, I don't judge you and don't dare to judge, and forgive me for having reproached you before. I feel in myself that if I had some great grief, I too would leave everyone. I won't tell Mother anything about this, but I'll talk about you continuously and will tell her on your behalf that you'll come very soon. Don't torment yourself about her, I'll calm her, but don't you torment her either. Come at least once, remember, she's your mother. And now I've only come to say, Dunya began to rise from her place, that if, in case, you need me for anything or if you need, my whole life, or anything, then call me, I'll come. Farewell. She turned sharply and went to the door. Dunya. Raskolnikov stopped her, got up and went to her. This Razumikin, Dmitri Prokofiev, is a very good man. Dunya blushed slightly. Well, she asked, waiting a minute. He's a practical man, hardworking, honest and capable of loving strongly. Farewell, Dunya. Dunya flushed all over, then suddenly became alarmed. But what's this, brother? Are we really parting forever, that you're making me such testaments? Never mind, farewell. He turned away and went from her to the window. She stood, looked at him anxiously and left in alarm. No, he wasn't cold to her. There was one moment, the very last, when he terribly wanted to embrace her tightly and say goodbye to her, and even tell her, but he didn't even dare give her his hand. Afterwards she might still shudder when she remembers that I embraced her now, she'll say I stole her kiss. And will this one endure or not endure? He added to himself after a few minutes. No, she won't endure, such ones don't endure. Such ones never endure. And he thought of Sonia. Freshness wafted from the window. The light in the yard no longer shone so brightly. He suddenly took his cap and went out. He, of course, couldn't and didn't want to worry about his sickly condition. But all this continuous anxiety and all this spiritual horror couldn't pass without consequences. And if he wasn't yet lying in actual fever, it was perhaps precisely because this internal, continuous anxiety still kept him on his feet and conscious, but somehow artificially, for a time. He wandered aimlessly. The sun was setting. Some special anguish had begun to make itself known to him recently. There was nothing especially sharp or burning in it, but from it breathed something constant, eternal. Years of this cold, deadening anguish were foreseen, some eternity, on a square foot of space, was foreseen. In the evening hour this sensation usually began to torment him even more strongly. Well, with such most stupid, purely physical weaknesses, depending on some sunset or other, try not to do something foolish. Not just to Sonia, but to Dunya you'll go, he muttered hatefully. Someone called him. He looked around. Lebeziatnikov rushed up to him. Just imagine, I was at your place, looking for you. Just imagine, she carried out her intention and took the children away. Sofia Semyonovna and I barely found them. She herself is beating a frying pan, making the children sing and dance. The children are crying. They stop at crossroads and in front of shops. Stupid people are running after them. Come on. And Sonia? Raskolnikov asked anxiously, hurrying after Lebeziatnikov. Simply in a frenzy. That is, it's not Sofia Semyonovna in a frenzy, but Katerina Ivanovna. However, Sofia Semyonovna is also in a frenzy. But Katerina Ivanovna is completely in a frenzy. I tell you, she's finally gone mad. They'll be taken to the police. At least so it seems. You can imagine how this will affect things. They're now on the canal near Sky Bridge, not very far from Sofia Semyonovna's clothes. On the canal, not very far from the bridge and not reaching 2 houses from the house where Sonia lived, a crowd of people had gathered. Especially boys and girls came running. Katerina Ivanovna's hoarse, broken voice was already audible from the bridge. And indeed it was a strange spectacle, capable of interesting the street public. Katerina Ivanovna in her old dress, in her draped dame's shawl and in a broken straw hat, knocked into a hideous lump to one side, was indeed in real frenzy. She was tired and breathless. Her tormented consumptive face looked more suffering than ever. Moreover, in the street, in the sun, a consumptive always seems sicker and more disfigured than at home, but her excited state didn't cease, and she became more irritated with every minute. She rushed at the children, shouted at them, coaxed them, taught them right there in front of the crowd how to dance and what to sing, began explaining to them why this was necessary, fell into despair at their incomprehension, beat them. Then, without finishing, she rushed to the public. If she noticed even a slightly well-dressed person who had stopped to look, she immediately launched into explaining to him that, you see, to what children, from a noble, one could even say aristocratic house, have been brought. If she heard laughter in the crowd or some teasing word, she immediately pounced on the impudent ones and began quarreling with them. Some indeed laughed, others shook their heads. Everyone in general was curious to look at the madwoman with frightened children. There was no frying pan that Lebeziatnikov had mentioned, at least Raskolnikov didn't see it, but instead of banging on a frying pan, Katerina Ivanovna began clapping in rhythm with her dry palms when she made Polechka sing and Lenya and Kolya dance. Moreover, she even began singing along herself, but each time broke off at the second note from tormenting cough, which again drove her to despair. She cursed her cough and even cried. What most infuriated her were Kolya and Lenya's crying and fear. Indeed, there had been an attempt to dress the children in costume, as street singers are dressed. On the boy was put on from something red and white a turban, so he would represent a Turk. There weren't enough costumes for Lenya. He only had on his head a red knitted woolen cap, or better to say, nightcap, of the late Semyon Zakharich, and in the cap was stuck a fragment of a white ostrich feather, which had belonged to Katerina Ivanovna's grandmother and had been preserved until now in the trunk, as a family rarity. Polechka was in her usual dress. She looked at her mother timidly and bewildered, didn't leave her side, hid her tears, guessed at her mother's madness and looked around anxiously. The street and crowd had terrified her. Sonia followed Katerina Ivanovna relentlessly, crying and begging her constantly to return home. But Katerina Ivanovna was implacable. "Stop it, Sonia, stop it!" she shouted rapidly, hurrying, breathless and coughing. "You don't know what you're asking for yourself, just like a child. I've already told you I'm not going back to that drunken German woman. Let everyone see, all Petersburg, how a noble father's children beg for alms, who served faithfully and truly all his life and, one could say, died in service. Katerina Ivanovna had already managed to create this fantasy for herself and believe in it blindly. Let that worthless little general see. And you're foolish too, Sonia. What shall we eat now, tell me? We've tormented you enough, I don't want to any more. Ah, Rodion Romanovich, it's you, she cried out, seeing Raskolnikov and rushing to him, explain to this fool, please, that nothing smarter can be done. Even organ grinders make their living, and they'll immediately distinguish us, recognize that we're a poor, noble orphan family reduced to poverty, and that little general will lose his position, you'll see. We'll go under his windows every day, and if the sovereign passes by, I'll kneel down, push all these forward and point at them, protect them, father. He's the father of orphans, he's merciful, he'll protect them, you'll see, and that little general. Lenya. Tenez vudroit. You, Kolya, will dance again now. Why are you whimpering? Whimpering again. Well, what are you afraid of, little fool? Lord! What am I to do with them, Rodion Romanovich? If you knew how stupid they are. Well, what can you do with such ones? And she, wringing her hands and herself crying like a little girl, which didn't prevent her continuous and incessant rapid talk, showed him the whimpering children. Raskolnikov tried to convince her to return, and even said, thinking to act on her vanity, that it was improper for her to walk the streets as organ grinders walk, because she was preparing herself to be directress of a noble boarding school for young ladies. Boarding school, ha ha ha. Far-off hills look pretty. Katerina Ivanovna cried out, immediately after laughing, breaking into coughing, no, Rodion Romanovich, the dream is over. Everyone has abandoned us. And that little general. You know, Rodion Romanovich, I threw an inkwell at him, there, in the anteroom, incidentally, it was standing on the table, next to the sheet where people were signing in, and I signed in, threw it, and ran away. Oh, the vile ones, the vile ones. But never mind, now I'll feed these myself, I won't bow to anyone. We've tormented her enough. She pointed at Sonia, Palechka, how much have we collected, show me. What? Only 2 kopecks? Oh, vile people. They give nothing, only run after us with their tongues hanging out. Well, why is that blockhead laughing? She pointed at one of the crowd, this is all because this Koka is so stupid, such trouble with him. What do you want, Palechka? Speak to me in French, parlez-moi français. After all, I taught you, you know several phrases. Otherwise how can they tell that you're from a noble family, educated children, and not at all like all organ grinders? We're not presenting some Petrushka in the streets, but we'll sing a noble romance. Ah, yes. What shall we sing? You're all interrupting me, and you see, we stopped here, Rodion Romanovich, to choose what to sing, something that Kolya can dance to, because, all this, you can imagine, is without preparation. We need to agree, explain, teach, so that everything is completely rehearsed, and then we'll go to Nevsky, where there are many more people of high society and they'll notice us immediately. Lenya knows, the little farm. But it's all, the little farm, and, the little farm, and everyone sings it. We must sing something much more unusual and noble. Well, what have you thought of, Polya? At least help your mother. I have no memory, I would have remembered. We can't really sing, the hussar leaning on his saber. Ah, let's sing in French, 5 sous. After all, I taught you, oh, incomprehensible children. And the main thing, since it's in French, they'll see immediately that you're noble children, and it will be much more touching. We could even do Marlborough sen vatn guerre, since this is a completely children's song and is used in all aristocratic houses when they lull children to sleep. Marlborough sen vatn guerre ne sait quand reviendra. She began to sing, but no, better, cinq sous. Well, Kolya, hands on hips, quickly, and you, Lenya, also turn in the opposite direction, and Palechka and I will sing along and clap our hands. Cinq sous pour monter notre ménage. Kai kai kai. And she broke into coughing. Straighten your dress, Palechka, your shoulders have slipped, she noticed through her cough, catching her breath. Now you especially need to hold yourselves properly and on a fine footing, so everyone can see your noble children. I said then that the bodice should be cut longer and moreover in 2 panels. This is you, Sonia, with your advice, shorter, and here's what came out, that you've completely disfigured the child. Well, again you're all crying. What's wrong with you, stupid ones? Well, Kolya, begin quickly, oh, what an unbearable child this is. Cinq sous. Another soldier. Well, what do you need? Indeed, a policeman was pushing through the crowd. But at the same time a gentleman in a civil service uniform and overcoat, a solid official about 50 years old, with an order on his neck. This last was very pleasant to Katerina Ivanovna and influenced the policeman, approached and silently gave Katerina Ivanovna a 3-ruble green banknote. On his face was expressed sincere compassion. Katerina Ivanovna accepted it and bowed to him politely, even ceremoniously. Thank you, dear sir, she began from on high, the reasons that have driven us, take the money, Palechka. You see, there are noble and magnanimous people, immediately ready to help a poor noblewoman in misfortune. You see, dear sir, noble orphans, one could even say, with the most aristocratic connections. And that little general sat there eating hazel grouse, stamped his feet that I disturbed him. Your Excellency, I say, protect the orphans, knowing well, I say, the late Semyon Zakharit, and since his own daughter was slandered by the vilest of scoundrels on the day of his death. Again this soldier. Protect me, she cried to the official, why is this soldier climbing on me? We've already run away from one to hear from Meshchanskaya, well, what's it to you, fool? Because it's forbidden in the streets, sir. Please don't make a disturbance. You're the one making a disturbance. I'm just like walking with an organ, what's it to you? For an organ you need to have permission, sir, and you're on your own, sir, and in this manner you're gathering a crowd. Where do you reside? What, permission? Katerina Ivanovna shrieked. I buried my husband today, what permission? I'll feed them somehow. Madam, calm down, the official began, come, I'll take you. Here in the crowd it's improper, you're unwell. Dear sir, you know nothing. Katerina Ivanovna shouted, we'll go to Nevsky, Sonia. Where is she? She's crying too. What's wrong with all of you? Kolya, Lenya, where are you? She suddenly cried out in fright, oh, stupid children. Kolya, Lenya, where have they gone? It happened that Kolya and Lenya, frightened to the last degree by the street crowd and the antics of their mad mother, seeing finally a soldier who wanted to take them and lead them somewhere, suddenly, as if by agreement, grabbed each other's hands and ran off. With a wail and weeping, poor Katerina Ivanovna rushed to catch them. It was hideous and pitiful to watch her, running, crying, gasping for breath. Sonia and Palechka rushed after her. Bring them back, Sonia. Oh, stupid, ungrateful children. Polya. Catch them. It's for you She stumbled while running and fell. She's hurt herself bloody. Oh, Lord! Sonia cried out, bending over her. Everyone came running, everyone crowded around. Raskolnikov and Lebeziatnikov ran up among the first, the official also hurried, and behind him the policeman, who grumbled, "Etma," and waved his hand, foreseeing that the matter would turn out troublesome. Move along! Move along!" He dispersed the people crowding around. "She's dying," someone shouted. "She's gone mad," said another. "Lord preserve us," said one woman, crossing herself. "Did they catch the little girl and boy?" "There, look, they're bringing them," the eldest caught them. "Look at them, the reckless ones." But when they looked carefully at Katerina Ivanovna, they saw that she hadn't struck herself against the stone at all, as Sonia had thought, but that the blood that stained the pavement had gushed from her chest through her throat. "I know this, I've seen it," the official muttered to Raskolnikov and Lebeziatnikov. "This is consumption, sir, the blood gushes out like that and chokes you. I was a witness with one of my relatives, quite recently, and like that a glass and a half, suddenly, sir. What, however, should be done, she'll die right now. Here, to my place." Sonia begged, "Here I live. Here's this house, the second from here. To my place, quickly." She rushed to everyone to send for a doctor. Oh, Lord! Through the officials' efforts this was arranged, even the policeman helped carry Katerina Ivanovna. They brought her to Sonia's almost lifeless and laid her on the bed. The hemorrhage was still continuing, but she seemed to be beginning to come to her senses. Into the room came at once, besides Sonia, Raskolnikov and Lebeziatnikov, the official and the policeman, who had first dispersed the crowd, from which some had accompanied them to the very doors. Palechka led in, holding by the hands, Kolya and Lenya, who were trembling and crying. The Kapernaumos also gathered, he himself, lame and crooked, a strange-looking man with bristly, sticking-up hair and whiskers, his wife, who had some kind of perpetually frightened look, and several of their children, with faces wooden from constant amazement and with mouths open. Suddenly among all this public Svidrigailov also appeared. Raskolnikov looked at him with surprise, not understanding where he had come from and not remembering him in the crowd. They spoke of a doctor and a priest. The official, though he whispered to Raskolnikov that it seemed the doctor was now superfluous, ordered one sent. Kapernaumov himself ran. Meanwhile Katerina Ivanovna had caught her breath. For a time the blood subsided. She looked with a sickly but intent and penetrating gaze at pale and trembling Sonia, who was wiping drops of sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. Finally, she asked to be raised up. They sat her on the bed, supporting her on both sides. "Where are the children?" she asked anxiously in a weak voice. "Did you bring them, Polya?" "Oh, stupid ones! Well, why did you run?" "Oh, Blood still covered her withered lips. She moved her eyes around, looking. So this is how you live, Sonia. I never once came to you, it came to this. She looked at her with suffering. We've sucked you dry, Sonia. Polya, Lenya, Kolya, come here. Well, here they are, Sonia, all of them, take them, from my hands to yours, and I've had enough. The ball is over. Ha! Put me down, let me at least die in peace. They lowered her again onto the pillow. What? A priest? Not needed. Where do you have a spare ruble? I have no sins. God must forgive even without that. He himself knows how I've suffered. And if he doesn't forgive, then never mind. Restless delirium seized her more and more. At times she shuddered, moved her eyes around, recognized everyone for a minute, but immediately consciousness was again replaced by delirium. She breathed hoarsely and with difficulty, something seemed to gurgle in her throat. I say to him, Your Excellency, she cried out, resting after each word, this Amalia Ludwigovna, ah! Lenya, Kolya. Hands on hips, quickly, quickly, gliss, Podobask. Tap your feet. Be a graceful child. Du hast Diamanten und Perlen. How does it go next? I'd like to sing it. Du hast die schönsten Augen. Mädchen, was willst du mehr? Well, yes, of course. Was willst du mehr, to think of it, the blockhead. Ah yes, and here's another. In the noonday heat, in Dagestan's valley. Ah, how I loved it. I loved this romance to adoration, Polechka. You know, your father, still as a fiancé, sang it. Oh, those days. Here we should sing it. Well, how, here I've forgotten it. Well, remind me, how does it go? She repeated, almost crying. She was in extreme agitation and trying to raise herself. Finally, in a terrible, hoarse, tearing voice she began, crying out and gasping at each word, with a look of some growing terror. In the noonday heat. In the valley of Dagestan. With lead in my breast. Your Excellency, she suddenly wailed with a heart-rending cry and bursting into tears, protect the orphans. Knowing the bread and salt of the late Semyon Zakharek. One could even say aristocratic. Ha! She suddenly shuddered, coming to herself and looking around at everyone with some kind of horror, but immediately recognized Sonia. Sonia, she said meekly and tenderly, as if surprised to see her before her. Sonia, dear, are you here? Oh, child. Sonia's hand was in her hand. She pressed her lips to it. They raised her again. Enough. Time. Farewell, my wretched one. They've driven the nag to death. Torn myself apart, she cried out desperately and hatefully, and her head crashed onto the pillow. She fell unconscious again, but this last unconsciousness didn't last long. Her pale yellow, withered face threw itself back, her mouth opened, her legs stretched out convulsively. She breathed deeply, and died. Sonia fell upon her corpse, embraced her with her arms and froze like that, pressing her head to the deceased's withered breast. Polechka fell at her mother's feet and kissed them, sobbing. Kolya and Lenya, not yet understanding what had happened, but sensing something very terrible, grabbed each other with both hands by the shoulders and staring into each other's eyes, suddenly together, at once, opened their mouths and began to scream. They were both still in costumes, one in a turban, the other in a nightcap with an ostrich feather. And how did this certificate of merit suddenly appear on the bed, next to Katerina Ivanovna? It lay there, right by the pillow. Raskolnikov saw it. Raskolnikov looked at Sonia with torment. But strangely, something seemed to suddenly push him, almost by force, toward an incomprehensible cruelty, hideous in his mood. He approached, and bending down to Sonia, whispered in her ear. "Well, what? Who should live? Her or Luzin?" And without waiting for an answer, he moved away to the window. Lebeziatnikov rushed up to him. "She's dead," said Lebeziatnikov. "At least so it seems," answered Raskolnikov. "Rodion Romanovich, I have two necessary words to convey to you." Svidrigailov approached. Lebeziatnikov immediately yielded his place and delicately effaced himself. Svidrigailov led the astonished Raskolnikov even further into the corner. "I'll take all this fuss on myself, that is, the funeral and so forth. You know, money would be needed, and I told you I have extra. I'll place these two little birds and this Polechka in some better orphan institutions, and I'll put down for each, until they come of age, 1,500 rubles capital, so that Sofia Semyonovna will be completely at ease. And I'll pull her out of the pit too, because she's a good girl, isn't that so? Well, sir, so you can tell Avdotya Romanovna that I've used her 10,000 like this." "But with what purposes are you being so charitable?" asked Raskolnikov. "Yeah. What a distrustful man." Svidrigailov laughed. "After all, I said this money is extra for me. Well, simply out of humanity, don't you allow that? After all, she wasn't a louse." He pointed with his finger to the corner where the deceased lay, like some old pawnbroker woman. "Well, agree, well, should Luzin really live and do abominations, or should she die? And if I don't help, then after all, Polechka, for example, will go the same way, down the same road." He said this with a look of some winking, cheerful roguishness, not taking his eyes off Raskolnikov. Raskolnikov turned pale and went cold. He quickly recoiled and looked wildly at Svidrigailov. How, do you know?" he whispered, barely breathing. "Why, I'm staying here, through the wall, at Madame Reslich's. Here's Kapernaumov, and there's Madame Reslich, an old and most devoted friend." "Neighbors, sir." "You?" "Me," Svidrigailov continued, rocking with laughter, "and I can assure you on my honor, dearest Rodion Romanovich, that you've interested me amazingly. After all, I said we'd come together, predicted this to you. Well, here we've come together. And you'll see what an agreeable person I am. You'll see that it's still possible to live with me." Part 6. Chapter 1. A strange time came for Raskolnikov, as if a fog had suddenly fallen before him and enclosed him in a hopeless and oppressive solitude. Recalling this time later, long after, he guessed that his consciousness sometimes seemed to dim, and that this continued, with certain intervals, right up to the final catastrophe. He was positively convinced that he was wrong about many things then, for example, about the timing and sequence of certain events. At least, recalling it subsequently and trying to clarify what he remembered, he learned much about himself, already guided by information received from outsiders. One event he confused, for example, with another he considered the consequence of an occurrence that existed only in his imagination. At times a painfully tormenting anxiety seized him, degenerating even into panic fear. But he also remembered that there were minutes, hours, and even, perhaps, days full of apathy that seized him, as if in opposition to his former fear, an apathy resembling the painfully indifferent state of some dying people. In general, though, in these last days he himself seemed to be trying to escape from a clear and full understanding of his position, certain urgent facts demanding immediate clarification especially oppressed him, but how glad he would have been to free himself and escape from certain cares, the neglect of which threatened, however, complete and inevitable ruin in his position. Svidrigailov especially troubled him. One could even say that he somehow stopped at Svidrigailov. Since the time of Svidrigailov's words, too threatening for him and too clearly expressed, in Sonia's apartment, at the moment of Katerina Ivanovna's death, the ordinary course of his thoughts seemed to have been disrupted. But despite the fact that this new fact extremely disturbed him, Raskolnikov somehow didn't hurry to clarify the matter. At times, suddenly finding himself somewhere in a remote and solitary part of the city, in some wretched tavern alone, at a table, in thought, and barely remembering how he got here, he would suddenly remember Svidrigailov. It would suddenly become too clear and anxiously conscious to him that he should, as soon as possible, come to an understanding with this man and, if possible, settle it finally. Once, having gone somewhere beyond the city gate, he even imagined that he was waiting here for Svidrigailov and that they had an appointment here. Another time he woke before dawn somewhere on the ground, in bushes, and almost didn't understand how he had wandered here. However, in these 2 or 3 days after Katerina Ivanovna's death he had already met Svidrigailov about twice, always almost at Sonia's apartment, where he dropped in somehow aimlessly, but always almost for a minute. They always exchanged short words and never once spoke about the capital point, as if it had somehow been tacitly agreed between them to keep silent about this for the time being. Katerina Ivanovna's body still lay in the coffin. Svidrigailov was managing the funeral and bustling about. Sonia too was very busy. At their last meeting Svidrigailov explained to Raskolnikov that he had somehow settled things with Katerina Ivanovna's children, and settled them successfully, that he, thanks to certain connections, had found such people with whose help he could place all 3 orphans immediately in very suitable institutions for them, that the money set aside for them had also helped much, since it's much easier to place orphans with capital than poor orphans. He said something about Sonia too, promised to come himself to Raskolnikov's in a few days and mentioned that he would like to consult, that they really needed to talk, that there were certain matters. This conversation took place in the entryway, by the stairs. Svidrigailov looked intently into Raskolnikov's eyes and suddenly, after pausing and lowering his voice, asked, "But what's wrong with you, Rodion Romanovich? You're so not yourself. Really. You listen and look, but as if you don't understand. Pull yourself together. Come, let's talk. It's just a pity there's so much business, both others and my own. Ek, Rodion Romanovich," he added suddenly, "all people need air, sir. Above all." He suddenly stepped aside to let a priest and deacon coming up the stairs pass. They were coming to serve a panikhida. By Svidrigailov's arrangement, panikidas were served twice a day, punctually. Svidrigailov went his way. Raskolnikov stood, thought, and followed the priest into Sonia's apartment. He stood in the doorway. The service was beginning, quietly, decorously, sadly. The consciousness of death and the sensation of death's presence always had something oppressive and mystically terrible for him, from his very childhood, and it had been a long time since he'd heard a paniquita. And there was something else here too terrible and disturbing. He looked at the children. They all stood by the coffin, on their knees. Polechka was crying. Behind them, quietly and as if timidly crying, Sonia prayed. But she hasn't once looked at me these days or said a word to me, Raskolnikov suddenly thought. The sun brightly lit the room, incense smoke rose in clouds. The priest read, "Give rest, O Lord." Raskolnikov stood through the whole service. Blessing and taking leave, the priest looked around somehow strangely. After the service, Raskolnikov approached Sonia. She suddenly took him by both hands and inclined her head to his shoulder. This short friendly gesture even struck Raskolnikov with bewilderment. It was even strange. What? Not the slightest revulsion, not the slightest loathing toward him, not the slightest tremor in her hand. This was some kind of infinity of her own self-abasement. So at least he understood it. Sonia said nothing. Raskolnikov pressed her hand and left. He felt terribly oppressed. If it had been possible to go away somewhere at this moment and remain completely alone, even for his whole life, he would have considered himself happy. But the thing was that recently, though he was almost always alone, he couldn't at all feel that he was alone. It happened that he would leave the city, go out onto the highway, once he even went into some grove, but the more solitary the place, the more strongly he sensed as if someone's close and disturbing presence, not exactly frightening, but somehow very annoying, so that he would return to the city as quickly as possible, mix with the crowd, enter taverns, drinking establishments, go to the Haymarket, to Senea. Here it was already somehow easier and even more solitary. In one eating house, toward evening, they were singing songs. He sat for a whole hour, listening, and remembered that it even was very pleasant for him. But toward the end he suddenly became restless again, as if a pang of conscience suddenly began to torment him. Here I sit, listening to songs, but is that really what I need to do, as if he thought. However, he immediately guessed that this wasn't the only thing disturbing him. There was something else, something demanding immediate resolution, but which could neither be understood nor expressed in words. Everything was tangling into some kind of ball. No, some kind of struggle would be better. Better Porphyry again, or Svidrigailov. Some new challenge as soon as possible, someone's attack. Yes. Yes, he thought. He left the eating house and almost started running. The thought of Dunya and his mother suddenly induced in him, for some reason, something like panic fear. It was that night, before morning, that he woke in the bushes, on Krastovsky Island, shivering all over, in fever. He went home and arrived already in early morning. After several hours of sleep, the fever passed, but he woke already late. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He remembered that Katerina Ivanovna's funeral was scheduled for this day, and was glad that he hadn't been present at it. Nastasia brought him food. He ate and drank with great appetite, almost greedily. His head was fresher, and he himself calmer than in these last 3 days. He even marveled, fleetingly, at his former attacks of panic fear. The door opened and Razumikin entered. "Ah! Eating, so he's not sick," said Razumikin, took a chair and sat at the table opposite Raskolnikov. He was agitated and didn't try to hide it. He spoke with visible vexation, but without hurrying and without especially raising his voice. One might think that some special and even exceptional intention had lodged in him. Listen, he began decisively, as far as I'm concerned, the devil take you all, but from what I see now, I see clearly that I can't understand anything. Please, don't think I came to interrogate. I don't care. I don't want to know myself. Now reveal everything, all your secrets, so I maybe won't even listen. I'll spit and leave. I only came to find out personally and definitively, is it true, first of all, that you're mad? You see, there exists a conviction, well, there, somewhere, that you're perhaps mad or very inclined to it. I confess I myself was strongly inclined to support this opinion, first, judging by your stupid and partly vile actions, inexplicable by anything, and secondly, by your recent behavior with your mother and sister. Only a monster and scoundrel, if not a madman, could have acted toward them as you did, consequently, you're mad. When did you last see them? Just now. But you haven't seen them since then? Where have you been wandering? Tell me please, I've already come to you 3 times. Mother has been seriously ill since yesterday. She was going to come to you, Avdotya Romanovna tried to restrain her. She won't listen to anything. If he's sick, she says, if his mind is disturbed, who will help him if not his mother? We all came here, because we couldn't leave her alone. Right up to your door we begged her to calm down. We came in, you're not here, here she sat. She sat for 10 minutes, we stood over her, silently. Finally she got up and said, if he goes out, and consequently is healthy, and has forgotten his mother, it means it's improper and shameful for the mother to stand at his threshold and beg for affection, like alms. She returned home and took to her bed. Now she's feverish. I see, she says, that he has time for his own. She supposes that your own, is this Sofya Semyonovna, your fiancée, or mistress, I don't know. I went immediately to Sofya Semyonovna, because, brother, I wanted to find out everything. I come, I look, coffin standing, children crying. Sofya Semyonovna is fitting them with mourning dresses. You're not there. I looked, apologized and left, and so reported to Avdotya Romanovna. So all this is nonsense, and there's no own here, most likely, consequently, madness. But here you sit and devour boiled beef, as if you haven't eaten for 3 days. Granted, madmen eat too, but though you haven't said a word to me, you're not mad. I'll swear to that. Above all, not mad. So to the devil with you all, because there's some mystery here, some secret, and I don't intend to rack my brains over your secrets. So I just came to vent, he concluded, getting up, to unburden my soul, and I know what I need to do now. What do you want to do now? And what business is it of yours what I want to do now? Watch out, you'll start drinking. How did you know that? Well, really. Razumikin paused for a minute. You've always been a very sensible person and you've never been mad, he suddenly remarked, with fervor. That's right, I'll drink. Farewell. And he moved to leave. I talked about you with my sister, I think it was 3 days ago, Razumikin. About me? But, where could you have seen her 3 days ago? Razumikin suddenly stopped, even turning a little pale. One could guess that his heart slowly and with strain began to beat in his chest. She came here, alone, sat here, talked with me. She? Yes, she. What did you say? I mean, about me? I told her that you're a very good, honest and hard-working man. That you love her, I didn't tell her, because she knows it herself. Knows it herself? Well, really. Wherever I might go, whatever might happen to me, you would remain their providence. I, so to speak, entrust them to you, Raskolnikov. I'm saying this because I know perfectly well how you love her and am convinced of the purity of your heart. I also know that she can love you too and perhaps already does love you. Now decide for yourself, as you know best, whether you need to start drinking or not. Rodka. You see. Well. Ah, the devil. And where do you want to go? You see, if all this is a secret, then so be it. But I'll discover the secret. And I'm sure it's certainly some nonsense and terrible trifles, and that you've made it all up yourself. However, you're an excellent man. An excellent man. And I precisely wanted to add to you, but you interrupted, that you judged very well just now, to not find out these mysteries and secrets. Leave it for the time being, don't worry. You'll learn everything in due time, precisely when you need to. Yesterday one man told me that a person needs air. I want to go to him now and find out what he means by this. Raskolnikov stood in thought and agitation, considering something. This is a political conspirator. Certainly. And he's on the eve of some decisive step, that's certain. It can't be otherwise and Dunya knows. He suddenly thought to himself. So if Dosha Romanovna comes to you, he said, scanning his words, and you yourself want to see a man who says you need more air, and, consequently, this letter too, this is also something of the same thing, he concluded as if to himself. What letter? She received a letter today, it very much alarmed her. Very much. Too much even. I started talking about you, she asked me to be silent. Then she said that perhaps we'll part very soon, then she began warmly thanking me for something, then she went to her room and locked herself in. She received a letter? Raskolnikov asked thoughtfully. Yes, a letter, and you didn't know? Both were silent. Farewell, Rodion. Brother, there was one time, but, however, farewell, you see, there was one time. Well, farewell. I must go too. I won't drink. I don't need to now. You lie. He hurried, but already leaving and already almost closing the door behind him, suddenly opened it again and said, looking somewhere to the side. By the way, do you remember that murder, portrays, the old woman? Well, so know that this murderer has been found, he confessed himself and presented all the evidence. It's one of those same workers, the painters, remember, I defended them here. Would you believe that he deliberately arranged that whole scene of fighting and laughing on the stairs, with his comrade, when those ones were climbing up, the caretaker and 2 witnesses, precisely to create a diversion? What cunning, what presence of mind in such a puppy! Hard to believe, but he explained it himself, confessed everything himself. And how I fell for it! Well, in my opinion, this is simply a genius of pretense and resourcefulness, a genius of legal diversion. Well, consequently, there's nothing to be especially surprised at. Can't such people exist? And that he didn't sustain his character and confessed, so I believe him even more for this. It's more plausible. But how I fell for it then. I climbed the wall for them. Tell me please, where did you learn this, and why does it interest you so much? Raskolnikov asked with visible agitation. Well, really? Why does it interest me? He asks. And I learned it from Porphyry, among others. However, I learned almost everything from him. From Porphyry? From Porphyry. What did he say? Raskolnikov asked fearfully. He explained it to me excellently. Explained it psychologically, in his own way. He explained? He himself explained it to you? Himself, farewell. I'll tell you more later, but now I have business. There was one time when I thought. Well, never mind, later. Why should I get drunk now? You've made me drunk without wine. I'm drunk, you see, Radka. Without wine I'm drunk now, well, so farewell, I'll come, very soon. He went out. This is a political conspirator, that's certain. Razumikin finally decided to himself, slowly descending the stairs. And he's drawn his sister in, this is very, very possible with Avdotya Romanovna's character. They're having meetings. And she hinted to me too. From many of her words, and phrases, and hints, it all comes out precisely so. How else to explain all this confusion? And I was thinking. Oh Lord, what was I thinking? Yes, sir, this was an eclipse, and I'm guilty before him. He induced that eclipse on me then by the lamp, in the corridor. Phooey! What a nasty, crude, vile thought on my part. Good fellow Nikolka, that he confessed. And how everything from before is now explained. His illness then, all his strange actions, even before, still at the university, how gloomy, sullen he always was. But what does this letter mean now? There's something here too, perhaps. From whom is this letter? And what's this gentleman with the blonde beard? I suspect. No, I'll find it all out. He remembered and thought about everything regarding Dunechka, and his heart sank. He tore himself from the spot and ran. As soon as Razumikin left, Raskolnikov got up, turned to the window, stumbled to one corner, to another, as if forgetting the cramped space of his cubbyhole, and sat down again on the sofa. He was as if completely renewed, again struggle, which means, a way out had been found. Yes, which means a way out has been found. But before everything had gotten too compressed and bottled up, it had become tormentingly oppressive, some kind of stupor was coming over me. Starting from the very scene with Nikolka at Porphyry's, he began to suffocate with no way out, in confinement. After Nikolka, on the same day was the scene at Sonia's. He conducted and ended it completely differently than he could have imagined before, which means he weakened, instantly and radically. All at once. And he did agree then with Sonia, he himself agreed in his heart, that he couldn't live alone with such a deed on his soul. And Svidrigailov? Svidrigailov is an enigma. Svidrigailov disturbs him, that's true, but somehow not from that side. With Svidrigailov, perhaps, there's also still a struggle ahead. Svidrigailov may also be a whole way out, but Porphyry is another matter. So Porphyry himself was still explaining to Razumikin, explaining to him psychologically. Again he's begun dragging in his damned psychology. Porphyry? But that Porfiry would believe for even 1 minute that Nikolka is guilty, after what passed between them then, after that scene, face to face, before Nikolka, which can have no correct interpretation except one. Several times in these days that whole scene with Porfiry had flashed through Raskolnikov's mind and been recalled in fragments. As a whole he couldn't have borne the memory. At that time such words were uttered between them, such movements and gestures occurred, they exchanged such glances, things were said in such a voice, it reached such limits, that after this not Nikolka, whom Porfiry guessed by heart from the first word and gesture, not Nikolka could shake the very foundation of his convictions. And what of it? Even Razumikin had begun to suspect. The scene in the corridor, by the lamp, didn't pass in vain then. Here he rushed to Porfiry. But why did this one start fooling him so? What's his purpose in diverting Razumikin's eyes to Nikolka? No, he's certainly thought something up, there's intention here, but what kind? True, a lot of time has passed since that morning, too much, and there's been neither sound nor spirit from Porfiry. Well, of course that's worse. Raskolnikov took his cap and, thinking, went out of the room. For the first time in all this period, he felt himself at least in sound consciousness. I must finish with Svidrigailov, he thought, and at all costs as soon as possible. This one also, it seems, is waiting for me to come to him myself. And at this moment such hatred suddenly rose from his weary heart that perhaps he could have killed one of these two, Svidrigailov or Porfiry. At least, he felt that if not now, then in the future he was capable of doing this. We'll see, he repeated to himself. But no sooner had he opened the door to the entryway than he suddenly collided with Porfiry himself. The latter was entering to see him. Raskolnikov was stunned for a minute, but only for 1 minute. Strangely, he wasn't very surprised by Porfiry and almost wasn't frightened of him. He only started, but quickly, instantly prepared himself. Perhaps, the denouement. But how did he approach so quietly, like a cat, and I heard nothing? Was he eavesdropping? You weren't expecting a guest, Rodion Romanovitch, cried Porfiry Petrovitch, laughing. I've been meaning to drop by for a long time, I was passing by, I thought, why not stop in for 5 minutes to visit? Going somewhere? I won't detain you. Just let me have one little cigarette, if you'll allow. Why, sit down, Porfiry Petrovitch, sit down. Raskolnikov seated him, with such an apparently pleased and friendly look that he would have marveled at himself, if he could have looked at himself. The dregs, the sediment were being scraped out. Sometimes a man will endure a half-hour of mortal fear with a robber, but when they finally put the knife to his throat, even fear passes. He sat down directly before Porfiry and looked at him without blinking. Porfiry squinted and began to light his cigarette. Well, speak then, it seemed ready to jump out of Raskolnikov's heart. Well, what aren't you saying? Chapter 2. Why, these cigarettes. Porfiry Petrovitch finally began, having finished lighting up and catching his breath. Harm, pure harm, but I can't quit. I cough, sir, my throat started tickling, and I have shortness of breath. You know, I'm a coward, sir, I went the other day to B. N. He examines each patient for at least half an hour, so he even laughed, looking at me, and he tapped, and listened. Tobacco, he says, among other things, doesn't suit you, the lungs are dilated. Well, but how can I give it up? What will I replace it with? I don't drink, sir, that's the whole trouble, ha ha ha, that I don't drink is the trouble. Everything's relative, you see, Rodion Romanovich, everything's relative. What's this, is he taking up his old official routine or something? Raskolnikov thought with disgust. The whole recent scene of their last meeting suddenly came back to him, and the feeling of hatred from that time surged in a wave to his heart. But you know I already came to you 3 days ago in the evening, didn't you know? Porfiry Petrovitch continued, looking around the room, into the room, this very one I entered. Just like today, I was passing by, let me, I thought, return his little visit. I came in, and the room was wide open. I looked around, waited, and didn't even announce myself to your servant. I left. Don't you lock up? Raskolnikov's face darkened more and more. Porfiry seemed to have guessed his thoughts. I've come to explain, my dear Rodion Romanovich, to explain, sir. I owe and am obliged to give you an explanation, sir, he continued with a little smile and even lightly tapped Raskolnikov's knee with his palm, but almost at the same instant his face suddenly assumed a serious and concerned expression. It even seemed covered with sadness, to Raskolnikov's surprise. He had never yet seen or suspected such a face in him. A strange scene occurred the last time between us, Rodion Romanovich. Though, perhaps, at our first meeting too a strange scene occurred between us, but then... Well, now it's all one thing after another. Here's what, sir, I may come out very guilty before you, I feel this, sir. You remember how we parted, your nerves were singing and your knees trembling, and my nerves were singing and my knees trembling. And you know, it even came out somehow indecent between us then, not gentlemanly. And yet we're still gentlemen, that is, in any case, gentlemen first of all, this must be understood, sir. You remember, what it came to, quite even improper, sir. What's this? Who does he take me for? Raskolnikov asked himself in amazement, raising his head and looking at Porfiry with all his eyes. I decided that it's better for us to act with frankness now, Porfiry Petrovitch continued, turning his head slightly and lowering his eyes, as if not wishing to embarrass his former victim any more with his gaze and as if disdaining his former methods and tricks. Yes, sir, such suspicions and such scenes can't continue for long. Nikolka resolved us then, or I don't know what would have come between us. That damned petty bourgeois was sitting behind my partition then, can you imagine that? You, of course, already know this, and I myself know that he came to you afterward, but what you supposed then, didn't happen. I didn't send for anyone and hadn't arranged anything yet. You ask, why didn't I arrange anything? Well, how shall I tell you, it all sort of stunned me too then. I barely managed to send for the caretakers. You noticed the caretakers, I suppose, passing by. A thought flashed through my mind then, just one, quick, like lightning. I was firmly convinced then, you see, Rodion Romanovich. Let me, I think, even if I let one thing go for a time, I'll catch another by the tail, my own, at least, I won't let go. You're very irritable, Rodion Romanovich, by nature, sir, even too much so, sir, considering all the other basic properties of your character and heart, which I flatter myself with the hope that I've partly grasped, sir. Well, of course, even I could reason then that it doesn't always happen that a man just gets up and blurts out the whole truth to you. It does happen, especially when you drive a person beyond his last patience, but, in any case, it's rare. I could reason this too. No, I thought, I need at least a little feature. At least the tiniest little feature, but just one, but such that I could take it with my hands, so it would be a thing, and not just this psychology. Because, I thought, if a person is guilty, then of course it's possible, in any case, to expect something substantial from him. One can even count on the most unexpected result. I was counting on your character then, Rodion Romanovich, most of all on your character, sir. I had great hopes in you then. But why do you talk like this now? Raskolnikov finally muttered, not even making proper sense of the question. What is he talking about? He wondered to himself. Does he really take me for innocent? Why do I talk like this? But I came to explain, sir, so to speak, I consider it a sacred duty. I want to lay out everything for you completely, the whole story of all that darkening, so to speak, back then. I made you suffer much, Rodion Romanovich. I'm not a monster, sir. After all, I understand too what it's like to drag all this on oneself for a person who is oppressed, but proud, imperious and impatient, especially impatient. I consider you, in any case, a most noble person, sir, and even with the rudiments of magnanimity, sir, though I don't agree with you in all your convictions, which I consider it my duty to declare beforehand, directly, and with complete sincerity, because first of all I don't wish to deceive. Having come to know you, I felt an attachment to you. You may laugh at such words from me. You have the right, sir. I know that you didn't like me from the first glance, because, essentially, there's nothing to like, sir. Think what you want, but now I wish, on my part, by all means to efface the impression produced and prove that I too am a man with a heart and conscience. I speak sincerely, sir. Porfiry Petrovitch paused with dignity. Raskolnikov felt a rush of some new fear. The thought that Porfiry considered him innocent suddenly began to frighten him. To tell everything in order, how it all suddenly began then, is hardly necessary, Porfiry Petrovitch continued. I think it's even superfluous. Yes, and I'd hardly be able to, sir. Because, how can this be explained in detail? First rumors started. What these rumors were, and from whom, and when, and on what occasion specifically the matter reached you, that too, I think, is superfluous. Personally with me it began with chance, from one side and a completely chance coincidence, which in the highest degree could be and could not be, which? I think there's no need to speak of that either. All this, both the rumors and the coincidence, converged for me then into one thought. I confess frankly, because, if one is to confess, then in everything, it was I who first attacked you then. These, well, suppose, the old woman's marks on the pledges and so forth, it's all nonsense, sir. You can count up 100 such things. I also had occasion then to learn in detail about the scene at the district office, also by chance, sir, and not just in passing, but from a special, capital narrator, who, without knowing it himself, admirably mastered this scene, at my insistence, that is, otherwise he would have completely missed it. It's all one thing after another, you see, sir, one thing after another, sir, Rodion Romanovich, my dear. Well, how could I not turn in a certain direction? Out of 100 rabbits you'll never make a horse, out of 100 suspicions you'll never make proof, as one English proverb says, but that's only prudence, sir, but try to deal with passions, because even an investigator is a man, sir. I remembered here your little article too, in the little journal, you remember, we talked about it in detail at your very first visit. I mocked then, but that was to provoke you to go further. I repeat, you're very impatient and ill, Rodion Romanovich. That you're bold, arrogant, serious and, have felt much, all this I've known for a long time, sir. All these sensations are familiar to me, and I read your article as something familiar. It was conceived in sleepless nights and in rapture, with a lifting and pounding of the heart, with suppressed enthusiasm. But this suppressed, proud enthusiasm in youth is dangerous. I mocked then, but now I'll tell you that I terribly love in general, that is, as an amateur, this first, youthful, ardent trial of the pen. Smoke, fog, a string resounds in the fog. Your article is absurd and fantastic, but such sincerity flashes in it is youthful and incorruptible pride, in it is the boldness of despair. It's a gloomy article, sir, but that's good, sir. I read your article then, and set it aside, and, as I set it aside then, I thought, well, it won't go smoothly with this person. Well, so tell me now, after such a beginning, how could I not be carried away by what followed? Oh, Lord! But am I saying anything? Am I asserting anything now? I only noticed then and am waiting, sir. What's here, I think? Here there's nothing, that is, absolutely nothing, and, perhaps, in the highest degree nothing. And for me as an investigator to get carried away like this is even quite improper. Here I have Nikolka on my hands, and already with facts. There, think what you want, but facts. And he also brings in his psychology. I have to occupy myself with him, because here it's a matter of life and death. Why am I explaining all this to you now? So that you'll know and with your mind and heart won't accuse me of my malicious behavior then. It wasn't malicious, sir, I speak sincerely, sir, heh. You think, I didn't search your place then? I did, sir, heh, I did, sir, when you were lying here sick in your little bed. Not officially and not in my own person, but I did, sir. Your apartment was examined down to the last hair, at the very first traces, but, uncensed. I think, now this person will come, he'll come himself, and very soon, if he's guilty, he'll certainly come. Another won't come, but this one will come. And do you remember how Mr. Razumikin started letting things slip to you? We arranged that to agitate you, because we deliberately spread the rumor so he would let things slip to you, and Mr. Razumikin is such a person that he can't withstand indignation. Mr. Zametov was first of all struck by your anger and your open boldness. Well, how is it to suddenly blurt out in a tavern, I killed? Too bold, sir, too audacious, sir, and if, I think, he's guilty, then he's a terrible fighter. That's what I thought then, sir. I'm waiting, sir. I'm waiting for you with all my might, and you simply crushed Zametov then and, you see, the thing is that all this damned psychology is double-edged. Well, so I'm waiting for you, I'm watching, and God grants you to me, you're coming. So my heart pounded. Well, why did you come then? And that laughter of yours, when you came in then, remember, why, I guessed everything then as if through glass, but if I hadn't been waiting for you in such a special way, I wouldn't have noticed anything in your laughter. That's what it means to be in the right frame of mind. And Mr. Razumikin then, the stone, remember, the stone, the one under which the things are hidden? Well, I see it as if somewhere there, in a garden you told Zametov, and then, at my place the second time. And when we started going through your article, when you started expounding, so every word of yours you take doubly, as if another one sits under it. Well, so, Rodion Romanovich, that's how I reached the last posts, and knocked my forehead against them, and came to my senses. No, I say, what's this? After all, if I want to, I say, all this down to the last detail can be explained in another way, it'll even come out more natural. I admit to myself, you see, that it'll come out more natural. Torture, sir. No, I think, I'd better have a little feature. But when I heard then about those bells, I just froze completely, even a tremor went through me. Well, I think, here's the little feature. That's it. Yes, and I didn't reason then, I simply didn't want to. I would have given 1,000 rubles at that moment, my own, just to see you with my own eyes, how you walked those 100 steps alongside the petty bourgeois, after he called you a murderer, to your face, and you didn't dare ask him anything, for a whole 100 steps. Well, and what about that chill in the spinal cord? Those bells, in illness, in semi-delirium? So, Rodion Romanovich, after that what should surprise you that I played such tricks with you then? And why did you yourself come at that very moment? After all, someone seemed to push you too, by God, and if Nikolka hadn't separated us, then, and do you remember Nikolka then? Do you remember well? After all, that was thunder, sir. After all, that was thunder crashing from a cloud, a thunderbolt. Well, and how did I receive him? I didn't believe in the thunderbolt at all, you could see yourself. Where? Even later, after you, when he began to answer very, very aptly on certain points, so that I myself was surprised, even then I didn't believe him a penny's worth. That's what it means to be fortified, like adamant. No, I think, Morgan Froh. What kind of Nikolka is this? Razumikin just told me that you even now accuse Nikolai and your self-assured Razumikin of it. His breath caught and he didn't finish. He listened in inexpressible agitation as the man who had seen right through him now renounced himself. He was afraid to believe and didn't believe. In the still ambiguous words he greedily sought and caught at something more precise and final. Mr. Razumikin! Porfiry Petrovitch exclaimed, as if rejoicing at the question from the hitherto silent Raskolnikov, ha! 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 But Mr. Razumikin had to be led away, two's company, three's a crowd. Mr. Razumikin is not the right sort, sir, and besides he's an outsider, he came running to me all pale. Well, but God be with him, why bring him into this? And as for Nikolka, would you like to know what kind of subject this is, in the form, that is, as I understand him? First of all, he's still a minor child, and not exactly a coward, but sort of like some kind of artist. Really, sir, don't laugh that I explain him thus. Innocent and susceptible to everything. Has a heart, a fantast. He can sing, he can dance, he can tell tales, they say, so well that people come from other places to listen. And he'll go to school, and laugh himself silly because someone showed him a finger, and drink himself senseless, not from debauchery, but like that, in streaks, when they give him drink, still childishly. And he stole then without even knowing it himself, because, if I picked it up off the ground, what kind of stealing is that? And do you know that he's from the old believers, and not even from the old believers, but simply a sectarian? There were some kind of runners in his family, and he himself quite recently, for 2 whole years, in the village, was under the spiritual guidance of a certain elder. I learned all this from Nikolka and from his people in Zarius. And what's more, he simply wanted to run off to the wilderness. Had zeal, prayed to God at night, read old, true books and read them to tatters. Petersburg affected him strongly, especially the female sex. Well, and why? Susceptible, sir, and he forgot the elder, and everything. I know an artist here grew fond of him, started visiting him, and here this case came up. Well, he got scared, wanted to hang himself. To run away. What can be done with the notion that has passed among the people about our jurisprudence? Some are frightened by the very word, they'll convict. Who's to blame? Here's what the new courts will say. Oh, God grant. Well, sir, in prison, evidently, the honest elder was remembered now, the Bible also appeared again. Do you know, Rodion Romanovich, what to suffer means for some of them? It's not for someone, but just simply, one must suffer. Suffering, it means, one must accept, and from the authorities all the more so. In my time there sat one most humble prisoner for a whole year in prison. On the stove at night he read the Bible all the time, well, and he read and read, you know, completely, yes, so much so that for no reason at all he grabbed a brick and threw it at the warden, without any offense on his part. And how he threw it, deliberately took aim a whole arsh into the side, so as not to do any harm. Well, it's known what end awaits a prisoner who throws a weapon at the authorities, and he accepted suffering, it means. So now I suspect that Nikolka wants to accept suffering, or something like that. I know this for certain, even from facts, sir. He just doesn't know that I know. What, don't you allow that such fantastic people can emerge from such folk? Yes. Constantly. The elder has begun to act again now, especially after the news was remembered. But however, he'll tell me everything himself, he'll come. Do you think he'll hold out? Wait, he'll recant yet. I'm expecting any hour that he'll come to retract his testimony. I've grown fond of this Nikolka and am investigating him thoroughly. And what do you think? Ha! Ha! On certain points he answered me very aptly, obviously received the necessary information, prepared himself cleverly, well, but on other points he simply flounders, knows absolutely nothing, doesn't know, and doesn't even suspect that he doesn't know. No, dear Rodion Romanovich, this isn't Nikolka. Here is a fantastic, gloomy affair, a contemporary case, sir, an incident of our time, when the human heart has become clouded, when the phrase is quoted that blood refreshes, when the whole of life is preached in comfort. Here are bookish dreams, sir, here is a theoretically irritated heart, here is visible the resolution for the first step, but a resolution of a special kind, he resolved, yes, but as if he fell from a mountain, or flew down from a bell tower, and came to the crime as if not on his own feet. He forgot to close the door behind him, but he killed too, according to theory. He killed, but couldn't manage to take the money, and what he managed to grab, he took under a stone. It wasn't enough for him that he suffered torment when he sat behind the door, and they were banging on the door, and the bell was ringing. No, he afterward went to the empty apartment, in semi-delirium, to remember that bell again, needed to experience that chill in the spine again. Well, Granted, this is an illness, but here's something else. He killed, but considers himself an honest man, despises people, walks around like a pale angel. No, what kind of Nikolka is this, dear Rodion Romanovich? This isn't Nikolka. These last words, after everything said before and so resembling a renunciation, were too unexpected. Raskolnikov trembled all over, as if pierced. So, who then killed? He asked, unable to restrain himself, in a gasping voice. Porfiry Petrovitch even recoiled against the back of his chair, as if he too were unexpectedly amazed by the question. How? Who killed? He repeated, as if not believing his ears. But you killed, Rodion Romanovich. You killed, sir. He added almost in a whisper, in a completely convinced voice. Raskolnikov jumped up from the sofa, stood for a few seconds and sat down again, without saying a word. Small convulsions suddenly passed over his whole face, and his upper lip began to tremble with a fine nervous tremor. Your lip is twitching again, just like then, Porfiry Petrovitch murmured as if even with sympathy. You seem to have misunderstood me, Rodion Romanovich, sir, he added after pausing a little, that's why you're so amazed. I precisely came in order to tell everything already, and to conduct the matter openly. It wasn't I who killed, Raskolnikov whispered, like frightened little children when they're caught in the act. No, it was you, sir, Rodion Romanovich, you, sir, and there's no one else, sir, Porfiry whispered sternly and convincedly. They both fell silent, and the silence lasted even strangely long, about 10 minutes. Raskolnikov leaned his elbow on the table and silently ran his fingers through his hair. Porfiry Petrovitch sat quietly and waited. Suddenly Raskolnikov looked contemptuously at Porfiry. You're at your old tricks again, Porfiry Petrovitch. Always the same old methods. How is it you're not tired of it, really? Enough. What do I need methods for now? It would be a different matter if there were witnesses here, but we're whispering one-on-one, you see. You can see yourself I didn't come to chase and catch you like a hare. Whether you confess or not, at this moment it's all the same to me. I'm convinced without you, for myself. Then if that's so, why did you come? Raskolnikov asked irritably. I'm asking you my former question. If you consider me guilty, why don't you take me to prison? Well, here's this question. I'll answer you by points. First of all, to arrest you directly isn't advantageous for me. How not advantageous? If you're convinced, then you should. What good is my conviction? This is all still just my dreams, sir. And why would I put you to rest there? You know yourself, since you're asking. If I bring, for example, that petty bourgeois to confront you, and you'll say to him, were you drunk or not? Who saw me with you? I simply took you for drunk, and you were drunk. Well, what will I say to you then, especially since yours is even more plausible than his, because his testimony is just psychology, which doesn't even suit his mug, but you hit the mark exactly, because the scoundrel drinks hard and is too well known for it. And I myself have frankly admitted to you, already several times, that this psychology is double-edged and that the second end is bigger, yes, and much more plausible, and that except for this I have nothing against you for now. And though I'll still lock you up and even came here myself, quite improperly, to declare everything to you beforehand, I still tell you directly, also improperly, that this will be disadvantageous for me. Well, sir, secondly, I came to you because... Well, yes, secondly. Raskolnikov was still gasping. Because, as I already declared earlier, I consider myself obliged to give you an explanation. I don't want you to consider me a monster, especially since I'm sincerely disposed toward you, believe it or not. Consequently, thirdly, I came to you with an open and direct proposal, to make a voluntary confession. This will be infinitely advantageous for you, and it's also advantageous for me, because it'll be off my shoulders. Well, what? Is this frank on my part or not? Raskolnikov thought for a minute. Listen, Porfiry Petrovich, you say yourself, just psychology, but meanwhile you've written into mathematics. Well, what if you yourself are mistaken now? No, Rodion Romanovich, I'm not mistaken. I have such a little feature. I found that little feature then, you see, sir, God sent it. What little feature? I won't say what, Rodion Romanovich. And in any case now I no longer have the right to delay, I'll lock you up, sir. So you reason, now it's all the same to me, and consequently I'm doing this solely for you. By God, it'll be better, Rodion Romanovich. Raskolnikov smiled maliciously. Why, this is not only ridiculous, it's even shameless. Well, even if I were guilty, which I'm not saying at all, well, why on earth would I come to you with a confession, when you yourself say that I'll sit there in peace with you? Rodion Romanovich, don't believe the words completely, maybe it won't be completely in peace. After all, this is only theory, and mine too, sir, and what kind of authority am I to you? Perhaps I'm even hiding something from you even now, sir. I can't just take and lay everything out for you, ha! Ha! Second matter, what advantage? But do you know what reduction will follow for you for this? After all, when will you come, at what moment? You just consider this. When another has already taken the crime upon himself and confused the whole matter? And I swear to you, by God himself, I'll fix and arrange things there, so that your appearance will come out as if completely unexpected to everyone. We'll completely destroy all this psychology, I'll turn all suspicions against you to nothing, so that your crime will seem like some kind of clouding of the mind, because, in conscience, it is a clouding. I'm an honest man, Rodion Romanovich, and I'll keep my word. Raskolnikov fell sadly silent and hung his head. He thought for a long time and finally smiled again, but his smile was already meek and sad. It's not necessary, he said, as if no longer hiding from Porfiry at all. It's not worth it. I don't need your reduction at all. Well, that's what I was afraid of. Porfiry exclaimed fervently and as if involuntarily, that's what I was afraid of, that you don't need our reduction. Raskolnikov looked at him sadly and impressively. Don't disdain life. Porfiry continued, there's still much of it ahead. How can you not need reduction, how can you not? You're an impatient person. Much of what will be ahead? Of life. What kind of prophet are you, how much do you know? Seek and you shall find. Perhaps God is waiting for you in this. And it's not forever, the chain. There'll be a reduction. Raskolnikov laughed. And what, are you afraid of bourgeois shame or something? Maybe you're even afraid, and don't know it yourself, because you're young. But still, you shouldn't be afraid, or ashamed there of confession with repentance. Never mind. Raskolnikov whispered contemptuously and with disgust, as if not even wanting to speak. He started to get up again, as if wanting to go somewhere, but sat down again in visible despair. That's right, never mind. You've lost faith and you think I'm flattering you crudely, but how much have you even lived yet? How much do you understand? You invented a theory, and you're ashamed that it failed, that it came out not very original. It came out base, that's true, but you're still not a hopeless scoundrel. Not such a scoundrel at all. At least you didn't fool yourself for long, you reached the last posts all at once. You know who I consider you to be? I consider you one of those who, even if you cut out their guts, they'll stand and look at their tormentors with a smile, if only they find faith or God. Well, so find it, and you'll live. First of all, you've long needed to change the air. Why, suffering is also a good thing. Suffer. Maybe Nikolka is right, that he wants suffering. I know you don't believe, but don't be cleverly wise, give yourself over to life directly, without reasoning, don't worry, it'll carry you straight to shore and set you on your feet. To what shore? How should I know? I only believe that you still have much to live. I know that you take all my words now as a learned sermon, but maybe you'll remember later, it'll be useful sometime, that's why I'm saying it. It's still good that you only killed the old woman. And if you'd invented another theory, you might have done something 100 million times more hideous. You still may have to thank God, how do you know, perhaps God is even preserving you for something. And have a great heart, and be less afraid. Are you afraid of the great impending fulfillment? No, it's shameful to be afraid here. Since you've taken such a step, steel yourself. Here is justice. So fulfill what justice requires. I know you don't believe, but by God, life will carry you through. You'll come to like it yourself afterward. You just need air now, air. Raskolnikov even started. But who are you? He cried, what kind of prophet are you? From the height of what majestic calm do you utter these wise prophecies? Who, I? I'm a finished man, nothing more. A man, perhaps, with feelings and sympathy, perhaps knowing a thing or two, but already completely finished. But you're another matter, God has prepared life for you, and who knows, maybe with you too it'll just pass like smoke, nothing will come of it. Well, what of it, that you'll pass into another category of people? You won't miss comfort, will you with your heart? What of it that perhaps no one will see you for too long? It's not a matter of time, but of yourself. Become the sun, and everyone will see you. The sun must first of all be the sun. Why are you smiling again, that I'm such a shiller? And I'll bet you suppose that I'm flattering you now? Well, what, maybe I really am flattering, ha! 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 You, Rodion Romanovich, perhaps don't believe my word, perhaps even never believe it fully, that's my nature, I agree, but I'll just add this, you yourself, it seems, can judge to what extent I'm a low person and to what extent I'm honest. When do you think to arrest me? Well, I can give you a day and a half or two more to walk around. Think, my dear, pray to God. And it's more advantageous, by God, more advantageous. And what if I run away? Raskolnikov asked, smiling somehow strangely. No, you won't run away. A peasant will run away, a fashionable sectarian will run away, a lackey of another's thought, because you just show him the tip of a finger, like Midshipman Durka, and he'll believe in whatever you want for the rest of his life. But you, After all, you no longer believe in your theory. With what will you run away? And what do you need in flight? Flight is vile and difficult, but first of all you need life and a definite position, corresponding air. Well, and is that your air there? If you run you'll come back yourself. You can't do without us. And if I lock you up in prison, well, you'll sit a month, well, 2, well, 3, and then, suddenly you'll remember my word, you'll come yourself, yes, and perhaps unexpectedly to yourself. You won't even know yourself an hour before that you'll come with a confession. I'm even convinced that you'll decide to accept suffering. You don't believe my word now, but you'll come to that yourself. Because, suffering, Rodion Romanovich, is a great thing. Don't look at the fact that I've gotten fat, never mind, I know anyway, don't laugh at this, there's an idea in suffering. Nikolka is right. No, you won't run away, Rodion Romanovich. Raskolnikov got up from his place and took his cap. Porfiry Petrovitch also got up. Going for a walk? The evening will be nice, as long as there's no storm. Though, however, it would be better if it freshened up. He too took his cap. You, Porfiry Petrovitch, please don't get it into your head, Raskolnikov pronounced with stern insistence, that I confessed to you today. You're a strange man, and I listened to you out of curiosity alone. But I didn't confess anything to you. Remember that. Well, yes, I know, I'll remember. Look at that, he's even trembling. Don't worry, my dear, let your will be done. Walk a little, only you can't walk too long. In any case I have one more little request to you, he added, lowering his voice. It's a delicate one, but important. If, that is, just in case, though I don't believe it and consider you completely incapable, if by chance, well, just in case, you should get the desire in these 40 or 50 hours to finish the matter somehow differently, in some fantastic way, to raise a hand against yourself, an absurd supposition, well, but forgive me for it, then leave a brief but detailed little note. Just so, 2 lines, just 2 lines, and mention the stone, it'll be more noble, sir. Well, sir, farewell. Good thoughts, good undertakings. Porfiry went out somehow bent over, and as if avoiding looking at Raskolnikov. Raskolnikov approached the window and waited with irritable impatience for the time when, by his reckoning, he would go out into the street and move away. Then he himself hurriedly left the room. Chapter 3. He was hurrying to Svidrigailov. What he could hope for from this man, he himself didn't know. But there was some kind of power hidden in this man over him. Having realized this once, he could no longer be calm, and now, moreover, the time had come. On the way, one question especially tormented him: had Svidrigailov been to Porfiry? As far as he could judge and what he would swear to, no, he hadn't been. He thought again and again, recalled Porfiry's whole visit, considered, no, he hadn't been, of course, he hadn't been. But if he hadn't been yet, would he go or not go to Porfiry? For now it seemed to him that he wouldn't go. Why? He couldn't have explained this either, but even if he could explain, he wouldn't have especially racked his brains over it now. All this tormented him, and at the same time he somehow wasn't up to it. Strange thing, perhaps no one would have believed this, but about his present, immediate fate he somehow cared weakly, distractedly. Something else tormented him, much more important, extraordinary, about himself and not about anyone else, but something else, something main. Moreover, he felt boundless moral fatigue, though his reason this morning was working better than in all these recent days. And was it worth it now, after everything that had been, to try to overcome all these new miserable difficulties? Was it worth, for example, trying to intrigue so that Svidrigailov wouldn't go to Porphyry, to study, investigate, waste time on some Svidrigailov? Oh, how tired of all this Raskolnikov was! And meanwhile he still hurried to Svidrigailov. Wasn't he expecting something new from him, indications, a way out? And after all, you grasp at a straw. Wasn't it fate, wasn't it some instinct bringing them together? Perhaps it was only fatigue, despair, perhaps it wasn't Svidrigailov he needed, but someone else, and Svidrigailov just happened to turn up here. Sonia? But why would he go to Sonia now? To ask for her tears again? And Sonia frightened him. Sonia represented an inexorable sentence, a decision without change. Here, either her path or his. Especially at this moment he wasn't in a state to see her. No, wouldn't it be better to try Svidrigailov? What is this? And he couldn't help but acknowledge inwardly that indeed that one had somehow been necessary to him for a long time for something. Well, however, what could they have in common? Even their villainy couldn't be the same. This man, moreover, was very unpleasant, obviously extraordinarily depraved, certainly cunning and deceitful, perhaps very evil. Such stories circulate about him. True, he busied himself for Katerina Ivanovna's children, but who knows why, and what this means? This man always has some intentions and projects. One more thought constantly flashed through Raskolnikov's mind all these days and terribly disturbed him, though he even tried to drive it away from himself, so heavy it was for him. He thought sometimes, Svidrigailov kept hovering around him, and is still hovering now. Svidrigailov learned his secret. Svidrigailov had designs against Dunya. And if he still has them now? Almost certainly one can say, yes. And if now, having learned his secret and thus having gained power over him, he wants to use it as a weapon against Dunya? This thought sometimes, even in dreams, tormented him, but for the first time it appeared to him so consciously clearly as now, when he was walking to Svidrigailov. This thought alone brought him into a cold, dark fury. First of all, then everything would change, even in his own position. He should immediately reveal the secret to Dunechka. Perhaps he should betray himself to divert Dunechka from some incautious step. The letter? This morning Dunya received some letter. From whom in Petersburg could she receive letters? Luzin perhaps? True, Razumikin is on guard there, but Razumikin knows nothing. Perhaps he should reveal himself to Razumikin too? Raskolnikov thought of this with disgust. In any case Svidrigailov must be seen as soon as possible, he decided to himself finally. Thank God, here details aren't so necessary as the essence of the matter, but if only he's capable, if Svidrigailov is intriguing something against Dunya, then... Raskolnikov had become so tired over all this time, over this whole month, that he could now resolve such questions in no other way than with one solution. Then I'll kill him, he thought in cold despair. A heavy feeling compressed his heart. He stopped in the middle of the street and began to look around. Along what road is he walking and where has he come to? He was on Sky Prospect, 30 or 40 paces from Senea, which he had passed. The entire second floor of the house on the left was occupied by a tavern. All the windows were wide open. The tavern, judging by the figures moving in the windows, was packed. In the hall singers were pouring forth, clarinet, violin sounded and a Turkish drum thundered. Women's shrieks were heard. He was about to go back, puzzled why he had turned onto Sky Prospect, when suddenly, in one of the extreme open windows of the tavern, he saw Svidrigailov sitting right by the window, at a tea table, with a pipe in his teeth. This terribly, to the point of horror, struck him. Svidrigailov was observing and examining him, silently, and, what also immediately struck Raskolnikov, seemed to want to get up to quietly manage to leave before being noticed. Raskolnikov immediately pretended as if he himself hadn't noticed him and was looking, thinking, to the side, but continued to observe him from the corner of his eye. His heart beat anxiously. So it is, Svidrigailov obviously doesn't want to be seen. He took the pipe from his lips and was about to hide, but having risen and pushed back his chair, probably suddenly noticed that Raskolnikov saw him and was observing. Something similar to the scene of their first meeting occurred between them, at Raskolnikov's, during his sleep. A roguish smile appeared on Svidrigailov's face and kept expanding. Both knew that each saw and observed the other. Finally Svidrigailov laughed loudly. Well, well. Come in if you want, I'm here, he shouted from the window. Raskolnikov went up to the tavern. He found him in a very small back room, with one window, adjoining the large 5-windowed hall, where merchants, officials, and a multitude of all kinds of people were drinking tea at 20 small tables, amid the shouts of a desperate chorus of singers. From somewhere came the clicking of billiard balls. On the table before Svidrigailov stood an opened bottle of champagne and a glass half full of wine. In the room there was also a boy organ grinder, with a small hand organ, and a healthy, red-cheeked girl in a tucked-up striped skirt and a Tyrolean hat with ribbons, a singer, about 18 years old, who, despite the choral singing in the other room, was singing to the accompaniment of the organ grinder, in a rather hoarse contralto, some lackey song. Well, that's enough. Svidrigailov interrupted her, upon Raskolnikov's entrance. The girl immediately broke off and stopped in respectful expectation. She had sung her rhymed lackey ditty also with some kind of serious and respectful tinge on her face. Hey, Philip, a glass! Svidrigailov shouted. I won't drink wine, Raskolnikov said. As you wish. I'm not for you. Drink, Katya. Nothing more is needed today, go. He poured her a whole glass of wine and laid out a yellow banknote. Katya drank the glass at once, as women drink wine, that is, without pausing, in 20 swallows, took the banknote, kissed Svidrigailov's hand, which she quite seriously allowed to be kissed, and left the room, and after her followed the boy with the organ. Both of them had been brought in from the street. Svidrigailov hadn't lived a week in Petersburg, but already everything around him was on some kind of patriarchal footing. The tavern servant, Philip, was already acquainted and fond. The door to the hall was locked. Svidrigailov in this little room was as if at home, and spent in it, perhaps, whole days. The tavern was dirty, trashy, and not even middling. I was walking to you and looking for you, Raskolnikov began, but why did I suddenly turn on to Sky Prospect from Sinea now? I never turn here and never come. I turn from Sinea to the right. And this isn't even the way to you. I just turned, and here you are. This is strange. Why don't you just say, it's a miracle? Because it's, perhaps, just chance. What a way all these people have. Svidrigailov laughed. They won't admit it, even if they believe in a miracle inside. After all, you yourself say, perhaps, just chance. And what cowards they all are here about their own opinion, you can't imagine, Rodion Romanovich. I'm not talking about you. You have your own opinion and weren't afraid to have it. That's what attracted my curiosity. Nothing else? Yes, that's enough, you see. Svidrigailov was obviously in an excited state, but only just a tiny bit. He had drunk only half a glass of wine. It seems to me you came to me before you learned that I'm capable of having what you call my own opinion, Raskolnikov remarked. Well, then it was a different matter. Everyone has their own steps. But as for the miracle, I'll tell you that you seem to have slept through these last 2 or 3 days. I myself appointed you this tavern and there was no miracle that you came straight here. I explained the whole route myself, told you the place where it stands and the hours when you can find me here. Remember? I forgot, Raskolnikov answered with surprise. I believe it. I told you twice. The address stamped itself in your memory mechanically. You turned here mechanically, and meanwhile strictly by address, without knowing it yourself. Even as I was telling you then, I didn't hope you understood me. You give yourself away too much, Rodion Romanovich. And here's another thing, I'm convinced that in Petersburg many people walk around talking to themselves. This is a city of half-mad people. If we had sciences, then doctors, lawyers, and philosophers could make the most precious investigations about Petersburg, each in his specialty. Rarely will you find so many dark, harsh, and strange influences on the human soul as in Petersburg. What are climatic influences alone worth? Meanwhile, this is the administrative center of all Russia, and its character must be reflected in everything. But that's not the point now, but the point is that I've already observed you from the side several times. You leave the house, still holding your head straight. 20 paces and you already lower it, fold your hands behind your back. You look and, obviously, no longer see anything either ahead or to the sides. Finally you begin to move your lips and talk to yourself, moreover sometimes you free your hand and declaim, finally you stop in the middle of the road for a long time. This is very not good, sir. Perhaps someone else notices you besides me, and that's not advantageous. It's essentially all the same to me, and I won't cure you, but you, of course, understand me. And you know that I'm being followed? Raskolnikov asked, looking at him searchingly. No, I know nothing, Svidrigailov asked as if with surprise. Well, then let's leave me in peace, Raskolnikov muttered, frowning. Fine, let's leave you in peace. Tell me rather, if you come here to drink and yourself appointed me twice to come to you here, then why did you now, when I was looking in the window from the street, hide and want to leave? I noticed this very well. Heh. And why, when I stood at your threshold then, did you lie on your sofa with closed eyes and pretend to be asleep, when you weren't sleeping at all? I noticed this very well. I could have had reasons, you know this yourself. And I could have had my reasons, though you won't learn them. Raskolnikov lowered his right elbow on the table, propped his chin from below with 3 fingers of his right hand and stared intently at Svidrigailov. He examined for a minute his face, which had always struck him before. It was some kind of strange face, like a mask, white, ruddy, with ruddy, crimson lips, with a light blonde beard and with still quite thick blonde hair. The eyes were somehow too blue, and their gaze somehow too heavy and motionless. There was something terribly unpleasant in this handsome and, judging by years, extremely youthful face. Svidrigaïlov's clothing was dandyish, summery, light. He especially showed off his linen. On his finger was a huge ring with an expensive stone. "But do I really have to bother with you too?" Raskolnikov said suddenly, coming out with convulsive impatience straight into the open. "Though you may be the most dangerous man if you want to do harm, but I don't want to torture myself anymore. I'll show you right now that I don't value myself as much as you probably think. Know that I came to you to say directly that if you keep your former intention regarding my sister, and if for this you're thinking of taking advantage of something from what's been revealed recently, then I'll kill you before you put me in prison. My word is true, you know I can keep it. Secondly, if you want to tell me something, because it seemed to me all this time that you seemed to want to tell me something, then tell me quickly, because time is precious and, perhaps, very soon it'll already be too late." "Why are you in such a hurry?" Svidrigaïlov asked, examining him curiously. "Everyone has their own steps," Raskolnikov said gloomily and impatiently. "You yourself just challenged me to frankness, but at the first question you refused to answer," Svidrigaïlov remarked with a smile. "You keep thinking I have some purposes, and therefore look at me suspiciously. Well, this is completely understandable in your position. But however much I might want to get closer to you, I still won't take on the trouble of dissuading you otherwise. By God, the game isn't worth the candle, and I wasn't intending to talk to you about anything particularly special. Then why did I become so necessary to you? After all, you did hang around me? Well, simply as a curious subject for observation. The fantasy of your position appealed to me, that's what. Moreover, you're the brother of a person who interested me very much, and, finally, from this very person in my time I heard terribly much and often about you, from which I concluded that you have great influence over her. Isn't that enough? Ha ha ha. However, I confess, your question is very complex for me, and it's difficult for me to answer it. Well, for example, after all, you came to me now not just on business, but for something new? Isn't that so? Isn't that so? Svidrigaïlov insisted with a roguish smile. Well, imagine after this that I myself, still traveling here, in the train, was counting on you to tell me something new too, and that from you I'd managed to borrow something. Look what rich men we are. Borrow what? How can I tell you? Do I know what? You see what kind of little tavern I spend all my time sitting in, and I enjoy it, that is, not exactly enjoy it, but like that, one must sit somewhere. Well, take even this poor Katya, did you see? Well, if I were, for example, at least a glutton, a club gourmet, but here's what I can eat. He pointed his finger to the corner, where on a small table, on a tin plate, stood the remains of a terrible beefsteak with potatoes. By the way, have you dined? I had a bite and don't want more. Wine, for example, I don't drink at all. Except champagne nothing, and even then just one glass for the whole evening, and even then my head aches. I ordered this now to fortify myself, because I'm going somewhere, and you see me in a special frame of mind. That's why I hid earlier like a schoolboy, because I thought you'd hinder me, but it seems, he took out his watch, I can spend an hour with you, it's 4:30 now. Believe me, if only I were something, well, a landowner, well, a father, well, in Yulin, a photographer, a journalist, and nothing, no specialty. Sometimes it's even boring. Really, I thought you'd tell me something new. But who are you and why did you come here? Who am I? You know, a nobleman, served 2 years in the cavalry, then just hung around here in Petersburg, then married Marfa Petrovna and lived in the country. There's my biography. Well, so you're a gambler then? No, what kind of gambler am I? A card sharp, not a gambler. And you were a card sharp? Yes, I was a card sharp too. What? Did they beat you? It happened. So what? Well, so they could challenge you to a duel, and in general, it livens things up. I won't contradict you and moreover I'm no master at philosophizing. I confess to you, I hurried here more on account of women. You just buried Marfa Petrovna? Well, yes, Svidrigailov smiled with triumphant frankness. So what? You seem to find something wrong that I speak of women like this? That is, do I or don't I find debauchery wrong? Debauchery? Well, there you go. However, in order I'll answer you first about women in general, you know, I'm disposed to chat. Tell me, why should I restrain myself? Why should I give up women, if I'm at least an enthusiast for them? At least it's an occupation. So you're here hoping only for debauchery? Well, so what? Well, even for debauchery. You're obsessed with debauchery. But I like, at least, a direct question. In this debauchery, at least, there's something constant, based even on nature and not subject to fantasy, something that remains like an ever-glowing coal in the blood, eternally igniting, which even for a long time yet, and with years, perhaps you won't so quickly extinguish. Agree yourself, isn't it an occupation in its own way? What's there to rejoice in? It's a disease and a dangerous one. There you go. I agree that it's a disease, like everything that goes beyond measure, and here you certainly have to go beyond measure, but after all, first, with one it's like this, with another it's different, and secondly, of course, keep measure in everything, calculation, though base, but what else can you do? Without this, you'd have to shoot yourself, perhaps. I agree that a decent man is obliged to be bored, but still, however. And could you shoot yourself? Well, there. Svidrigailov parried with disgust. Do me a favor, don't speak of this, he added hastily and even without any of the fanfaronade that showed in all his previous words. Even his face seemed to change. I confess to an unforgivable weakness, but what can I do? I fear death and don't like it when they speak of it. Do you know that I'm somewhat of a mystic? Marfa Petrovna's ghosts. Well, do they continue to come? Well, to hell with them, don't mention them. In Petersburg they haven't been yet, and the devil with them, he cried with some kind of irritable look. No, let's better talk about this, but however. There's little time, I can't stay with you long, it's a pity. I'd have something to tell. What do you have, a woman? Yes, a woman, such an unexpected case. No, I'm not talking about that. Well, and the vileness of all this setting doesn't affect you anymore? You've already lost the strength to stop. And you even claim strength? Ha. You surprised me just now, Rodion Romanovich, though I knew in advance it would be so. You talked to me about debauchery and aesthetics. You're a Schiller, you're an idealist. All this, of course, is as it should be and one would have to be surprised if it were otherwise, but somehow it's still strange in reality. Ah, it's a pity there's little time, because you yourself are a most curious subject. And by the way, do you love Schiller? I love him terribly. But what a fanfaron you are, however, Raskolnikov said with some disgust. Well, by God, no. Svidrigailov answered, laughing, but however, I won't argue, let me be a fanfaron, but why not show off a little, when it's harmless? I lived 7 years in the country with Marfa Petrovna, and so now, having stumbled upon an intelligent person like you, intelligent and in the highest degree curious, I'm simply glad to chat, and besides I drank this half-glass of wine and it's already struck my head a little. And, most important, there exists one circumstance that has wound me up very much, but about which I will be silent. Where are you going? Svidrigailov asked suddenly with alarm. Raskolnikov had started to get up. He felt both heavy and stifled, and somehow awkward that he had come here. He was convinced of Svidrigailov as the most empty and insignificant villain in the world. Yeah. Stay, Svidrigailov begged, at least have them bring you some tea. Well, sit down, well, I won't talk nonsense, about myself that is. I'll tell you something. Well, if you want, I'll tell you how a woman, speaking in your style, saved me. This will even be an answer to your first question, because this person is your sister. May I tell? Yes, and we'll kill time. Tell me, but I hope, you. Oh, don't worry. Moreover, even in such a nasty and empty person as me, Avdotya Romanovna can inspire only the deepest respect.